Hey friends, glad to see you on my channel. If you enjoy my content and want to support the channel, there's a PayPal link in the profile description. You can make a small contribution to treat me to a cup of tea. Thank you for your support. Let's get into the video. The young anchor was reporting from the funeral hall of a Seoul hospital. It was the funeral of the president of K Electronics and his wife, who were killed in an automobile accident. The young woman couldn't stop sobbing. She was holding the hand of a boy of 10 years old. He was the son of the deceased. The boy held on with all his might, not wanting to cry in front of strangers. Reporters did not stop shouting questions. They wanted to know the details of the accident. The camera's flashing lights blinded the eyes of the grieving relatives. The boy could hardly hold back his tears. He did not understand why these people would not leave them alone, would not let them say goodbye to their parents in private. Later, sitting in the car, Kim Taejoon asked his grandfather what sentence was passed on the surviving driver. The boy wanted the person responsible for his parents' death to be punished as severely as possible. The man replied that the driver would not be punished too severely, 1 to 2 years in jail. This news made the boy angry. He started yelling that this was unfair. The driver should be imprisoned for life or executed. The boy began to demand that his grandfather take up this issue. Kim Jae-pil replied that no matter how much he hated the driver and wanted him dead, he couldn't do it. Their family will have to forgive him. It's what their social status demanded of them. His aunt held out an umbrella over him and tried to explain the order of things to the boy. He pushed her away and started running away, yelling that he didn't care about their social status. He didn't want to listen to anyone. Kim Taejoon shouted that he would curse that man for the rest of his life and ran away. The aunt and the guards tried to bring him back, but the boy was unstoppable. The child ran away in tears and thought that his family had great wealth and expensive things. But the most precious thing was taken away from him: his parents. Drenched to the skin, he ran to the house where the staff lived. The boy was breathing hard and wiping his face with his sleeve. Suddenly, he heard a little girl's voice. It was the daughter of the at-fault driver. The girl was worried about why her daddy wasn't home, wanted to see him. Kim Taejoon stood and glared menacingly at the girl. He had a strong hatred for her and her family. The boy swore he'd never forgive her. It's been 20 years since the tragedy. The chef greeted the high-ranking guest. The woman said that she was expecting her nephew and asked him to cook his favorite dishes. Soon, a young, handsome man appeared in the restaurant. He apologized to his aunt for being late. In 20 years, Kim Taejoon has grown into a tall and sturdy man with good looks. He became the director of the K Electronics Service Center. They sat down to lunch. The man glowed with beauty and health. Auntie began to admire her nephew, said that at his age it was time to think about marriage. The man joked that he would take an example from her and stay single for life. The woman continued to complain that he should have stayed in US for another year, and then he would have been promoted to a higher position. Being a simple director did not suit him. The man replied that it was his choice. He decided that he needed to experience work IBG is customer sales. The service center was full of people needing help. Han Seo Eun tried to serve the elderly lady as soon as possible, but the lady couldn't see well. She worked as an employee of K Electronics Mobile Services Division. When the elderly lady signed the consent for the service, the girl told her how long it would be before she could return. Han Seo Eun has been working her butt off lately since she was on vacation for a month. She couldn't ask her colleagues for help because there were things she couldn't tell anyone about. Later, in the staff room, she allowed herself to be alone with her thoughts. The girl wasn't feeling well, but cheered herself up by helping to save another person's life. She lived unhappily for 27 years until caring people appeared in her life. She has a wonderful, caring boyfriend, and his family who took her in and treated her like their own daughter. A few months ago, however, she learned the bitter truth. Suddenly, Hui-wook offered to take a co-medical exam. When filling out the form, he noticed that So-yoon's blood type is type 1. The man started crying and said he wished he had type 1 blood too. The girl tried to find out why he was so upset, but the man said he didn't want to worry her. Then he did admit that his mother has liver cancer and needs a donor with type 1 blood, as her health condition does not allow her to accept another donor. But no one from the family is suitable. Seo Eun was very worried about him and his mother. She wanted to repay the kindness of the family who took her in and loved her. She wanted to be a real member of their family. The girl informed his family that she was ready to undergo additional tests and become a donor for his mother. Hui-wook sobbed with happiness. His parents were very grateful to Seo Eun, saying that as soon as everything passes, they will definitely play a wedding for them. The surgery was successful. Hui-wook's mom was still in the hospital and Seo Eun was on her way to visit her after work. A girl was riding the bus and typing another text to her boyfriend. Hui-wook hasn't answered all day. The girl thought he was busy, so she thought they would meet at the hospital. Seo Eun thought that since mother is getting better, it's time to start organizing the wedding. She should discuss it with Hui-wook. The girl was walking and thinking about their wedding, thinking about how happy his mom would be when the pre-wedding preparations started. Coming to the hospital, the girl was a little nervous. She was about to enter the hospital room when she heard Hui-wook talking to his mother. A man was telling his mother about a girl from his work, a young woman from a well-to-do family. The mother told the son that he should visit the girl's parents. The man said the girl was very beautiful. Hui-wook's mother kept saying that there are plenty of beautiful young girls from good families around, that Seo Eun isn't right for him. The man smirked gloatingly and said that he was looking for someone like Seo Eun to donate her liver because girls from good families would not do such a thing. Seo Eun was horrified. She covered her mouth with her hand, holding back her sobs. She couldn't believe that they had done this to her. Chapter 2. The results of the examination showed that Seo Eun is a perfect match as a donor. Hung-wook's mother cried with happiness. The woman thanked her future daughter-in-law, said she was heaven-sent. The doctor began to talk about the surgery. She said they would cut off 50 to 60% of Seo Eun's liver for transplantation. For the girl, it sounded scary, but the doctor assured her that the liver will recover in 3 months with proper care. So Eun thought she couldn't stay away from work for 3 months, so she had to come up with something. Hui-wook smilingly told her not to worry. He would help her solve the issue of her absence from work. Seo Eun was worried, but she thought she could trust him. After the operation, the girl came to her senses in a terrible state. Her whole body was in pain and tears were flowing. The nurse asked her to calm down while she administered the anesthetic and said the surgery was a success. So Eun asked how Qui-hoon's mother was. The nurse replied that her condition is better than the girl's and she's in the ward recovering. The woman said her boyfriend could come, he would have to register for access. The girl decided not to bother him. And after everything she'd been through, she'd learned such a bitter truth. Qui-hoon only now wondered why she hadn't come to visit his mom. The girl didn't want to answer him. She thought it was her own fault for trusting these people too much. In the eyes of the society, their couple looked strange. He is an employee of a prestigious law firm from a good family and with a good education, and she is a simple girl engineer with a secondary education and no family. She was pulled out of her thoughts by the voice of her colleague, Bo-bae, who asked if Seo Eun was going to lunch. The girl said that she had a lot of work. Then Bo-bae offered to bring her something from the canteen. Seo Eun remembered how Qui-hook's family took care of her. His mom worried about making sure she ate well, seemed so decent and caring. Her boyfriend was always caring too, saying he wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. He said he was going to marry her and wanted to be her first man. So she believed he was sincere. Seo Eun sat there with a saddened face, realizing how cruelly he had deceived her. Bo-bae continued to worry and wondered what to bring her for lunch. Bo-bae told the girl that their new director would be in the cafeteria today, said he was very young and handsome. Now, Seo Eun understood why all the girls were in such high spirits in the morning. The girl asked the friend to buy ricotta for her. Bo-bae went to lunch in a good mood. Seo Eun decided to respond to Qui-hook or she wouldn't be able to work in peace. She instantly got a text from him saying his mom was expecting her. Seo Eun thought maybe he wouldn't leave her after all, so she decided to stick with him and his family. Qui-hook began bombarding Seo Eun with requests for his mother's help, even sending her a cooking recipe. The girl began to get annoyed by this. It feels like they were just using it. Qui-hook masterfully manipulated the girl when he had to get his way. The girl didn't believe a word he said, but she didn't know how to proceed, Suddenly, someone lightly tapped on her desk, drawing attention to herself. Seo Eun shuddered, not expecting to see someone in the office on her lunch break. The girl wiped her glasses to get a better look at the man in front of her. It was a tall and very handsome young man. He asked her why she hadn't left for lunch. He glanced at her pass and read the name. It was the first time Seo Eun saw such a handsome guy in their company, wondering who he could be. The head of the HR department introduced the girl to their new header. Seo Eun was shocked. The header himself came up to her and spoke to her. The girl immediately greeted him as an employee should. Taejoon told her not to worry about such trivial matters. The man got embarrassed and said he was just wondering why she wasn't eating lunch. She have to eat well to do a good job. Seo Eun said a coworker will bring her a salad. The man replied that it was not enough. She should have a full meal. The girl hoped he would leave soon. Taejoon thought about it for a moment, but then made a decision. He told the girl to follow him immediately. Seo Eun stared at him in surprise. Chapter 3. The girl was trying to keep up with the men and wondered why she had been called along, worried that it might have something to do with her long vacation. Taejoon and Seo Eun stood at the elevator in silence. The girl kept thinking that this was all strange. Why would the head personally talk to her? She visualized him scolding her and then firing her. Upon entering the elevator, the awkward silence continued. Taejoon decided to ask her how long she had been working at the company and if she liked everything about it. He wondered why she had decided to join K Electronics in the first place. Seo Eun felt like she was at her first job interview and began to think feverishly about how to make a self-presentation to her boss. Taejoon continued to question her about her family, asking where and who she lived with. The girl said she was living on her own. Finally, they arrived at the right floor. Seo Eun looked around. It was her first time on this floor since their department was at the very bottom. They approached his office and the man asked her to wait outside for a moment. Finally, a man came out holding a bag of food. He said she's the only one who hasn't had lunch, so she needs a good meal. As luck would have it, grilled eel rice was Seo Eun's favorite dish. Her eyes lit up with anticipation and she couldn't believe her happiness. The girl looked at the head as an angel. She thought that despite his position, he was a very nice and considerate person. Taejoon was glad he could do a good deed for this girl. Suddenly, the man asked Seo Eun if they had met somewhere before. He brought his face close to her and scrutinized her closely. Seo Eun thought to herself that he was very handsome. His blue eyes could drive anyone crazy. His expensive suit fit him perfectly. A slight blush came to her cheeks. She was embarrassed at how intently he was looking at her. The man stared at her in silence and then turned around and wished her well. Seo Eun tried to get her feet out of there and eat her lunch as quickly as possible. Taejoon turned around and looked her way. A pass with her name dangled behind her back. He recognized her. It was definitely her. Han Seo Eun. She graduated from college and immediately took a job at K Electronics, an employee with good character and good team relations. From the head of the AR department, Taejoon learned that Seo Eun took an underpaid vacation for a month, traveling abroad. He wondered why she had to go abroad for so long. Then he reminisced about his last trip. Taejoon stood at the window and looked out at the night city. When a girl appeared behind him, he asked her to end their relationship. He said he was tired of their constant fighting, tried to do everything for her, doesn't know what else she needs. The girl trembled and tears ran down her cheeks. She couldn't stand it and screamed that every time he drinks, he calls for some other girl, even sometimes in his sleep. It's always the same name, Han Seo Eun. The girl said she wouldn't stand for it anymore and ran out of the room in tears. The man lay back in his chair and began to reminisce about his childhood. He remembered the little girl with pigtails who was always teased by him. Taejoon was a little older than her and always won in their arguments, but the girl never gave up hope of beating him. She cried and begged him to play with her again. As a boy, he didn't like tears, and this girl cried a lot and picked on him. No matter how much he hurt her, she always wanted to play with him again. He often wondered what had become of her, where and how she lived. Taejoon requested to gather information about her. The man was told that she was raised by her aunt until she came of age, her father left the country and lives in the Philippines, and she currently works at K Electronics. He was surprised that she had taken a job with their company. He thought it was strange. Taejoon decided it was time for him to go back to Korea. And now he was standing in his office. He'd finally found her. He wondered where she'd gone for a month, if she'd gone to her father's. Taejoon decided to check her social media, but couldn't find any pictures from her vacation. Suddenly, he found her engagement ring photo. He didn't see that coming. The man remembered there was a framed picture of a man on her desk. Apparently, it was her fiancé. The man smirked, thought her life was shaping up interestingly. A new plan was already brewing in his head. CEO Oh Gap-soo met Taejoon at a restaurant, trying to ingratiate himself to the young man. The cunning man showered the young man with compliments, saying that after he gained experience in management, he would be transferred to the headquarters. He wondered why Taejoon didn't stay another year abroad as planned, to which man replied that he wasn't used to waiting around. The young man looked at the man confidently and said that now that he had been given a position, he would do something really useful for the company. It sounded like a challenge. Taejoon knew that 20 years after his father's death, it didn't take long for the company to erase almost all traces of him, everything he'd done for it. But a lot has changed since then. Taejoon has grown up and things will go clearly according to his plan. The office building glistened in the morning sunlight. Taejoon arrived at work. When he entered the office, he saw that Seo Eun was at her desk before everyone else. Taejoon thoughtfully drank his coffee while the director told him that there was nothing to worry about. This office was just a small service center that was functioning fine. The man smiled rather slyly and lowered his voice to say that visitors to this center like to come in to get their gadgets fixed for free, as they don't want to spend money on new ones. This is not very profitable for their company. If you fix their gadgets too well, people will stop coming back and buying new ones. So he asks employees to not do a great job and just be friendly so customers will come back. He said that Taejoon also doesn't need to spend his energy and intelligence trying to improve the office. Outwardly, Taejoon was calm, pretending to agree with the director, but he thought that the mean man was telling him to mind his own business. The young man realized that the director mistook him for a child from a rich family who got the position because he is the grandson of the president of the company and knows nothing. Taejoon decided to remain calm, but he was angry that the company employed such assholes. Seo Eun was approached by a woman who had a broken cell phone. She was very sad because it had been working for 10 years and then it broke. The woman begged her to fix it, as it held a lot of memories and information. The girl had to say that this phone was a very old model and could not be repaired. The woman began to cry, asking her to come up with something because there were so many memorable photographs. So Eun felt sorry for her and said that she would try to help the woman and at least make a backup. She told the woman not to worry and went to the repair room. The girl set about disassembling the phone. To back it up, it had to be charged first. While Seo Eun was waiting, she glanced at her phone, thinking about the fact that Hui Wook hadn't texted her since yesterday, even though he had promised to take her out to dinner. The girl thought about calling him or texting him, then decided not to do it. If he could, he would have contacted her by now. But she really wanted to know what he was up to, so she decided to check his social media. Unexpectedly, Seo Eun saw a photo on his profile with colleagues, among whom was a girl. It was the same girl Choi Hyun-jin that Hui Wook and his mother were discussing in the hospital. She was very beautiful and sweet. It was clear that she grew up in a complete loving family. We can say that she was without flaws. Suddenly, her mental flow was interrupted by a scream. The phone next to her caught fire and started a fire. The fire spread very quickly, and it became increasingly difficult to breathe. Screams of fire could be heard everywhere. The girl remembered the fire extinguisher and ran for it. Luckily, she was able to put out the fire in time. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her eyes blurred. The girl started to lose her balance, but felt someone take her under his arm. The girl saw a terrified Taejoon in front of her. He was yelling for her to come to her senses. Chapter 5. After the incident, Taejoon scolded the guilty employees. The main blame was placed on Seo Eun because she was distracted while working and did not notice the ignition. The subordinates apologized, and the man allowed everyone to disperse. The director asked Seo Eun to stay late. He wanted to talk to her separately. The girl went over and apologized again for her negligence. She felt he was very angry, afraid she might be fired. Seo Eun said she would accept any punishment from him. Taejoon asked if she had any idea what kind of punishment he had in mind for her. The girl guessed disciplinary action. The man smirked contentedly. He felt like teasing her a bit.
As I said before, well, you'll have to wait for it.
Seo Eun was in a stupor, didn't know what to say. Taejoon let her go and said he wouldn't forget about the incident. K-Group is a dream job for many job seekers. The girl has worked hard and sacrificed her sleep to get this job. So Eun felt very bad. The operation was difficult for her, and she had to return to work after just a month. And because she was afraid that she might be fired because of the long vacation, she tried to work harder than the other employees. Her coworkers were quietly heading home. Seo Eun really missed Hui Wook. She looked at the time and he should have gone home by now, so she decided to call him. She dialed his number, but suddenly a young female voice answered the phone. Seo Eun was alarmed by this. She asked who it was. It was Choi Hyujin. She said that Hui Wook had left his cell phone at work and asked her what to tell him. The girl asked her to tell him she wanted to have dinner with him, so he'd call her. Choi Hyunjin replied that they were having a company dinner tonight and invited Seo Eun, saying all of his coworkers had been wanting to meet his girlfriend for a long time. Seo Eun was so excited, Hui Wook had never invited her to sit with his friends. Choi Hyunjin said she would text her address and said goodbye. Seo Eun was very happy. She thought she was very nice and cuddly. After work, the girl pondered how best she could get to the restaurant to which she had been invited. Suddenly, an expensive black car pulled up to her. Taejoon got out of the car. The man with a nonchalant look told her to get in the car. Seo Eun was a little shocked. He held the door for her and waited. The girl hesitated, not knowing what to do. The man said he was just giving her a ride home. So Eun thought that she didn't hear well, since when does the director give rides to his employees home? The man said that he lives next to her, so they are on the same path. The girl thanked him and said she wasn't going home, but to a restaurant. Taejoon asked for the address and said he was on his way with her anyway. The girl was confused, not understanding why he so insistently wanted to give her a ride.
What's wrong? Hurry up and get in.
In an almost commanding tone, said Taejoon. So Eun got into the car and began to tremble with excitement. She didn't understand why the director was doing this. Maybe he wanted to talk to her about her punishment. After getting into the car, the man asked the girl for her exact address and ordered the driver to go. For a while, they rode in awkward silence. Suddenly, Taejoon asked if the girl had a boyfriend. Seo Eun was surprised at this question. She thought the man was overstepping his boundaries a bit, but he continued to ask if her boyfriend was treating her well. The girl was getting more and more uncomfortable, but she was afraid of appearing rude, so she reluctantly answered the boss. Taejoon looked thoughtfully out the window and suddenly asked what girls considered a good attitude. He wondered to himself what this guy had done to make Seo Eun be with him. The girl was relieved. She thought he was asking her about the relationship because he was having problems with his girlfriend and wanted to figure out how to proceed. She thought it was very nice of him, said a guy should be helpful and considerate. The man listened to her intently and then asked if she loved her boyfriend and if he was doing exactly what she was saying now. Taejoon noticed that the girl was surprised by his question, blushing slightly. He stared at her intently and wondered what kind of person it is that gets Seo Eun's love. Looking at this girl, he thought that if she loves him, this man is definitely a lucky man. After thinking for a while, Seo Eun said yes. Suddenly, the man asked the driver to pull over. Seo Eun thought it was a long way from this place to the restaurant. The man said he had forgotten an important matter and needed to go urgently. The girl thanked him and said that she would go further on her own. Taejoon smiled strainedly and wished her a good day, signaling that the girl should hurry up. Her answer upset him a little. The girl stepped outside and was finally able to breathe freely. She thought about the fact that her new director had a talent for making people feel embarrassed. Chapter 6. Seo Eun was walking down the street and thinking about how lucky she was to be dropped off. It turned out the restaurant wasn't that far away, and it was nice to walk around for a bit. Finally, she saw Hui-wook waiting for her. The girl ran happily toward him, worried if he had waited long for her. The man was surprised that she had walked so much, helped her wipe the sweat from her forehead with his handkerchief. Suddenly, the man said he had a favor to ask of her. He didn't tell anyone that she was a donor for his mom, so he asked her to keep it quiet. The girl was shocked, didn't understand why he was acting like that. Hui-wook said that he was afraid of his friends' reactions, that they might make things up and keep bringing it up. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She didn't understand. She had done a good deed. The man kept telling her to keep silent, saying that she would feel bad if everyone knew about it. Hui-wook beckoned her to enter the restaurant, turned around and asked if she was offended by his request. Seo Eun thought how could he do that to her after all she went through for him. She was very hurt. The man looked at her strangely and asked what was wrong with her. She followed him and wondered if he really loved her. She doubted it. She had to force herself to smile so as not to ruin the evening. At the restaurant, she was introduced to everyone as Hui-wook's girlfriend. All friends said they'd been wanting to meet her for a long time. The couple was a little shy of the attention. Seo Eun finally met Choi Hyun-ji. She really did turn out to be very beautiful and friendly. The girl offered to introduce her to all her friends. They all turned out to be very pleasant and friendly. The table was bursting with all kinds of food. Even though there was a cheerful atmosphere around, with everyone chatting and laughing, Seo Eun felt awkward. She felt like she was an extra. Choi Hyun-ji started asking Seo Eun about her job. The girl talked about where she works and what she does. The girl had already had a few drinks and asked Seo Eun to fix her refrigerator since she's so good with gadgets. Seo Eun felt that the girl was mocking her. It was unexpected and unpleasant for her, but she couldn't reply. Choi Hyun-ji leaned on Hui-wook and started flirting with him. From the outside, it looked like the two of them were very close. Seo Eun thought it was time for her to leave. She was just about to talk to Hui-wook when the guy suddenly got up from his desk and said he had an important call to make. The girl looked at him with annoyance. She sat and thought that she had come in vain. Suddenly, someone tapped on her shoulder. Choi Hyun-jin offered her a drink with them. Hui-wook's co-workers cheered her up, asking her to have a drink with them. She remembered how her boyfriend asked her not to talk about the fact that she was a donor. She had not yet fully recovered and had no intention of drinking. But the girl didn't want to seem rude to them and agreed to have a drink. Choi Hyun-jin was surprised that the girl agreed so easily. Seo Eun was handed a glass of soju. The girl took a sip. She was surprised at how good it was. It had been so long since she'd had a drink, she missed that flavor. Suddenly, someone loudly called out to her. Hui-wook stood against her and burned her with his gaze. A tipsy coworker suggested he join them for a drink together. Hui-wook told Seo Eun to immediately leave the table and follow him. On the street, a man started scolding Seo Eun for drinking. The girl said she only took a sip and didn't want to be rude to his friends, but he continued to lecture her. Hui-wook said she shouldn't have been drinking, worried that it wouldn't make her sick. Seo Eun thought that if he had told his friends the truth about the surgery, the drinking situation wouldn't have happened. She wondered what kind of relationship he had with Choi Hyun-jin since she was acting like that. The man said it was time for her to go home and offered to call a cab. So Eun understood that Hui-wook was treating her rudely, but she didn't like to swear. She said that she would say goodbye to his friends and go home herself. The girl said goodbye to all friends. Choi Hyun-jin followed the couple with her eyes. She watched as Hui-wook escorted his girlfriend and the way they looked at each other. Jealousy burned her from the inside. She didn't understand what he found in someone like this girl. Taejoon finished another business meeting, said goodbye to his partners, and headed to his car. The driver met him and opened the door for him. A man walked by and said he wanted to drive himself. He got in his car, said goodbye to the driver, and drove away. Taejoon was very tired as he worked all day and then attended several business meetings. He understood the need for these meetings. All these people were very important, but he didn't like the fact that they were discussing personal matters instead of work issues. Taejoon suddenly remembered how he himself had recently asked Seo Eun personal questions recently. He felt a little embarrassed at his behavior, especially for asking if she had a boyfriend. He was thinking that such a beautiful girl should have a boyfriend. The man hadn't originally planned to talk to her about such mundane things. He was curious as to why she had gotten a job at K Group. He was surprised that she answered him so sincerely. Taejoon thought that with his status, he could just ask her for information, but he didn't understand why he would ask about other things. It was strange. Without realizing why, the man found himself at the restaurant Seo Eun had told him about. Entering the restaurant, Taejoon asked for a table for one. He noticed a large group of people drinking and having fun. Among them, he saw a man he recognized as Seo Eun's boyfriend. Why wasn't the girl herself around? The girl said she was going to have dinner with her boyfriend, but it turned out to be a corporate dinner. The man didn't understand why she had to come here. She obviously didn't fit in. Then he realized he'd come here to see her. It made him uncomfortable. Taejoon left the restaurant disappointed. He thought he could have gone to another business meeting instead of coming here. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling to him. Seo Eun sat at a table outside the store and cheerfully waved her ice cream while shouting his name across the street. Taejoon took a quick look at the girl. It was obvious she was drunk. He was embarrassed that she was drawing attention to herself from others. The man headed towards her and asked why she was sitting here alone. Seo Eun looked sadly at the ice cream and replied sincerely that everyone had abandoned her on this day. Taejoon remembered dropping her off, and since she was sitting here alone and her boyfriend was at the restaurant, he assumed he'd left her behind too. He felt guilty and apologized for dropping her off, but the girl said she was very grateful to him. Seo Eun said she wasn't offended by him at all and also thanked him for the rice with grilled eel. It's her favorite dish.
Should I buy you more?
Taejoon asked. He liked the way she was excited about lunch. Seo Eun didn't understand his intentions. She immediately showed the photo that she had already ordered the same dish. The man leaned his head on his hand and thought about how naive she was. The man did not interrupt listening to the girl's admiration of this delivery. She told him that they cooked this dish tastes the best. Taejoon himself looked at her and thought about how she had grown up. He noted that she was very different. He didn't like that she drank to cheer herself up. Suddenly, the girl decided to confess that today he scared her a lot. She thought he would do something bad to her. Then she got embarrassed and said that the man who bought her lunch couldn't be bad. Taejoon cringed, thinking how could anyone be so naive? He started teaching Seo Eun that she can't be so gullible and judge people on such trivial matters. Even an evil person can buy her lunch. Suddenly, the girl bowed her head. She said sadly that she understood, just hoping she could trust him. She was depressed. Seo Eun thought about the fact that she trusted and gladly gave a part of herself in the hope that her loved one would be happy. It was all her fault because she made the decision herself. She just wanted to be loved unconditionally, to have someone to comfort her when she was having a hard time. Taejoon listened to her very carefully and realized that this girl was unhappy in her current relationship. He realized that she had sacrificed a lot for an unworthy guy. Seo Eun confessed that she just wanted to be loved. Even though she said it quietly, it sounded like a cry of the soul. Chapter 8. The man sat there and didn't know what to say. They'd just been talking about grilled eel and she'd already started such a depressing rant. He felt bad. Tomorrow, when she sobers up, she'll regret telling him all this. So he got up from the table and said it was time for them to go home. Suddenly, Seo Eun said she would tell him why she got a job at K Group. That was what he was most interested in, so he got ready to listen. Taejoon looked at the girl and thought about how lucky he was that she was drunk. In that state, she would tell him the truth. Seo Eun stared at him and replied that there was no reason for her to do that. The man was shocked. While Taejoon stood silent in a daze, the girl said that K Group was the dream of any aspiring applicant. If you get a job with them, you can live in comfort and not worry. The man couldn't believe it was so simple. Did she really not know anything about what her father had done 20 years ago? It was unbelievable that no one ever told her the truth. Suddenly, Seo Eun said that Taejoon was lucky, hinting that he was appointed director because of his connections. This hurt the man's ego. He said he graduated from an Ivy League university, something few people can do. While Taejoon talked about his virtues, the girl sat there with a glazed look. Half of what he said her drunken brain couldn't comprehend. Finally, he cleared his throat and said that he was worthy of his position. Seo Eun continued to tease the principal, which made him angry. They acted just like they did when they were kids. At that moment, the man recognized the girl as his childhood friend. Taejoon jumped up from his seat and said that the girl wasn't drunk at all, but was just laughing at him. Seo Eun cried and said that she was really drunk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to say such things to her boss. The girl yelled out that she had just been waiting for him for a very long time. Taejoon froze in place, wondering if she recognized him after all. Seo Eun screamed that she was waiting for the moment when she could drink alcohol. The man admitted defeat. She was really drunk. Suddenly, the girl became sad again. Her eyes filled with tears. She began to mumble that she usually talked freely and wished she could talk as openly with Hui-wook as she did now with the director. Taejoon was again embarrassed that he had witnessed her revelations. He felt bad for her. He was also convinced that she really didn't remember him. Few people remember themselves at the age of 7, especially if it's been 20 years, especially since he had nothing to do with her life. He accepted the fact that she did take a job at K Group for no ulterior motive as the absolute truth. Taejoon was so sure she was up to something that he stood there wondering what he should do next. Seo Eun thought he was going to leave her, so she asked him to stay. The man replied that he would just bring his car and take her home. The girl pouted defiantly, showing that she didn't believe him. Taejoon had to convince her that he wasn't lying to her. When the man returned, he discovered the girl was missing. He wondered why she was so naughty. Suddenly, the man noticed something on the table. It was Seo Eun's glasses. Taejoon thought about the fact that he'd been wanting to take them off her all evening, and she'd left them on and walked away. He wondered how she'd get home now, hoping she'd taken a cab and not wander around drunk on the street. Taejoon got in the car and didn't know if he should drive around looking for her to get her glasses back. He thought about how he wondered why she had gotten a job with the K Group and if she knew what her father had done. But he didn't expect the answer to his question to be ridiculously simple. He came all the way from another country for this? He should have been relieved that she didn't have any ulterior motives. The man was pleased with the way things had turned out. He smirked and thought why not play with her a little more, just like when he was a kid. The ringing of the alarm clock woke the girl up. So Eun stood up and searched the entire room for her glasses, but couldn't find them. Good thing she had contact lenses for such an occasion. The girl was going to work and thinking about never drinking alcohol again. Suddenly, a memory popped into her head that she had talked to some man yesterday. Couldn't remember the face. Her memory cleared a little, and she remembered how much she had told to director, how shamelessly she had behaved with him. She couldn't believe it had really happened to her. Seo Eun drove to work in despair. She thought she was going crazy. Chapter 9. Bo Bae walked into the office in a good mood, saying hello to everyone. Until her gaze fell on Seo Eun. Seo Eun looked like a ghost. No sooner had she said hello than a coworker said she barely recognized her. Suddenly, the girl saw Taejoon come to work, and with the speed of light, she hid under the desk. She trembled with fear and prayed to herself that the man would not come looking for her. She was so ashamed of what she had done yesterday. Bo Bae thought that the girl was so worried about the fire incident that she was afraid to be seen by the bosses. She helped her out from under the table. A courier showed up at the office and started looking for a recipient named Han Seo Eun. The girl finally crawled out from under the table and said it was her. The man handed her a bouquet of flowers and asked her to sign for them. Seo Eun was shocked, the first time she received such a bouquet. The girl noticed that the bouquet was accompanied by a hangover cure. The courier handed her the check and wished her well. Seo Eun's colleagues looked at her package with interest. The receipt said the sender was Hui-wook. The girl was surprised because the guy had never sent her flowers by courier before. She was touched that he cared about her, thought she was wrong to resent him. Seo Eun sent him a photo and a text message thanking him, writing that she loves him very much. Hui-wook was puzzled. He couldn't understand what the strange text message was and who could have sent Seo Eun such an expensive gift. Choi Hyun-jin looked at Hui-wook's phone and said that she sent the gift to Seo Eun because she felt guilty towards her. She reassured him that she sent the package on his behalf so as not to embarrass Seo Eun. The man was nervous. worried that the girls would get close and Choi Hyun-jin would find out about Seo Eun's donation to his mother. Hui-wook thanked her and said that she didn't have to do that, to which the girl replied cheerfully that it wasn't hard, especially since Seo Eun would soon be his wife. She wanted to be friends with her. Choi Hyun-jin began asking the man if they had arranged the wedding date and said that he would soon stop being a bachelor. The man stood with his head down and bit his lip in indignation. With a heavy sigh, he replied that they hadn't decided on the matter yet. The girl smirked imperceptibly. An insidious plan was brewing in her mind. She began to laugh cheerfully and flirtatiously reminded him that yesterday he got drunk and even invited her to start casual communication with him. The man didn't remember it. He felt awkward, even started to get nervous. The girl continued and asked if he didn't remember that he himself had asked her to call him Appa. She looked at him sweetly and said she liked it. Hui-wook blushed but was glad. He wouldn't have dared to do such a thing when he was sober. He said she could call him that when they were alone. They got off the elevator laughing merrily and bantering with each other. The man was walking and thinking how he could get out of this situation. He only needed Seo Eun for the sake of donation for his mother and to have fun, while Choi Hyun-jin was a talented lawyer from a good family with connections. She's been giving him gifts a lot lately, and now she's getting closer to him. He looked at that beautiful girl and regretted getting involved with Seo Eun. The sun was shining brightly and reflecting off the K-Group building. Taejoon walked briskly toward his office. The secretary greeted him and he said hello and wished her a good day in return. The woman was surprised. He was humming a little song to himself, the first time she had seen him in such a high spirits. Suddenly, the man stopped and called out to her and asked her to call the female employee, Han Seo Eun, to his office. He smiled at her and asked her to also tell the girl not to hide under the table anymore. Song Moon-kyung was even more surprised. She didn't understand what was going on around her, but she went to do the director's assignment. After a while, Seo Eun entered Taejoon's office with her head down low, her hair covering almost all of her face. The girl felt a strong sense of shame for yesterday, thinking that now she would be reprimanded again. She ventured to look up and immediately came upon a tall male figure. Taejoon was standing too close to her and looking down at her. The man had originally come to solve his questions, and since everything turned out to be much easier than he thought, he decided that in order for his long journey not to be in vain, he would do what he wanted. He smiled slyly and asked,
Don't you have something to tell me?
Chapter 10. Seo Eun started to apologize to the director for her rude behavior, but he interrupted her and said it was okay, and they could forget about it. Taejoon looked at her and noticed that she wasn't wearing her glasses today, so he asked her if she was wearing contact lenses. She just nodded her head at his questions. The girl stood drenched in sweat from excitement. He thought that yesterday their conversation had been so sparkling, and today she was just nodding like a dummy. Who would have thought that this quiet girl could be so bold? His thoughts were interrupted by Seo Eun's question. She wondered if he had seen her glasses, since she couldn't find them after yesterday. She blushed and shuffled from foot to foot. He stretched out his words and grinned and said he didn't know, thinking to himself that he wouldn't give them to her so easily. Asked if they were expensive? The glasses had been on his desk the whole time. Seo Eun replied that it wasn't about the price. They were dear to her since it was a gift from her boyfriend. The man tensed, thinking what a fool he would be to give them to her. He wondered if she had a fight with the guy yesterday. The girl scolded herself for her talkative tongue and said that they had already made up. Taejoon wasn't happy about it. He took on a threatening look and sternly asked if the girl had eliminated the consequences of her negligent behavior. Seo Eun was startled again. He was changing topics of conversation so abruptly. She replied that she had already sorted it out. The man told her to follow him and led the girl to the new room. He ordered the secretary to set up a desk here and notify the HR department of Seo Eun's reassignment to the new position. He was going to appoint her as the manager of the new team. The secretary asked who else would be with the girl in the group, to which the director grinned and said that Seo Eun could manage on her own. He will name the team the Future Service Team. So Eun walked down the corridor in a depressed state. She thought that he had created this position especially for her, would give her an impossible task, and when she failed, he would simply fire her. It was definitely a working bully. She didn't know what made him so angry. Bobae saw the condition of her coworker and tried to cheer her up and find out what happened. Seo Eun still had the image of Taejoon giving orders to the secretary in front of her eyes. Starting next week, she will work completely alone in some kind of closet and perform unknown tasks. She was interrupted from her sad thoughts by a woman's voice. She said she was here to pick up her phone. Seo Eun handed the phone to the owner and apologized for the long repair. They fixed and restored everything. The woman was so happy, thanked her, and reached into her bag for something. She handed Seo Eun a sweet drink and said it wasn't much, but she wanted to thank her in some way. The girl was embarrassed. She didn't feel comfortable accepting it because she was just doing her job. The woman thanked her sincerely, so Seo Eun accepted the gift from her. They thanked each other and smiled sweetly, and the girl felt warm and cheerful. Later, the girl worked in a workshop and fixed the device. She reassured herself that if she worked harder, she wouldn't be fired. She's determined not to be afraid of what hasn't even happened yet. She'll get through it. Yulgyu's law firm was expecting the arrival of a very important client. Hui Wook was mentally tuning up for the meeting. The boss had warned him to pay special attention to the client. It was his chance to prove himself, so he was worried about how it would go. Suddenly, Choi Hyung-jin came up to him and was surprised that he was also called to the conference room. As it turned out, they were both selected to work with a new client. Hui Wook thought he would act as the head lawyer and the girl as his assistant. The young men walked into the conference room and were introduced as the most outstanding among the young lawyers. The director of the firm apologized and said he had to be elsewhere and allowed them to start work. Hui Wook looked at the man across from him and thought it was a celebrity. Taejoon said hello to them and said he had heard many positive things about these young men. He gave them his business card, and it turned out he was the head of the office where Seo Eun worked. Hui Wook felt uncomfortable. The man also informed them that he was the only grandson of the president of K Electronics and the second heir to the entire K Group. Hui Wook was overjoyed. He thought that if he did his best, he could become a corporate lawyer of K Group in the future. Taejoon said he's going to transfer to K Electronics headquarters next year. To do this, he needs to build a team of talented people, mostly from abroad. The man was very confident. He said that since hiring foreign employees always involves many legal disputes, he wants them to be directly present during the hiring process. This means that they will have a lot of overseas business trips ahead of them. Hui Wook almost lost his head with happiness. In his mind, he had already imagined how much he would earn and how high he could climb the career ladder. After the meeting, Taejoon sat in the car and recalled an episode he had witnessed by accident. Already leaving the conference room, he heard a man and a girl cooing and chatting informally. They were excited about working together. It was clear from looking at them that there was a mutual affection between them. Taejoon intended to do everything possible to expose them. He remembered how Seo Eun was worried about the glasses her boyfriend gave her. The man frowned, painfully aware of how poorly the girl had chosen the wrong partner. He thought how naive she was. Hui Wook's mother was lying down and watching a TV show with her roommate. Unexpectedly, Seo Eun walked into the room and greeted her with a friendly hello. The woman wasn't happy to see her, and she didn't even hide it. It was all over her face. The girl politely asked if she had had lunch, to which the woman replied that she was just about to. Seo Eun said that she just brought her some healthy food, saying that a mother needs to eat well to recover faster. She handed the woman the food, hoping she'd like it. She asked if it was good. Hui Wook's mother mumbled that everything was fine and continued eating in silence. They sat there in awkward silence for a while. Seo Eun decided to put the flowers in a vase. The woman was taciturn today, and the girl thought she might be resentful of her for not visiting her last week. But after what she'd heard, she couldn't stay there and pretend she didn't know. Now she decided to smile and try to cheer the woman up. Suddenly, Hui Wook's sister, Heejin, entered the room. Mother immediately smiled and brightened up. The girl didn't even say hello to Seo Eun, but sat down to her mother and started talking. The woman said she shouldn't have come because she was working and tired. Seo Eun addressed the girl as a sister and said hello. Heejin changed her face, said she hadn't noticed her and asked her how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, and Hee-jin said she was lucky she was still young, so she recovered quickly. After that, she brushed Seo Eun off and continued talking to her mother. Seo Eun felt slighted by both women and couldn't understand why they were suddenly being so harsh with her. A short while later, all three of them continued to watch the show on TV. Hee-jin suddenly said that the main character looked like Seo Eun. She asked how she would feel when she became a lawyer's wife. While Seo Eun was silent, the girl continued to talk about what it was like to marry someone with such a prestigious profession. Seo Eun thought to herself that she wanted to marry Hui-wook, not because of his status, but because she loved him. Suddenly, Mother said she felt sick. Hee-jin got worried and began to lament that she was taking so long to recover from the surgery, even though everything should have been fine by now. The woman started saying that most likely the transplanted liver wasn't healthy, so there's no way Mom can recover. She said that Seo Eun is too weak and skinny, so she's definitely the problem. Hee-jin asked her mom if it's possible to do the surgery again. Maybe they can find a healthier donor? Seo Eun stood there as if struck by thunder. How could they say such things in front of her? The girl turned to her sister-in-law. She said that she had given up an important part of herself for her mother, and she hated to hear such a thing. Both women looked at her with displeasure and surprise. She had always been quiet, and now she suddenly decided to cross the line. Hee-jin smiled and said she was just kidding. Seo Eun started to tell her off, saying that the doctor praised her mother's progress and said that her recovery was going well. She said that Hee-jin's words would upset her mom and that it would be bad for her health. The woman looked at Seo Eun and was embarrassed. It turned out the girl had a temper. The girl said she'd go wash some fruit for her mother to eat. Hee-jin asked her mother if she had eaten. The woman said she had eaten the rice porridge that Seo Eun had brought her. The sister-in-law decided to see what kind of porridge this girl had brought. When Seo Eun returned, the woman held out a container of rice and asked if this was the porridge she had brought her mother. Hui-wook's mother stared away with a displeased face. Hee-jin asked her mother if it was good, but the woman made a grimace and said that she just ate what she was given because there was nothing else. Seo Eun was shocked because she asked her if she liked the porridge. The girl started making excuses, saying that she had cooked everything exactly according to the recipe Hui-wook had sent her. His sister was angry and said that she should have tasted what she had made first. Hee-jin started yelling at Seo Eun that she is incapable of so little as cooking. The girl was very offended. Suddenly, Hui-wook walked into the room and asked what was wrong. Their screams could be heard from the hallway. Her sister told her brother that Seo Eun made porridge and she just told her that it tasted weird, and Seo Eun overreacted to the criticism. Hui-wook took a spoon and decided to try this porridge himself. The man grimaced and began to spit. He asked why the porridge was so strange and tasteless. Seo Eun said she cooked it exactly according to his recipe. Hui-wook continued to be indignant, saying that the girl either didn't know how to cook or made a mistake because the recipe said that the porridge was very good. Seo Eun smirked and said that in that case he should have cooked on his own. She grabbed her bag and said she was leaving. Hui-wook and his sister stood in bewilderment. The girl had never acted so cocky before. They stared at Seo Eun with open mouths as she walked away. Taejoon went to the hospital where he knew Hui-wook's mother was hospitalized. Suddenly he heard the young people talking in raised tones. Hui-wook chased Seo Eun and asked her to stop and not to leave. The girl was very angry, saying she didn't want to stay in that place anymore. The man decided not to disturb them and hid behind a neighboring wall. It turned out that the couple was not all smooth in the relationship. They stood right on the doorstep and argued. Seo Eun said that if he doesn't like her porridge, he should make it himself and try it. Hui-wook wriggled from foot to foot and rubbed his neck, saying that the porridge didn't have to be very tasty because it was a medicinal recipe, that his sister hadn't been to their mother for a long time and didn't know that she needed to eat healthy food. The girl exploded and yelled that of course his sister doesn't know anything because it was Seo Eun who took care of his mother all the time since the operation. Taejoon was surprised by this information, trying to figure out what was going on. Hui-wook tried to calm the girl down, asking her to stop screaming and come inside, but she kept asking him how many times he had come to his mom. She said that she had been by her side all day and night. Then Taejoon realized why she was taking a month's unpaid vacation. She wasn't really going abroad, but was taking care of her boyfriend's mom. Seo Eun demanded that the man tell his sister right now to apologize to her and be polite from now on. Suddenly, Hui-wook changed his face, looked angrily at the girl and shouted at her, telling her to stop talking. He told her she was out of line. She'd been sassing him a lot the last few days. The girl was dumbfounded, looking at him with eyes full of disappointment. The man asked why she wanted everyone to grovel in front of her. Taejoon stood there thinking what a piece of shit this guy was. Chapter 12. Seo Eun was numb with shock. She stared at Hui-wook. How could he say such nasty things to her face after all she had done for him and his family? The man turned around and said she could go wherever she was going. They would talk later. Suddenly, Principal Taejoon walked past her. He decided to pretend he hadn't noticed her and just walked on. He didn't want to embarrass her. He realized that she would be uncomfortable if she knew that he had witnessed her and her boyfriend's fight. Seo Eun thought that he must have heard everything, and now he thought she was stupid because back then in the car she was bragging about how great her boyfriend was. She was trying so hard to be happy. The girl felt a sense of shame. Holding back tears of indignation, she went home. Monday morning started with Taejoon walking in on Seo Eun and informing her that she was going back to the mobile service department. It seemed to the girl that the director was not happy with how she was coping in her new position. The girl looked up and realized he was standing there embarrassed. The man said in an apologetic tone that her department was short-staffed and her colleagues needed her as a section manager. Seo Eun was happy to be back in her department. But suddenly, the man said she should return to him in the evening and continue working with him. Taejoon brightened up and said he would give her her first assignment as the head of the team of the future. He hoped she would do a great job both as a team manager and with the team's assignments. The man warned her that she would finish work after 9 p.m., so she would have to be in the office until late. Also, he may have clarifying questions for her at any time, so the girl must answer his every call. So Eun was devastated. She felt like her soul was leaving her body. Taejoon said that of course she would be paid extra for overtime. This pleased the girl, but at the same time she realized that she would have little time for her personal life, but she had no choice. Seo Eun said she understood, gathered the necessary things and went to the mobile service department. Taejoon and Secretary Moon Kyung looked in the girl's wake. The man muttered quietly that the girl didn't even know why he was doing this. The woman looked at the director in surprise, thinking that something was going on between the two of them. When Bo Bae saw Seo Eun, she almost cried with happiness and was very happy to see her back, saying she hoped she would never leave them again. Bo Bae revealed how she specifically discussed loudly how hard it was for them without Seo Eun when the director was somewhere nearby. She said that Jang Eun-pyo also helped her. He also said that it would be very difficult to replace Seo Eun as a specialist and that there are few capable employees among the current candidates. Seo Eun was shocked at how hard her coworkers worked for her comeback. Jang Eun-pyo was always quiet and didn't like to be involved in anything. The girl didn't talk to him much, and after she suddenly went on vacation and left a lot of work, she thought that her colleagues wouldn't want to be friends with her. It was a surprise to her that her colleagues held her in such high esteem. She was very pleased. Seo Eun bowed and thanked them for their help. Her mood immediately improved. The department head came in and said that lunchtime was over and it was time for them to get to work. The girls returned to their workplaces, and Bo Bae said that she had heard that Seo Eun had been appointed head of the new team. She praised the girl and said that she believed in her because she was very hardworking and capable. The girl went on to say that she believed their CEO was a good person and wouldn't punish Han Seo Eun for the recent incident. She said that he was always polite and thought he was nice. Seo Eun suddenly remembered that on his first day he gave her lunch, and then when she was drunk he listened to her attentively. His voice was gentle. Despite her failures, he is patient with her. The girl decided that she would work harder so that the director would be friendlier to her. After her day job in the mobile service department, Seo Eun came to work on the Team of the Future project. Every evening, she had a stack of documents waiting for her on her desk. The girl has not seen the director for the last few days. She began to think that Bobei's words about he would not punishing her turned out to be untrue. It looked exactly like he was bullying a girl at work. Seo Eun was flaming with anger. She has to sit in this office every day from 6 to 9 p.m., and she doesn't have so many tasks to waste her time on. The girl decided that she would use this time to improve her English. This way, she can get a high score on her aptitude test and then change jobs. Chapter 13. Taejoon was going to a meeting and told the secretary she could go home. The woman said he needed to eat because he hadn't eaten anything all day. She made him lunch, said he could eat it before the meeting. Taejoon stopped. He remembered how Secretary Moon Kyung had often cooked for him when he was little. She always cooked deliciously and was kind to the boy, even saying that she should have been a chef instead of a secretary. The man invited her to eat together. He wanted to talk with her like the good old days. Song Moon Kyung was sitting across from Taejoon and suddenly started talking about Seo Eun. She said that Seo Eun was working late every day, even though he didn't leave her any tasks to do. The woman said she noticed that the girl doesn't even eat dinner, always asking if the director is coming in. Taejoon thought for a second, even stopped eating. The man said the girl deserved to be treated like that. He began to tell the secretary a story about how he had a puppy that followed him around as a child. One day, the puppy disappeared. He later learned that the puppy had followed the first person he met and stayed with him. Taejoon wondered why Seo Eun was following that guy like a puppy, even though he was so mean to her. The woman asked why he didn't try to get his puppy back, to which the man replied that the search for the puppy didn't end the way he thought it would. Secretary Moon Kyung was a wise woman who knew what Taejoon was talking about, so she asked him if he found his puppy again after many years and recognized it. Would he think it was an adult dog? Taejoon replied that it was still just as much a puppy as ever. After lunch with the secretary, Taejoon successfully defended his presentation to the shareholders. He was feeling on top. He thought about the fact that it was 6 p.m. Seo Eun was just about to go up to his floor to work on a new project. The man thought about the fact that she would most likely wait for him until the last minute, as usual. On the one hand, he felt sorry for her, but he thought it was better than her going back to the hospital where she would be treated badly. Kim Jae-pil, Taejoon's grandfather, happily opened his arms in greeting. The man hugged the old man, who grumbled that seeing his grandson had become quite difficult since he was always at work. Kim Jae-pil said he had heard about his grandson's success, but decided to warn him to be careful when dealing with people. He praised him for meeting so many potential companions, but said that Taejoon should learn not to let them get too comfortable around him. The man also said he had heard that Taejoon had started actively work on recruiting employees from abroad, praising him. Taejoon was surprised but relieved, as he thought his grandfather would scold him for it. An aide came over and said that the president had to attend a meeting and had to go. He said goodbye to his grandson and told him to call him if necessary. Taejoon bowed politely and said goodbye. Suddenly, the man was called out loudly by someone. It was Taejoon's uncle and part-time president of the mobile business department. He looked the young man over from head to toe and said that he looked very good after so many years of not seeing each other. The man went on to say that Taejoon is becoming more and more like his father as he gets older, and suddenly added that he died when he was 40 years old. Such a careless mention upset and alarmed Taejoon. The manner in which it was said sounded suspicious. The uncle patted the man on the shoulder and said he was glad they were working in the same company, and said he would ask his bosses to be more lenient with him. Taejoon thanked the man and said not to worry. Kim Sang-deok went on to say that the theory his nephew was learning was different from the practice. He had seen many talented people who had graduated from elite universities, but had never been able to do anything. He patted Taejoon's shoulder once more and told him to do his best not to tarnish his grandfather's name. He waved goodbye to his nephew and went about his business. Suddenly, his aunt's voice sounded nearby and said with disgust that his uncle was acting like a child despite his age. The woman told Taejoon to ignore what he said to him. The company's success was made possible because his father had laid a solid foundation. She told her nephew to let her know if this man crossed the line. She'd deal with him. Taejoon smiled and asked what she was going to do to him. The woman replied that she would remove his uncle's wig in public. The man burst out laughing in his fist. Auntie laughed and asked if he wanted to have dinner with her. Taejoon thought. An idea came to his mind, and he said that he still had things to do. He promised to have dinner with her another time. Seo Eun was very tired and fell sweetly asleep right at her desk. Entering her office, Taejoon was taken aback. He thought that she didn't look like someone who should be paid for working overtime. The man decided not to wake her. He quietly pulled back the chair to sit down. On the table, he noticed a collection of English tests. He realized that the girl was studying for an exam, but was she really going to leave their company? Taejoon propped his cheek on his hand and regarded the girl. She was fast asleep, her hair sprawled across the table, her eyelashes fluttering. She was very beautiful. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up. The man saw that her boyfriend was texting her, asking her to answer him, asking why she hadn't answered him all week. The man grabbed the phone, got selfish, decided to try and unlock the device. He wondered what combination Seo Eun might have set. Taejoon tried and succeeded. It was unbelievable. She's so naive. The phone unlocked. The phone in his hands felt like it was teasing him and begging him to explore its contents. The man froze. He jumped up from his chair and started pacing around the office. Taejoon was angry at the girl, not understanding how she could be so careless. She was an engineer, after all. Such negligence was a real stain on the K Group's reputation. He went back to his seat, grabbed her phone, and deleted the last text messages from the bastard. Afterward, he returned the phone to its place and exhaled with relief. He didn't want Seo Eun to run to that guy again. Suddenly, the man heard a deep sigh. He looked intently at Seo Eun, her cheeks covered with a blush. She sniffled. He thought it was his fault she fell asleep on the job like that. Chapter 14. Seo Eun opened her eyes. Not fully awake, she didn't realize where she was right away. Suddenly, she realized that she had fallen asleep right at her workplace. She started frantically packing her things, grabbed her phone to see what time it was. Her eyes ached because she'd fallen asleep wearing contact lenses. Suddenly, the girl heard gurgling sounds, as if someone was playing on the phone. Taejoon sat next to her like nothing happened and played a game on his phone. The girl was speechless. She was frightened. The man said it was 11 p.m. He didn't want to wake her up, and it wasn't safe to leave her alone, so he stayed by her side. The girl thought about the fact that she made the principal stay late at work. She felt guilty. Taejoon asked, as if reading her mind, if she thought his time was as valuable as hers. Seo Eun was indignant, asking if he didn't have to work until late because she did. To which the man with an impenetrable face replied that the girl made a weak argument. She needs to learn how to debate. Suddenly, he changed the subject and with a smirk asked if her relationship with her boyfriend had gotten better. The girl immediately thought about the fact that he had heard her and Hui Wook arguing that day at the hospital. She felt uncomfortable that the director had witnessed such a frank conversation. She wondered why he was suddenly bringing it up now. Taejoon got up and told her to get ready. He'd take her home. The girl felt awkward, told him not to worry. She'd call a cab. She thought to herself that she didn't want to listen to his lectures. The man turned and smiled at her, told her she shouldn't say no when someone showed concern for her. He promised he wouldn't drop her off halfway like last time. The young people were walking to the car when the director asked Seo Eun if she had dinner. The girl said she had eaten at the office. Taejoon didn't believe her, so he said he hadn't had dinner himself yet. The girl felt uneasy, thinking he was going to do something weird again. Seo Eun looked at him and thought that he actually looked haggard. After all, he works hard and stayed late at the office with her. The girl thought that if he hadn't been delayed because of her, he probably would have had dinner by now. She was upset by the sight of him. Seo Eun suddenly remembered that she had a sandwich in her bag. She bought two because she usually wanted to eat while waiting for him, so she had one left over. She'd already started rummaging through her bag when she thought of how he'd take her gesture. He'd probably start making smug jokes about her again. The girl decided it was a bad idea. The man glanced at her and asked what she was looking for. She started to refuse. Taejoon noticed the sandwich and asked if she was going to offer it to him. The girl was embarrassed, even squirming in shame. He said cheerfully that he didn't usually eat that kind of food. Seo Eun thought to herself that she had guessed his reaction exactly. Suddenly, the man reached out and took a sandwich out of her bag without permission.
But anyway, I'll take it since you wanted me to eat it.
He smiled cheerfully. As he merrily walked toward the car with the sandwich in hand, Seo Eun stood there with her mouth open, thinking how smug he was. Taejoon drove the girl to her house as promised. She was touched by his attentiveness to her, but she wanted to get out of the car as soon as possible. The man looked around carefully. He didn't like that the alleyway of her house was too dark. He said it was dangerous. Seo Eun glared at him, because it was his fault that she had to come home late at night every day. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated in her bag. It was Hui Wook. The girl wanted to get out of the car to answer him, but the director asked her if she had already made up with her boyfriend. She looked at him angrily and blurted out that she didn't have time for this because she was always busy with the job he was giving her. Taejoon propped his cheek with his hand and grinned like a Cheshire cat. He asked what it meant that she hadn't forgiven the guy yet. He kept saying that no matter how busy she was, if she wanted to, she'd take a minute to call him and talk it over. The girl said her boyfriend works a lot too, to which Taejoon said that meant it wasn't that important for the two of them to make up, right? Seo Eun felt beaten down. She realized that he was saying logical things. Meanwhile, the man continued. He asked if she had just hesitated to answer her boyfriend or not, even though she had just recently told him that her boyfriend was extraordinary. The girl began to resent it. The director had already crossed all imaginable and unthinkable boundaries. Their conversation was like a duel. The man asked if he wasn't so great why she was dating him. Seo Eun said she didn't choose him because he was great, but because they were right for each other. Taejoon said he didn't think they were right for each other. Deep down, the girl knew it, but she didn't want to believe it, so her voice trembled. Seo Eun yelled that he got it all wrong from what he heard outside the hospital. Actually, she and her boyfriend are getting along great. They're almost like a family. The girl was shocked that she snapped at her boss like that. She didn't understand why it happened. Unexpectedly, the man asked that it was because she was with her boyfriend as a family that she had to sacrifice herself to take care of his mother. Seo Eun remembered how she had to take a vacation to recover from the surgery, and she also had to take care of Hui Wook's mother. She realized that she had been taken advantage of, and it hurt her to realize it. Tears came to her eyes, and she told the director that she didn't feel comfortable discussing these things with him. The girl couldn't stop the tears anymore when she told Taejoon that she knew she could rely on him. He listened to a lot of her personal stuff, even though she gave him a lot of trouble. So she would understand if he didn't like her. The man reached up to brush her hair away from her face and wipe a tear from her cheek. The girl felt warm and cared for.
People like you don't know how much I like them.
The man ran his hand through her hair and said that he really liked people like her, with no opinion of their own, ready to do whatever others told them to do. Seo Eun was hurt by such a remark. She thanked the CEO for giving her a ride and jumped out of the car. The girl was in such a hurry that she could barely walk up the stairs. She thought that she shouldn't take to heart the stupid things the man had said to her. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and decided that she would decide her own fate. Seo Eun was determined to prove Taejoon wrong about her. Hui Wook sat in his office the next day and wondered why Seo Eun hadn't responded to his messages. The man looked at his phone in surprise and wondered why all of a sudden she was ignoring him. Usually after a fight, she was the first one to come forward. It bothered him that she hadn't come to see his mother in the hospital that week, and if she didn't come this week, he'd have to take care of his mom himself, and he didn't want that. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He immediately assumed an important look and answered with indifference. Hui Wook said he was busy and asked the girl to talk faster and tell him why she was calling. She said she dialed him because she had missed his calls. The man said she didn't answer to his texts. The girl replied that she hadn't gotten any texts. The man assumed that someone had taken her phone and erased them, and started berating her for having an easy password. Hui-wook was alarmed. Why would someone delete his texts? He needs to get to her phone and delete their conversation about the transplant surgery. The man thought he'd probably have to buy her a new phone to keep the information from leaking out. He immediately changed his tone, apologized for his behavior, and suggested that we meet on the weekend. As he expected, Seo Eun immediately melted and apologized to him as well. Then he used his trump card. He offered to meet the wedding planner and have lunch at the hotel. As he expected, the girl perked up and agreed. Hui-wook said he had to go to work and began to plan how he would fool her and ask for her phone when he met her. The man planned to take her to a hotel and finally get what he wanted from her. It was hard for him to restrain himself around her, because she had beautiful looks and body. And if things don't work out with Hyunjin, Seo Eun won't be a bad option for him. His musings were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a girl. Hyunjin stood in his office with tears in her eyes and asked if he had just talked to his girlfriend. The girl was upset, started to reproach him for not even noticing her because of his girlfriend. The man didn't understand what was going on and tried to calm her down, but she suddenly confessed that she liked Hui-wook a lot. Hui-wook was shocked. He had just reasoned about it and couldn't believe that the goddess of their Yulgyu law firm had fallen in love with him. The man couldn't believe his luck. Thought he'd drawn the lucky ticket. He tugged Hyunjin against him and said that his heart was pounding like crazy, that he liked her too. The girl smiled contentedly and hugged him back. Seo Eun was on her way to the principal's office and greeted the secretary with a friendly hello. The girl entered the office and said hello to the CEO. He was focused on his work and asked what was happened. She wanted to ask what her tasks were today in the future service team, but the man interrupted her and told her to go to her workplace and he would let her know everything later on. Seo Eun pouted, thinking he'd come up with some useless job for her. Suddenly, she asked if he'd taken her phone last night while she was asleep. Taejoon looked at her like she was crazy and replied briefly that he hadn't touched her phone. The girl stood there embarrassed, thinking it looked stupid of her. Why would the director delete her messages? The man smirked and thought that she was naive. No matter how many times she tried to confront him, she would never succeed. Suddenly, the girl thanked him for everything he had done for her yesterday. Said his words had helped clear her mind. Taejoon thought she was weird. He brought her to tears and she thanked him. Seo Eun happily announced that thanks to him, she is reconciled with her boyfriend and they are going out on a date this weekend. The girl turned around and walked away, leaving Taejoon sitting with his mouth open. The man was furious. She was determined to prove him wrong. If she decided to play such games, he will accept her challenge. Taejoon called Hui-wook and said he had mailed him the first list of foreign talents he wanted to recruit. A man asked if he would be willing to go on a business trip to Japan this weekend for 2 nights and 1 day with lawyer Choi Hyun-jin. Chapter 16. Lawyer Hui-wook for the weekend had been eliminated. Taejoon was pleased with himself. He grinned and thought it was time to come up with an assignment for the future service team. A mountain of account books surrounded Seo Eun. She had to reconcile the data in them with Excel spreadsheets. The girl looked over the tables in disbelief. She thought he had just printed them out on purpose. As if reading her mind, the director asked if she thought she was being bullied into making up non-existent assignments. The girl really wanted to answer him, but she kept silent. He handed her one of the folders from last year and asked her to reconcile the numbers. To her surprise, the numbers were completely different, which means he couldn't have just printed them out. Taejoon smiled innocently and said the girl needed to check and identify any discrepancies. Seo Eun froze with shock. There was a whole pile of such books around her. She had no hope of ever finishing this work. She wanted to cry from despair, but she had to deal with it, because she was afraid of getting fired. Suddenly, Taejoon said that today he had just given an assignment and that was enough. He suggested she go out to dinner together. Seo Eun was surprised. She even asked him again. The girl didn't want to be alone with him, but she didn't know how to refuse. Said she should stay and work. Taejoon took on an innocent look and asked a little sadly if she would be uncomfortable eating with him. The girl was shocked by his behavior. It was obvious he was clearly overplaying it. The man even let out a tear and said with a heavy sigh that he had recently moved and did not know many places, that he had no one to eat with. Seo Eun thought he should eat alone. She was angry but couldn't say no. Sitting in the car, the girl blamed herself for agreeing, afraid of what else he might say to bring her to tears. She thought he was a cold and crazy lonely man. Taejoon asked if Seo Eun likes meat. The girl was drooling. She mentally began to scout out suitable restaurants. The man offered them a drink as well. Seo Eun remembered that the meat had to be fried and she didn't want to stay with him for long, so she said she didn't want meat and wouldn't drink. Then Taejoon inquired what she would like. The girl was surprised that he gave her the right to choose. Seo Eun tried to talk him into eating fast food, but her option was immediately rejected. The young people looked at each other, trying to win the silent battle. Unexpectedly, the man asked if Seo Eun likes Japanese food. The girl immediately thought that this is an ideal option because the restaurant is not far from work. The food is cooked quickly and very tasty, so she agreed. As they rode along, Taejoon was surprisingly silent. The girl felt awkward about their silent ride. Suddenly, she thought that she had been in the car with him a lot lately. In the past, he had asked personal questions and brought her to tears. She was afraid he would take advantage of his position again and start embarrassing her with his questions or think of some way to upset her. The man heard a slight chuckle and looked at the girl with a corner of his eye. Seo Eun held back a hysterical laugh. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. The man continued to watch her with interest, thinking that she was beautiful. Opening the menu and examining the prices of the dishes, the girl could not hold back a groan of indignation. The prices were exorbitant. She decided to choose the simplest dish. She said she would eat Wagyu udon. Taejoon was surprised and suggested eating sushi. Seo Eun loved sushi, but after the surgery, she couldn't eat raw food, so she had to say she didn't like it. Taejoon scrutinized her face. It was obvious that the girl was saying this with regret. He didn't understand why she lied to him. The man closed the menu and said that apparently he had made a mistake in choosing the restaurant, apologized to the girl. Seo Eun hurriedly assured him that she loved udon. Taejoon looked at her carefully and said he would remember it. He handed the menu to the waiter and ordered 2 Wagyu udons. The girl was surprised that he chose the same as her. Seo Eun said he doesn't have to eat the same thing. He can have what he likes. The man replied that he ordered what he wanted. The girl sat there thinking that he was strange after all. He was always making her uncomfortable, and now he suddenly asked her to dinner. She wondered what he was up to this time. Suddenly, she thought maybe he really didn't have any friends to have dinner with, that's why he was so upset. With his frequent mood swings like a personality disorder, it was likely. Also, Seo Eun noted that the man is very interested in her and Hui Wook's relationship. He probably had problems on the love front too. Suddenly, the girl found herself even feeling sorry for the CEO. Such a successful man also had areas in which he could not succeed. Taejoon watched the girl carefully and couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. All evening long, she was grinning or crying. Now he saw her eyes glisten with tears, but she suppressed them. Then he remembered his plan and smirked. The man thought to himself that he couldn't wait to see the look on her face on Sunday. Chapter 17. It was quite late when the young people left the restaurant, so Taejoon said he would take the girl home. He thanked her for the pleasant company. Seo Eun was a little surprised. This was the first time they really talked exclusively about work. She didn't expect them to have a normal evening like this. Getting into the car, the girl thought that she shouldn't let her guard down after all. He could do something at any moment. Suddenly, the girl's cell phone rang. It was Hui Wook. She wondered if she should answer it now. Knowing how the CEO reacted to her boyfriend, she didn't want to disrupt the idyll they had. But then the girl decided that this was her chance to show the man that she and her boyfriend had a good relationship, that he was wrong. Seo Eun apologized and asked if it was okay if she answered the phone. Taejoon didn't mind. The girl got excited and decided to speak as cheerfully as possible. Hui Wook asked her if she made it home and had dinner or not. The girl said she was late at work, but she was fine. The man said he had something to tell her, but before he could say anything, Taejoon suddenly started coughing loudly throughout the car. Seo Eun felt uncomfortable, covered her phone with her hand, and asked the guy what he wanted to say. At the same time, the director continued to cough loudly. The girl quietly wondered if he was all right, but the man only waved her away. Hui-wook wondered what those sounds were in the background, but the girl said to ignore it. She asked what he wanted to tell her. Taejoon listened intently. He already knew what the guy was going to tell her. Hui-wook said he was going on a business trip for 2 days, which meant their date was canceled. Seo Eun was very disappointed, as she had hoped that they would be able to spend time together. And as if that wasn't enough, the guy asked her to take care of his mom while he was gone. The girl, barely holding back tears, agreed and wished him a good trip. Taejoon saw how depressed Seo Eun was, but still asked if her boyfriend had canceled on her again and asked her to babysit his mother. The girl felt lousy. It all came down to him bullying her relationship again. Suddenly, instead, the man asked if she needed his help. The girl didn't expect this. Taejoon asked if she would like to work on the weekend and grinned. He said she could go home early tomorrow and come out to work this weekend and he'd pay her overtime. The girl didn't let him finish and said it was okay, and she wanted to take care of Hui-wook's mother herself. She was shaking with anger and humiliation, but she didn't want to admit it to him. The man was surprised. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with indignation. Taejoon wondered how it was possible that in 20 years she had never changed. She still has no self-respect and no opinion, but on Sunday it'll all be over. He stared angrily at the road and said that in that case she would have to work late tomorrow as usual. The girl nodded her head tiredly and sadly. On Saturday morning, Seo Eun was already in her future mother-in-law's hospital room. The woman was surprised to see her and asked why she came to her so early on her day off, since she worked so hard. The girl was pleased that despite the previous incident, Hui-wook's mother was nice to her, so she decided that her son talked to her. Seo Eun inquired about the woman's health, and she replied that doctors say she is on the mend. The girl was genuinely glad to hear that when suddenly the door to the hospital room opened. Didn't turn around, she recognized the visitor's voice. It was Hui-wook. Along with him, Hyunjin came with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. She greeted Seo Eun cheerfully. The girl said hello to Hui-wook's mother and started chatting sweetly with her. Seo Eun stood there wondering when the two of them had gotten so close. The man asked why she had come since she was supposed to be working. The girl felt uncomfortable, like she was being treated as a superfluous person. Hyunjin suddenly turned to her and asked her to fetch water for the flowers. The girl was confused. She took the flowers and headed for the restroom. Seo Eun poured water into a vase and wondered how it was that Hui-wook came to visit his mom, because he said he was going on a business trip. And why did he take Hyunjin with him? She was uncomfortable with the situation. Back in the hospital room, the she heard Hyunjin happily telling the man's mother that they were going to Japan together on a business trip. The girl froze in place. Hyunjin chatted cheerfully and said that when she found out that Hui-wook wanted to visit his mom before the trip, she asked to take her along because she wanted to meet her. Seo Eun glared menacingly at the man. He hadn't initiated her into such important details, but she decided not to make a big deal out of it. Hui-wook was standing cowardly and silent. Hyunjin jokingly asked Seo Eun if she was jealous that her boyfriend would be alone with another girl for 2 whole days, to which Seo Eun awkwardly replied that she should take care of him. Suddenly, Hyunjin stood up abruptly and pushed Seo Eun with a chair and fell to the floor herself. The girl screamed and started moaning, showed she'd cut her hand. Hui-wook rushed over to help Hyunjin and yell what the hell Seo Eun was doing. He didn't even notice that the girl had also hit her arm and even dropped the vase of flowers. Seo Eun tried to explain that she had nothing to do with it, but no one would listen to her. Hyunjin suddenly called Hui-wook an oppa and said she wasn't almost bleeding. Seo Eun was even more alarmed by this treatment and started to wonder what kind of relationship the two of them were in. Hyunjin then took Seo Eun's hands and apologized for making a bad joke. She made it look like Seo Eun intentionally hurt her. The girl stood there in shock and didn't know what to say. Hyunjin moved over to her and asked with gloating in her eyes if Seo Eun was offended by her. Chapter 18. Seo Eun stood in shock and didn't know what to say back. She didn't expect such a turn. While Hyunjin continued to apologize for making a bad joke and asked if Seo Eun was feeling better after pushing her, Hui-wook moved toward them, wanting to help sort things out. The girl looked at him and at his mother, who turned away, seeking support from them but realized that they considered her guilty. Suddenly, she remembered Taejoon's words that she didn't have her own opinion and the strength to stand up for herself. Her gaze hardened and she was determined to stand up for herself this time. Seo Eun abruptly pulled her hands out and said that the girl was wrong. She didn't do anything on purpose. They just bumped into each other when Hyunjin was getting up. She looked at the girl defiantly and said that she didn't need her help with her feelings either. It sounded too presumptuous of Hyunjin to declare jealousy and resentment. Later, Seo Eun accompanied Hwi-wook and Hyunjin to the car because they had to leave for the airport. The girl felt uncomfortable after the recent incident. She was afraid that Hyunjin would be angry with her, but everything seemed to have been resolved. Hwi-wook approached Seo Eun and asked her to sit with his mom for a couple more hours until his dad came over. The man was glad that she agreed and already decided to say goodbye, as suddenly the girl interrupted him. She clenched her fists tightly, gathering her courage. Seo Eun asked the man to tell Hyunjin that the girl had become a liver donor for his mother. Hwi-wook panicked that Hyunjin in the car would hear anything and asked Seo Eun why she was doing this. The girl replied that she wanted to be friends with her and share it with her. Seo Eun said that since he's so close to her that she's visiting his mother, it wouldn't be fair to hide the truth from her. The man got angry, started yelling that she had started this conversation on purpose to ruin his mood before his business trip. He changed his face and suddenly said with anger that Seo Eun is petty and always reminds him about the transplant. He said that if he had known she was so smug, he would have refused her help. Hwi-wook then exhaled and began to apologize for what he had said. But Seo Eun just walked by and walked away without saying a word. Later, Seo Eun went to work at the office. The girl was trying to fix one more gadget. Taking things apart and fixing things had always been her passion. It calmed her down and helped her to put her thoughts in order. She was proud of herself for standing up for herself today and finally speaking her mind. Suddenly, she saw the director walking by and called out to him. Taejoon was surprised and stopped. He thought of who might be working on a Saturday afternoon at the office. The man asked why she came to work, because it was a day off. Did she want to get bonuses? The girl replied that she just wanted to work. He looked at what the girl was doing and said it didn't look like the future service team's tasks. Also, K Electronics does not allow its employees to work weekends unnecessarily. Seo Eun couldn't say that she came to work just to distract herself and replied that he was at work at the same time as well. Taejoon replied that he is the CEO and they are not in the same position. He took a closer look and asked why she was fixing an old folding phone, since it was stupid to use one like that. So Eun bit her lip and said that sometimes fixing things is more important than throwing them away. She said that this is the phone of her regular client, a grandfather who is over 80 years old and has neither the desire nor the opportunity to purchase a new phone. Besides, it's hard for old people to master smartphones, so she will try to fix this phone for him. The girl didn't know why she was telling the man all this. To her surprise, Taejoon told her to try hard, but he asked her not to overexert herself so that she wouldn't get sick. Seo Eun was very pleased and unexpected by his approval, but suddenly she felt dizzy. Taejoon continued to talk about the dangers of overwork when he realized that she was not responding to him. The girl clenched her fists tightly and tried to hold back her tears. She tried to understand how he manages to always be there for her in difficult moments. She wanted him to stop being so sympathetic and just leave. But instead, the man squatted down in front of her and called her name. Tears ran down her cheeks. She looked straight at Taejoon when he said that he could see how hard it was for her. The man looked at her sincerely and sympathetically and asked her to tell her what happened. He promised to listen to her carefully. Taejoon sat down and looked at the girl carefully. He asked her to tell him what was wrong. Seo Eun stared at him in surprise. Since she was silent, the man assumed that she had another fight with her boyfriend, and the girl immediately blushed. Seo Eun sighed heavily and nodded her head faintly. She was embarrassed that the CEO was right again. The man suddenly cheered up and offered to help her scold him. The girl stared at him for a while and then suddenly laughed and tried to cover her mouth with her hand. Taejoon didn't realize what funny thing he'd said. He asked why she was laughing and said he could give him a good scolding if he needed to. Seo Eun couldn't hold back any longer and was already laughing at the top of her voice. The girl calmed down a bit and thought that the CEO was right when he said that she shouldn't be afraid to speak her mind. If there are things she is not satisfied with, she should find the cause of the problem and solve it, as in the case of gadgets. She decided that she would try to make things right like she always does. The girl smiled and thanked the man for his support, saying that everything was fine, and she had just misunderstood her boyfriend. The man looked at her seriously and asked, would she really do it again? Would she take the blame again? He said she shouldn't do anything until her boyfriend treats her with the respect she deserves. Full of desperation, he grabbed her arm. Taejoon stared at her in anticipation. The girl stared into his eyes in amazement, embarrassed by the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Seo Eun said she was in pain and asked the man to let her go. Taejoon didn't even realize he'd grabbed her, staring at their hands. The girl broke free from his grip, mumbled that she would finish fixing the phone some other time, and rushed to the exit. She was in a hurry to leave and didn't even turn around, thinking to herself what the hell had just happened. Taejoon stared at her without saying a word. He knew that her eyes would soon be open. It was already late evening in Tokyo, the city lit up with millions of lights. Hui-wook and Hyunjin had finished a business meeting. The girl was fluently conversing with the client in Japanese while the man stood by her and didn't understand a word. He marveled that she knew so many languages, was smart and beautiful. She was definitely the type of girl he liked. Suddenly, he remembered how Seo Eun had asked him before the trip to tell Hyunjin that she was a liver donor for his mother. On the way to the hotel, he thought about how sensitive she was about his business trip. He wondered how he could break up with her. Even at the hotel check-in, he couldn't help but wonder what to do if the information about the donation came out. He was afraid that Seo Eun would demand money from his family or go to a lawyer. As he entered the room, he continued to ponder how he could break up with her without even noticing Hyunjin following him. The man was absorbed in his thoughts when the girl turned to him. She pulled him to her and asked him not to think about Seo Eun. She looked him in the eyes and asked him how he could think about someone else when she was around him. Hyunjin moved forward and kissed Hui-wook. The man felt her slip her tongue into his mouth. Hui-wook became excited and began to roam his hands over the girl's body. Suddenly, the girl pulled away and told him not to expect anything more than a kiss. The man was taken aback, asked why. She looked at him menacingly and said that he had to break up with Seo Eun first, and only then would they pick up where they left off. The man stared at her and felt fear. He didn't count on her to force him to make a choice. Hyunjin grabbed him by the neck and playfully scolded him. She laughed at him, saying that he was afraid of the responsibility. Hui-wook protested and thought to himself that the girl was very cunning. The girl continued to hold him and repeated that she didn't want him to see Seo Eun anymore, and demanded that he break up with her as soon as he returned to Korea. The man was surprised at her assertiveness. He hadn't expected to act so quickly. She asked him if everything was okay and if he had anything against breaking up with Seo Eun. Hui-wook was visibly tense, trying to think quickly. He should have told her that Seo Eun was the liver donor for his mother, but he didn't want to. He just said that his mother liked Hyunjin better than Seo Eun and would be happy that they are together now. The girl shone with happiness. She snuggled closer to him and told him she wanted to be a couple of lawyers. She offered to break the news to his mother when they got back. She was sure she'd be happy to hear it. The man was pleased with himself. He thought about how happy his mom would be that he had managed to seduce such a girl. On Monday morning, Seo Eun went to the hospital to visit Hui-wook's mom. She was walking and thinking about the fact that the man had not called or texted her once all weekend and was probably busy. The girl decided that she would take care of the woman as she had promised her boyfriend, despite their quarrel. When she entered the room, she said hello. Hui-wook's sister was inside with her son and said that mom was still asleep. Unexpectedly, the young woman apologized to Seo Eun for her behavior in their last encounter. The girl was numb with shock, not expecting her to apologize to her. Her future sister-in-law told her son to say hello to his future aunt. Seo Eun was surprised at such friendliness, saying hello back. The boy said hello and said his name was Hyungwoo. He was a rosy-cheeked, sweet child with big, kind eyes and smiled sincerely at the girl. Suddenly, the woman's cell phone rang and she said she had an urgent need to answer it, so she asked Seo Eun to look after the boy and left the room. The girl looked at the boy with interest. It was the first time she had seen him. She noted that he didn't look like his mother, so he was probably like his father. She thought he must be very bored because the hospital had no entertainment for children. She smiled awkwardly and tried to make conversation with him, asking him which of his parents he thought he looked more like. The boy glowed. He was at the age where he wanted to brag about everything. He answered that he looked like his father, but his arms and legs were long like his mother's. Then he enthusiastically said they all have the same blood type. His father and mother and he have exactly the same blood type. The girl stared at the boy in shock. She thought, what the hell is going on? Chapter 20. Seo Eun remembered how Hui Wook was depressed and cried when he talked about his mother needing a blood type 1 donor, but no one in their family had that type. He was so genuinely worried about his mother's health. The girl shuddered and asked again if the boy and his parents had the exact blood type. The unsuspecting Hyungwoo happily replied that it was true. Not only that, but all the relatives on his mother's side have the same blood type. At that moment, his mom ran into the room and screamed that the boy was wrong, saying she had type B blood. The boy kept insisting that she herself had repeatedly said that she and her whole family had the same blood type O. The woman stared at her son in shock. Seo Eun looked menacingly at her sister-in-law and asked in a threatening voice what it all meant. Why she had been told that no one in their family had a blood type A. At this point, the mother woke up and started coughing violently. The woman immediately rushed to her, asking if she was all right and if she had any pain. She found a convenient way to avoid answering Seo Eun, saying that it was not the right time to talk about it because her mother was not well. But the girl did not stop. She threw in anger that their mother was also aware of everything and just took advantage of her. The girl stood up and headed for the exit. The sister-in-law rushed after her and began to say that the girl had misunderstood everything, that her mother was not well, and that now was not the time. Seo Eun cast an angry glance at the woman and said that there was no need to explain to her. She would talk to Hui Wook directly. Taejoon was riding in the car when he got the letter with information about Hui Wook and Hyunjin. It was photo evidence that Hui Wook cheated on Seo Eun with that girl. He thought that if he sent her these photos now, she would finally break up with him. She would finally realize that Hui Wook had been cheating on her with Hyunjin for a long time. He wouldn't want to do that to her, but he couldn't stay out of it either. Now it was just a matter of deciding when to send them to her. Taejoon was sure the girl would be furious when she found them. He was snapped out of his musings by the driver's voice announcing that they had arrived at the airport. Taejoon thanked the man and told him to go home. He asked him to leave the car and said that he would handle the rest himself. The plane carrying Hui Wook and Hyunjin should be arriving soon. The man wanted to meet them at once to make it look like the recruitment issue was very important to him. He would immediately start questioning them and then say that he was in a hurry for another meeting. Either way, it would just be a formality. If it went the way he wanted it to, their recruiting efforts should have failed. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something he didn't expect. Seo Eun came to the airport. He didn't understand how or why she was here now. The girl walked on with her head down. She thought about the fact that even though she didn't want to believe it, it was exactly as she thought. Hui Wook and his family had lied to her face, and now she wondered what to say to him when she met him. How to break up. She wondered if she should sue him for damages and if she could win the case against the lawyer. She was very scared, but she made the decision that now she had to take care of herself and date someone who would take care of her. Finally, she heard the announcement that the plane from Japan had arrived. Suddenly, she saw Hui Wook walking under the arm of Hyunjin. The girl was loudly discussing with him when he was going to break up with Seo Eun, asking him to do it as soon as possible. The man cheerfully replied that he'd sort it out tomorrow. They giggled merrily and started making out right in the middle of the hall. Seo Eun froze in horror at the sight before her. Anger and resentment flooded her. Taejoon, who had witnessed what was happening, thought that everything had turned out just fine and the matter had resolved itself. Now he wouldn't need to use those photos. Those two had done everything they could to be discovered. He looked over at Seo Eun and saw that the girl was rummaging around and looking for something in her bag. He saw her take out something and clutch it in her hand. She looked determined and full of anger. Taejoon saw her decisively walking towards her cheating boyfriend and was horrified. He thought she was going to hurt him or his mistress. The girl confidently followed them and almost caught up with them. The man thought that no matter what kind of ass this guy was, she shouldn't do it. He managed to catch her by the arm and shouted her name and asked her to stop and not do anything illegal. Seo Eun turned around in bewilderment, not expecting to see the CEO. While Taejoon was trying to catch his breath, the girl asked what he was doing at the airport and why he stopped her. She was angry with him and looking very hostile. The man thought she had the look of a real killer. The girl tried to break free, screaming for him to let her go. The man told her to calm down and be quiet, thinking to himself that Hui-wook and Hyun-jin hadn't gotten far enough away. Seo Eun continued to lash out and scream. Taejoon asked her to calm down and give him what she was holding in her hands. The girl didn't understand why he was picking on her and said she wasn't going to give him anything. The man caught her by the arm and shouted that it could be dangerous. He began to warn her that the guards might come and catch her. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at her hand. The girl had been clutching a handkerchief in her fist the whole time. Both stared at each other. She didn't understand why he was picking on her, and he was thinking about how stupid he must look. Chapter 21. For a while, the young people sat in awkward silence. Taejoon felt very awkward and asked why she ran after the couple with a handkerchief in hand. The girl was sniffling her nose, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she only said that Hui-wook was hers. The man again asked why she needed a handkerchief. The girl burst into tears and said that she was going to wipe her tears with it, which would definitely flow during the showdown with the cheating boyfriend. She defiantly stated that she didn't want to show her tears to anyone, so she was going to wipe them away right away. The man felt even more awkward. He realized her intentions and marveled at her courage. Taejoon realized that he had let his imagination run very far. He then thought that the girl was holding a knife or something similar in her hands. Now he didn't understand why he even thought about her in such a way. Suddenly, the girl stared at him and asked what he was doing at the airport. He began to rub his neck and frantically think about what to say. The man replied that he had just arrived from Taiwan, where he was flying to eat noodles with beef. The girl stared at him in disbelief and asked if he really flew to Taiwan just to eat. Taejoon laughed awkwardly and said that he often does this. Sometimes he wants pizza and he can fly to Naples. The man thought that from the outside it might seem stupid and infantile, but he couldn't think of anything smarter, and continued to smile. They were driving in the car when the man suddenly apologized for his behavior. He was sorry that he had jumped to conclusions and created such a scene at the airport. Seo Eun replied that it was fine, and they continued driving in awkward silence. Unexpectedly, the girl noted that the CEO had not brought any luggage with him, even though he said he was flying to Taiwan. The man replied that it was because he was just flying to eat. She gave him a tired look. The girl realized that he was lying to her, but thought it was probably none of her business. So she started to look at the scenery outside the window. Seo Eun reflected on what a fool she was. Their relationship with Hui-wook was too sudden and impetuous. They just met and immediately got engaged and met the family. His kindness and courtesy had not been free at all. She was afraid of losing him because she was afraid of being alone, even though she knew she was being used. Her musings were interrupted by Taejoon's voice. He said it was the first time he'd been in a situation like this, so he didn't know how to behave properly. It was obvious that he was worried and nervous, but the man said that if she was going to fill her head with bad thoughts, he would always be there to listen to her. The girl stared at him in amazement, not expecting such concern from him. And though she was very tired, she felt grateful and said it was all right. Taejoon looked at her and said that if necessary, he could help her and make sure that guy didn't bother her anymore. Seo Eun replied that she can handle him on her own. She didn't want to involve an outsider in her and Hui-wook's affairs, someone who didn't know the whole truth, and she didn't want to tell the CEO that she had given a part of herself to a failed mother-in-law. Suddenly, the girl asked the man if there was a time in his life when he had a very difficult time and who helped him move on at that moment. Taejoon thought for a moment, not expecting such a question. Then he replied that he didn't know what to say because he didn't have time to remember the past. The girl was surprised and suggested that he must have had an idol or someone to look up to then. The man sighed and rolled his eyes, asking why he had to look up to someone or find an idol. Seo Eun took a deep breath. She remembered how she had been trying to be a role model since high school, wanting to be an idol for someone and be useful to someone else. But her life had always been aimless until one day she felt special. One day she felt she could be an idol for someone. It was Hui Wook who came up to her and asked for her phone number. He smiled broadly and was very friendly. He said he had been watching her for a long time and liked her a lot. The girl remembered blushing and being embarrassed, but she also remembered that he was the first person to treat her like she was special. No one before him had ever acted like that with her. She had never fallen in love with anyone before him. Hui Wook was the first person who told her that he loved her and that she was beautiful. She loved him with all her heart and soul and was happy to be with him. The girl couldn't stop admiring him. That's how she thought of him. Seo Eun thanked Taejoon for giving her a ride home, and later she looked out the window at the car as it drove away, thinking that a person can only understand what they've been through, so they'll never be able to understand her. The following evening, Secretary Song Moon Kyung informed the director that Seo Eun had taken the day off. The man asked her to make sure there wouldn't be any problems with the future team project. The woman tried to object, not wanting to bother the girl on her day off with her calls. But Taejoon interrupted her and asked her to call Seo Eun and ask if her health was okay. He remembered their conversation yesterday and how the girl asked about his difficult times. She said that he wouldn't understand her. But that's not true, because he also had difficult times. 20 years ago, when his parents died, he became completely alone in the world. And then he met her. Little Han Seo Eun didn't know or understand anything back then. When she saw the boy soaking wet, she could only shout that he should take an umbrella because he was soaked to the skin and might get sick. She could only act that way because she had no idea what had happened to him. Chapter 22. The director of the law firm called out to Hui Wook as he was about to enter the elevator. He expressed his resentment to him about his failed business trip to Japan. The man was confused and said he didn't understand what he was talking about. The director said that a foreign talent called and said that he refused to cooperate with them and moved to Korea, so Director Kim Taejoon was very disappointed. The man also added that the director wanted to keep the fact that they were working for him a secret. Hui Wook was shocked and didn't understand how this could have happened, as he thought everything was going great. His boss patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry and to keep doing his job well. Hui Wook was very angry and upset. Such a potentially successful client was off the hook. He stood waiting for the elevator and thought about how this could happen, because in Japan everything was going well. The client was ready to sign a contract with them and suddenly changed his mind so suddenly. Suddenly, he was greeted by Hyunjin, who saw his condition and asked what had happened, to which the man sadly replied that Taejoon had fired them. The girl thought it was because they were having an affair at work. Hui Wook started looking around and asked her to keep her voice down. He explained that Director Taejoon was upset about their failure in Japan, so he decided to fire them. The girl took him under her arm and started cheering him up, telling him everything would be okay. She brightened up and said it was more important to her that they had the opportunity to spend time together. Hui Wook stared at her, not believing his happiness. He thought about how much she was in love with him saying such nice things to him. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his sister. He asked Hangjin to go without him and answered the phone himself, thinking that his sister was calling at the wrong time as usual. As soon as he answered, the woman asked if Seo Eun had called him. The man thought about it and realized that they hadn't spoken since they had said goodbye before the business trip in the parking lot. He said they hadn't talked yet, asked what happened. The sister started to cry and repeat that she didn't know what to do now. The man tried to calm her down and asked her again what had happened. The woman said that her son had told Seo Eun that everyone in the family had the same blood type O. Hui Wook froze and began to tremble with anger. The sister kept saying that she tried to make it look like the child had lied, but Seo Eun didn't believe her, and now she didn't know what to do. The man started yelling at his sister and calling her names. He was furious, thinking about how his sister and nephew could be so stupid he had asked to be careful in the presence of Seo Eun's. Seo Eun was lying in her bed at home, thinking that she should take more days off, or sick days. She lay there and thought about why she went to work so diligently, because the company does not encourage overtime. The girl saw how the light from the window shimmered with small golds. She remembered how as a child she had mistakenly thought they were really gold particles, but a boy she knew explained that they were just dust particles that shimmered in the sunlight. Just like when she thought Hui-wook loved her, but it was just pain. It's time to end it all. Part of her wondered if she would regret what she had done. Maybe she'll regret it. The very part of her stubbornly kept saying that she needed to remember how important Hui-wook was to her. Maybe if she gave him time, he would understand and apologize, and maybe after the wedding, they could live happily ever after. Seo Eun realized that she had such a vision before. That's how pathetic she was. Before, she would have wondered if she could cope without him, living alone again. But now she realized that she was a normal person, that everything would be okay, and that she had made her choice on her own. And no longer did she want to doubt herself and her decisions. The girl was walking down the street and felt a little strange. She was used to being at work at this time, but today she was just walking around. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the secretary Song Moon Kyung. The girl was surprised and asked if there was anything wrong. The woman calmed her down and told her that the CEO had asked her to call and see if she was feeling well and if she was okay. Seo Eun became uncomfortable. She replied that she was fine. The girl also said that she made sure that her absence would not affect the work of the future team project, and she was going to work tomorrow. Suddenly, the secretary asked if the girl was eating well. Seo Eun replied that she was fine, and she would eat soon. The woman said that good food helps you recover faster. She sent Seo Eun a gift card for a free healthy porridge at a nearby restaurant and told the girl to be sure to eat it. The girl was pleasantly touched by her concern. She stared at her phone and thought about the good people around her. This gave her determination, and she dialed Hui-wook's number. He answered right away and said he was going to call her himself. The girl thought he was acting as if nothing had happened again. The man said he wanted to talk to her about something. He said he heard about her finding out that everyone in their family had the same blood type. Hui-wook started to explain that his sister's liver was as bad as his mother's, so she couldn't donate, and his father's blood didn't match. He even offered to give her all the medical certificates to prove it. After Seo Eun replied that she wanted to see all the certificates in person, the man became indignant. He started talking about how they shouldn't fight about it, and his mom couldn't give her back her liver anyway. The man tried to manipulate the girl again. He said that if she loved him, she should be ready to face difficulties and endure everything. Seo Eun interrupted him. She said they should meet this evening at 7 o'clock and discuss it in person. Seo Eun came to work and said hello. Bo-bae greeted her cheerfully and asked her how she was feeling. The girl replied that everything was fine and handed her a cup of steaming coffee. She apologized for the fact that the girl had to work for 2 in her absence. Bo-bae was pleasantly surprised and thanked the girl for her concern. Seo Eun also walked over to Jang Eun-pae and thanked him for his help. The girl smilingly handed him a cup of coffee too. The man froze in surprise, and Seo Eun thought that he didn't like coffee and even got upset, but he hastened to assure her that he liked latte very much and just didn't expect such attention from her. He accepted the glass from her and inquired how the girl's health was. It was the first time she had seen him smile. Usually he was always serious, so she was confused but replied that she was fine. Suddenly the work phone rang and Bo-bae said that they were calling Seo Eun. Taejoon sat with his arms crossed over his chest and reprimanded Seo Eun for overworking over the weekend and eventually having to take a day off work. The girl looked at the CEO with an impenetrable face and thought that he probably knew that she had taken the day off for another reason. The man asked her if she was okay and if she had managed to sort out her problems. The girl assured him that she was fine and it would take her about 2 weeks to sort out her issues. Before she could finish, the CEO interrupted her and said he was referring to the situation with her boyfriend. She felt embarrassed and wondered why he was interested in her private life again. She continued to smile strainedly while the man reasoned that he realized why she was taking the day off and said he thought she should have had some more rest. Seo Eun replied that she planned to meet Hui-wook today, so she won't be able to stay late at work. Taejoon asked where exactly their meeting would take place. The girl sensed something wrong but replied that she would go to Seoul after work. Suddenly, the man nonchalantly said he would drive her personally to the meeting place. The girl was shocked and thought, why the hell is he meddling again? The headlines of possible articles about the CEO giving his employee a lift in his car and how people would talk about it if they found out immediately popped into her mind. Unexpectedly, the girl plucked up courage and asked the man why he was so interested in her love life. The young people stared at each other. Taejoon smiled and said that the girl had probably revisited the dramas. He replied that he cared about every employee in this company and said it was time for her to get to work. Seo Eun got angry. She realized the man was just laughing at her and said she had to get to work. The man continued to smile cheerfully and told her not to push herself too hard as she would need her strength in the evening. The girl skipped out of his office and he grinned at her with a smirk. The man leaned back in his chair and exhaled heavily as he reminisced. He thought about how naive she was and how desperate she was to ask him questions. As a child, he thought he didn't like her. She was annoying and whiny, and he was angry with her. But even so, for a very long time, he knew the answer. He remembered telling her about the gold dust, which was essentially useless but beautiful. And now, looking at them, he realized that he liked them, and that he definitely knew the answer to her question. In the evening, as promised, a man drove Seo Eun to the meeting place. There was an awkward silence in the car. The girl reasoned that this whole situation really does seem like a scene from a drama where she would most likely be the main female character. In such cases, the protagonist who has gone through all the difficulties has a happy ending at the end, so maybe it's not so bad. Seo Eun smiled contentedly and thought maybe the director likes dramas, and this is a chance for him to observe personal drama in real life. Otherwise, why would he keep dropping her off? When they arrived at the place, Taejoon asked if the girl wanted him to go with her. She thanked him and said she could manage on her own. The man said if she needed any help, she should call him. Seo Eun thanked him again and got out of the car. The girl walked with a confident gait and thought that it was finally time to fix herself the way she fixes gadgets. Entering the hotel lobby, she smiled radiantly and greeted Hui Wook. The man was confused at the sight of her. It was obvious he was nervous. Seo Eun stared at him and she thought he looked like a squid. The girl wondered why she hadn't noticed how strange his face was before. Suddenly, she noticed that he was holding a box with a new cell phone and wondered what it was for. Hui Wook replied that he bought it for her. Seo Eun thanked him, took the gift, and asked where they would go to talk. The girl had already turned around when the man stammered and asked her to give him her old cell phone. Hui Wook said he'll transfer all the data because she's not good at it. The girl looked at him resentfully and replied that she specializes in gadgets and makes a living from it. The man looked foolish at this point and apologized, stammering. He immediately pulled out the documents and began to tell the girl that he brought them so that she could be convinced that he was not lying about his sister's health condition. So Eun clasped her hands together and said that she actually wanted to talk to him about something else. The girl stated that in any case, she would have given part of her liver to his mother if he had asked her to do so. The man did not even listen to her, immediately began to talk about how she was probably tired, and offered her to go up to the room with him to have a delicious dinner and a good time together. Unexpectedly to him, the girl began to laugh. He stared at her in bewilderment. The girl kept laughing and he started to get angry. He asked what was the matter. Seo Eun smilingly looked at him. She wondered how pathetic he looked and why she hadn't noticed it before. The girl said he could forget about her and wished him happiness with Hyunjin. Chapter 24. Hui Wook was visibly nervous and said he didn't know what she was talking about. He started talking about how there was no one else for him but her. Then the girl said that she saw and heard them at the airport. Seo Eun got serious. She didn't like that he was taking her for a fool. She said she wouldn't wait for him to dump her, so she dumped him herself. The girl pushed the box with the phone away from her and said she didn't accept his gift. The man stared at her in confusion, shocked and speechless. Meanwhile, Seo Eun got up, wished him well, and got ready to leave. Hui Wook finally gathered his courage and asked if she wanted to break up. Could she not tell Hyunjin about the surgery? Seo Eun looked at him with disdain and thought that even in this situation, the only thing he cared about was himself. She tossed him an answer over her shoulder that she wouldn't talk about anything and wanted nothing to do with him. The man ingratiatingly said that it was good that they'd talked it over and that if she wanted it that way, he wouldn't mind breaking up with her. Hui Wook thanked her and said he would never meet someone like her again. The girl looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that it was finally over. Then she turned, smirked, and said she hoped she'd never meet anyone like him again. Leaving, the girl told him to delete her number and never bother her again. She walked and thought about how much good she had done for him and his family, and hoped that one day they could become more decent people. Seo Eun exhaled and thought about how she hoped that Hui Wook would someday become a person who would appreciate the people around him. Suddenly, she heard a hotel employee arguing with someone and then recognized the voice of the director who was trying to explain something. She called out to Taejoon, and the man immediately turned to her. Seo Eun asked why he didn't leave, because he said he had business in Seoul too. The man looked like a delinquent child and replied that he just wanted to drink tea, but his whole look said that he just wanted to see how Seo Eun's meeting would end, as if he was really watching a drama in real life. The girl exhaled condescendingly and asked why he was talking nonsense. Suddenly, her leg twisted and the girl felt herself losing her balance. The thought of falling straight to the pavement flashed through her mind. But contrary to her fears, she snuggled her face into Taejung's big, strong chest. The man caught her and held her by the shoulders. Seo Eun blushed and was very embarrassed by how close they were standing to each other. The man looked at her carefully and asked if she was all right. They continued to stand like that, and he asked how the girl was feeling and how it went. Seo Eun didn't move and remained standing in his arms with her eyes downcast and sad. The CEO patted her on the back like a little child and said he was sure she did well. Suddenly, the girl felt a pleasant scent coming from the man. She began to ponder whether it could be shampoo or perfume. Then she abruptly pulled him away from her, wondering what kind of strange thoughts were going through her head. Seo Eun blushed and coughed and thanked the man for his support. She said she had to leave and Taejoon offered to drive her home. She replied that she had another appointment and couldn't go there with him. Then the man became like a cute little puppy and said he had been waiting for her all this time specifically to give her a ride. The girl couldn't resist that look. They were already driving in the car when Seo Eun suddenly asked if she could leave work early tomorrow. Taejoon contentedly said that if she needed it, there was no problem. He asked what she planned to do. When he heard a girl going on a blind date, he slammed on the brake pedal. The man asked if she was in too much of a hurry. Seo Eun said that her friend told her to go on a date to get over her ex-boyfriend. Taejoon clutched the steering wheel irritably while the girl continued to tell him that she had arranged to meet with that guy tomorrow, so she would try to get all the work done before she left. Suddenly, the man started scolding her for being in too much of a hurry because she had just broken up with her boyfriend. He said that she would not be able to forget about a failed relationship by immediately starting a new one. The girl was indignant that he wanted her to stay stuck in the past and keep thinking about it. Taejoon wondered at her naivety and shouted, "Does she really think love is so easy?" The young people glared at each other with a silent struggle. Seo Eun continued to prove to the man that everything needs to be done on time, so if she gets a chance to go on a date, she'll take it. Then Taejoon turned on boss mode and told the girl that work had to be done on time too. Since she had recently taken a day off, she could forget about leaving work early tomorrow. The girl pouted and said that in that case, she'll date at lunchtime. The man became hysterical and asked why she was obsessed with the idea of going on a date during working hours. Then he exhaled and calmly said that it is her right to go on a blind date, but she should not adjust to the time that is convenient for the man. If he cannot find a time that is convenient for her, then she should not go out with such a man on a date at all. They pulled up to the right address, and Taejoon wished her a good evening. At that moment, the girl drew his attention to herself. Smugly smirking, she showed him her phone screen with a text from a guy agreeing to meet her this weekend. But even that didn't satisfy Taejung. He said that this guy is suspicious because he changes his mind too quickly. He stated that she was again adjusting to other people's circumstances. The man started berating her for sacrificing herself for others all the time, stating that soon she would start sacrificing her organs. Suddenly, he heard the girl jump with laughter. Seo Eun started laughing loudly. It was the first time he had ever seen a person laughing so heartily and sincerely. The man looked at her and didn't understand what made her laugh, because he was talking about serious things. He turned to her and asked her to calm down. The girl stammered and said she even got a stomachache from laughing. Seo Eun wiped the corners of her eyes from tears. Her cheeks flushed, and she thanked the man for making her laugh so heartily. She promised that she would heed his advice and start living a new life. The girl thanked him for everything he was doing for her. Taejoon stared at her, not knowing what to say. Seo Eun got out of the car in a great mood, her face shining with joy, and she thanked the man once again for giving her a ride. She wished him a good evening, and he was left sitting in the car at a loss. Taejoon blushed and got embarrassed. He thought she was very pretty and sweet, and didn't understand what had come over him all of a sudden. What had just happened between them? Chapter 25. Hui Wook was sitting in his office checking Seo Eun's social media. She hasn't posted anything lately. He remembered chasing after her, hoping to get her phone so he could erase the data. Everything worked out perfectly. Hyunjin was pushing him to break up with Seo Eun, so it was all to his advantage. But when he caught up with the girl, he froze in place. Hui Wook saw CEO Taejoon hugging Seo Eun by the shoulders. He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered what the hell that bastard was doing here. Now the man sat clutching the phone in his hand and thought about the fact that he didn't want to fight with them then. Because the CEO was a potential client, but he definitely saw them hugging each other. He didn't understand why a man like Taejoon would pay attention to a simpleton like Seo Eun. His musings were interrupted by the sound of a text message. Hyunjin said she would be at the office and they could see each other. As Hui Wook hummed to himself, he thought that Taejong probably had a business meeting at that hotel, and Seo Eun just bumped into him as she ran out of the hotel in frustration after their breakup. He knocked and entered Hengjin's office. The girl was busy with her work, so she didn't notice him enter right away. Without looking away, she asked why he had come to her. The man approached her conspiratorially and happily told her that he had broken up with Seo Eun. Satisfied with himself, he announced that he had booked a hotel room so they could go and have a good time together. Although Hyunjin was smiling, she looked intimidating. The girl reprimanded him that he had just broken up with a girl and was already calling another girl to the hotel, especially since the week had just started, and they both had a lot of work to do. Hui Wook felt like a puppy being scolded for messing up. The girl told him off for breaking up with Seo Eun just to sleep with her. The girl pounded the documents on the table menacingly and said they needed to clarify something. She said that until they were married, there would be nothing intimate between them. Then, in a more menacing tone, she asked if he had thought of proposing to her yet. Hyunjin then smiled sweetly and said that they needed to do things the right way. Seo Eun was sitting at her workplace. Bo Bae's excited voice distracted her. The girl was reprimanding her for not going to lunch again. She asked why Seo Eun is working during lunch again. The girl said that this time she was just looking for new clothes online because she was going on a blind date. Bo Bae wondered, asking when she had time to break up with her boyfriend. When she heard that Seo Eun had just broken up yesterday, she asked if she wasn't in a hurry to go on a blind date. The girl thought about it and asked Bo Bae if it was really weird. The girl hesitated and then replied that she should do what she feels comfortable with. Seo Eun smiled and invited the girl to help her choose an outfit. Bo Bae thought that Seo Eun, although she looked fragile, was actually a very strong person. Later that night, Taejoon called Seo Eun into his office and asked if she was busy this weekend. The girl confidently stated that she was busy because she was going on a blind date. Suddenly, the CEO calmly announced that he was sorry he would need her to go to work this weekend, so she should cancel all her plans. Seo Eun stared at him blankly. Taejoon stated that although he was sorry, it was necessary for her to finish all the work before Monday as they were in a great hurry. The girl could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't sorry at all. Seo Eun stared at him angrily and thought that he was meddling too much in her private life, and that what he was doing was not legitimate. Suddenly, a stray thought crept into the girl's head. She wondered if he had any feelings for her. Then his behavior could be logically explained. Then she thought it was unlikely, because if he liked her, he wouldn't abuse her like that. They weren't children. So she gathered up all her courage and asked him directly if he hated her. She looked at the man and could honestly admit to herself that a positive answer might hurt her. They looked at each other. Seo Eun waited for his answer, while Taejoon was strangely silent. Then the man broke the silence, saying that he sees her as an employee who works hard and diligently, and as a very intelligent person, and he hopes she doesn't disappoint him. He replied that he absolutely did not hate her. Taejoon got up from his desk and reminded her that the work had to be handed in by Monday. He said he had to leave and wished her a good evening. The girl held back tears and thought that, as always, she was wrong again. Of course, what feelings could there be? A man like him would never look at her. Back in her office, the girl was determined to finish all her work before the weekend, and then she would have time to go out on a date. She excitedly got to work and thought to herself that she would show Hui Wook and Taejoon what she was worth. The girl decided to pull herself together. She wiped away her tears and will prove to everyone that she's going to be okay. Secretary Song Moon Kyung rode in the lift with Taejoon and cast thoughtful glances at him. The woman sighed heavily. It was obvious that she wanted to talk to him about something, but the man persistently ignored her. Unable to bear it, she still asked if she could ask him a question. Taejoon looked at her with interest. Song Moon Kyung said that she noticed that recently the man has been showing a lot of concern towards manager Han Seo Eun. Taejoon stared at the woman in surprise. Chapter 26. Taejoon recalled events that took place 20 years ago. Walking through the garden as a boy, he said hello to the gardener who was cleaning the trees. The man said good-naturedly hello to the young master, said that summer was almost over and it was getting chilly outside. Little Taejoon said he wanted to do some reading in the garden, and the man replied that he would move the stepladder away so as not to disturb him. The boy apologized, said he didn't think he was interfering in any way with the man's work, and thanked him. The gardener said it's okay. He thought that this boy was very kind and good in spite of the tragedy that had happened in his family. Taejoon sat down on the bench under the tree and thanked the man once more. As soon as the gardener was out of his sight, the boy exhaled heavily and thought that at least here no one would come looking for him. He read a book and then began to ponder the fact that Seo Eun would soon return from the garden. He wondered what she was doing there, what she was playing with the other children. Even though he goes to school and has extra tutoring, it seems that this girl is busier than he is. Taejoon didn't notice himself falling asleep under the shade of a tree. He was sleeping sweetly when a shadow fell across his face. Suddenly, the boy woke up to the sensation of someone kissed him. He opened his eyes sharply. Taejoon thought it was his grandfather, got up and began to tell that he had accidentally fallen asleep on the bench. Turning around, he saw little Seo Eun in front of him. The girl stood there smiling sweetly and said that she wakes up too if you kiss her. The boy blushed thickly, grabbed the book and jumped off the bench. He shouted that if she touched him again in this way, he would hang her from a tree branch. The girl stood there not understanding why he was so angry. Seo Eun asked him to play with her, to which the boy replied that he didn't have time for that because he had a lot of things to do. Then she reached out to him and teased that she would kiss him again. The boy blushed and defended himself. The kids didn't notice that someone was watching them from around the corner. After a while, Auntie told Taejoon that Seo Eun's family left unexpectedly. They didn't even warn anyone beforehand. The boy was shocked and upset. He didn't understand why it had happened, why she hadn't even said goodbye to him. He remembered constantly sharing sweets with her and how much time they spent playing together. He shook with anger and clenched his hands into a fist. Taejoon couldn't believe that after all that, they had just left like that. Auntie saw her nephew's condition. She was worried for him, for she realized that the children were very close to each other. Suddenly, the boy said he wasn't upset. He hated that girl. And now, having heard the words of Secretary Sun Moon Kyung, the man looked at her sideways.
I hate her.
The man uttered. When the woman heard these words, she opened her mouth in surprise. Taejoon smiled awkwardly and said he meant he hated that type of person. Seo Eun was working for the second night. She could barely keep her eyes open and thought she had to be patient just a little longer. The girl slept only a couple of hours, and then she had nightmares about the director, and during the day, she worked in the service center. She set herself a goal to have time to do all the work and definitely go on a date in the blind. She worked hard and planned to pass out as soon as she got home. And finally, just as she finished, Taejoon entered the office. He said hello, and the girl said it was good that he came in because she was just about to tell him that everything was done. Seo Eun glowed with smugness, pointed to the table with her hand, and announced that she had completed all of his tasks. The man froze. He couldn't believe she had done such a large amount of work in such a short period of time. The girl asked him to sit down and check things out. The CEO checked the digital documents and glanced at the folders, then slowly said that she had indeed done all the work. Taejoon asked who was helping her, to which Seo Eun smiled radiantly and said she had done all the work alone. He stared at her and thought that if he had to do that amount of work, it would take him days without sleep. The man asked how she did it. The girl clenched her fists in an encouraging gesture and replied with a smile that nothing is impossible if you have the desire to do so. Taejoon praised her, saying he was impressed and could trust her with any job. The girl was very happy and proud of herself. She was just starting to say that she was going to go home when the man interrupted her. He said it was time to talk about a few more tasks for the future team. The girl physically felt him trampling all her plans for the weekend. Taejoon folded his hands together and said with a fake smile that he had planned to start working on them on Monday. But now he had decided to take her example and show enthusiasm, so he suggested that they start working today. The man didn't wait for an answer and immediately began to tell them where they should begin their work. Suddenly, the girl's eyes started to glaze over, dizzy. Her last thought was that would she have to work any longer? Taejoon continued to explain the work plan to her without paying attention to the girl. Then he thought about why she was so quiet. He turned round irritably and asked if she was listening to him at all, then saw what he had done. Nahae-soo fell straight to the floor unconscious. The girl fell down without strength, and the last thing she thought was that even if the president of the company came into the office now, she would not be able to get up. A tear rolled down her cheek and she passed out. Taejoon brought Han Seo Eun unconscious to the emergency room. The doctor said that she was fine, but she was just overworked. The secretary, Song Moon Kyung, called the office and found out that the girl had worked for 2 whole days without a break, not even going home. The man couldn't believe she was crazy enough to work for 2 whole days without rest or sleep. He said it was getting late and the woman needed to go home. The secretary offered to babysit Seo Eun, but the CEO assured her that he would take care of her himself. Suddenly, they heard the girl snore sweetly. Taejoon let the woman go home and thanked her for her help. The man sat down by the bed and looked around. He hadn't been to the emergency room in 20 years, but nothing had changed since then. Still the same turmoil. Seo Eun groaned in her sleep and the man ducked closer to her. He couldn't believe she was going on a blind date in that state. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. Taejoon saw that it was a call from the man she was going on a blind date with. He decided to flip the phone upside down so he wouldn't have to look. The phone kept vibrating insistently. It was starting to annoy Taejoon. Apparently, the guy didn't know when to stop at the right time. The man grabbed the phone and pressed the answer button to say hello and introduced himself as Seo Eun's friend, said the girl couldn't answer right now and asked what to tell her. An agitated male voice on the other end of the phone replied that he was sorry, but he wanted to cancel their blind date. Asked him to apologize for him and tell him that he had gone back to his ex-girlfriend, so he would no longer be able to communicate with Seo Eun. After finishing his conversation, Taejoon looked at Han Seo Eun sleeping like a baby and was surprised at how soundly she slept. He wondered how she didn't get tired of trying so hard. Usually, the harder it is for people, the angrier they become. The girl tried to live a good life despite all the hardships, but she didn't even know how to do it properly. The man stared at her and remembered all the times she had driven herself to exhaustion and what her selflessness to others had led to. He folded his hands and thought about how it would be better if she was always by his side. Taejoon sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He was embarrassed but couldn't help but admit that the girl was his type. The problem was something else. He realized that when his grandfather and aunt found out about their relationship, they would immediately act on it, because in their eyes it would be wrong. Seo Eun would probably be kicked out of the company, and she would disappear again for 20 years like last time. An ordinary employee means nothing to them. Taejoon reached up and stroked the girl's face. He realized that they wouldn't do anything to him as he was an important member of their family, but at the moment he had nothing to lose by holding her in his arms. Suddenly, Seo Eun opened her eyes and the man hurriedly removed his hand before the girl realized anything. The girl suddenly jumped up in bed and asked where she was in a panic. The man tried to calm her down, said she had fainted from fatigue, and he and Secretary Song Moon Kyung brought her to the emergency ward. Seo Eun was scared and embarrassed. Then Taejoon added that her blind date was canceled and the girl was finally upset. He explained to her how it all happened and said he had recorded the conversation just in case. The girl thanked him but was even more embarrassed that he had witnessed her failure. Seo Eun picked up her phone and listened to the recording of their conversation. She thought that there were still people who could get back together with their exes, apparently for whom it was normal. She didn't expect this to happen to her, but it wasn't her fault what happened. To be honest, she was even jealous. She wanted a normal relationship too. The girl doubted that anyone would be seriously interested in her after learning that she had given up part of her life to her ex-boyfriend without marriage and sacrificed her health for his mother. She would just be seen as a shallow fool. She didn't know if there was anyone in the world who would accept her with her scars and past without looking back. And if not, she would have to live her life alone. Seo Eun cried. But she never gave up hope of feeling true love at least once in her life. She turned to the CEO and said she was crying because she had fallen asleep with her lenses on and apologized for the inconvenience. Taejoon looked at her anxiously and said she didn't have to apologize. He got up from his chair and said he'd take her home. The girl thanked him and said she could get home on her own, but he didn't listen to her objections. Seo Eun was surprised, not wanting to cause him any more trouble. But the man confidently held out his hand to her. While the girl looked at his outstretched hand in bewilderment, the man was already getting nervous and told her to take it. Taking the girl's hand, the man led her towards the exit. His hand was so strong and warm. After a while, the CEO told Seo Eun not to go to work tomorrow and to rest. He offered to buy her dinner, but the girl didn't answer. Looking at her, he saw that the girl had fallen asleep. He tried to wake her up, saying they were already at her house. The girl moaned through her sleep that she wanted to sleep some more. Taejoon got angry and asked if she was going to go home, but the girl was fast asleep. He was thinking of ways to wake her up. He couldn't give a flick to someone who had fainted from exhaustion. Taejoon watched the girl sleeping serenely in his car. He ducked closer to her and whispered in her ear.
Han Seo Eun, wake up if you don't want to be scolded.
Chapter 28. Breathing heavily, Taejoon carried Seo Eun behind his back up the stairs of her house. He thought that if this was her way of punishing him for the fact that through his fault she had worked herself to exhaustion for a blind date, then he was very sorry. Finally, they were at her apartment door, if he remembered the information from her personnel file correctly. A man holding the girl in his arms tried to wake her up to find out the password to the door. Han Seo Eun continued to sleep peacefully on his back, with her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. A tired Taejoon started yelling for her to wake up and tell him the password, or he'd leave her right under the door. Neighbors came out to the noise and started making remarks so that the man would stop making noise. The man felt very uncomfortable. He realized he had no choice but to go back to the car. He put her back on the seat and covered her with the blanket. The man looking at Seo Eun thought that it was the first time he had seen a person sleeping so soundly. He even wondered if she had taken the sleeping pills given to her at the hospital. Then he muttered that he was more tired than she was at the moment. After all, he had gone up and down the stairs with her in his arms and his back ached. Taejoon checked to make sure the girl was comfortable and decided that he would wait until 12 o'clock. If she didn't wake up, he would take her back to his house. The time had passed well past midnight. In all his 30 years of life, this was the first time Taejoon had brought a girl to his house. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and Seo Eun opened her eyes. The girl couldn't remember the last time she had slept so well and so much. Suddenly, the girl realized she didn't know where she was. She looked around and saw the room large and clean. Seo Eun made sure her clothes and body were okay. She didn't feel weird in any way. Suddenly, she thought about where her phone might be. She began frantically fumbling with her hands on the bed and looking around. Finally, the girl saw her phone lying on the bedside table. When she picked it up, she saw a sticker taped to the screen that said she was at Kim Tae-jung's house. Seo Eun's hands trembled and tears of gratitude came to her eyes. She couldn't believe that the CEO had taken such good care of her. First, she worked late, and then he had to drive her to the hospital and look after her. The last thing the girl remembered was falling asleep in Taejoon's car. But what happened next, and how she ended up at his house, she couldn't remember. Seo Eun looked at the door and wondered if she could leave the room. Walking down the stairs, the girl marveled at how big his house was, wondering if he himself was using so much space. Finally, she saw Taejoon standing in the kitchen. The girl quietly approached him, but the man suddenly turned to her. Taejoon was dressed in house clothes, his hair slightly damp and disheveled. He smiled sincerely and asked her how she had slept. Seo Eun was embarrassed, feeling embarrassed for causing so much discomfort. She said hello to the man and thanked him for his hospitality. The girl just started to apologize, but the man interrupted her and said it was the first time he had seen someone worn out like that. Taejoon smiled cheerfully and said that she might not remember, but he carried her from the car to her apartment door on his back. But because she never told him the password to her door, he had to carry her back and eventually bring her back to his house. Seo Eun stood in embarrassment. She couldn't believe that a man went up and down 3 floors with her. Then the man added that for her information in his building, the elevator broke down and he had to carry her up to his apartment to the 30th floor. The girl was terrified. Seo Eun was nervous, didn't know what to do, felt very guilty. Taejoon smirked and looked at the girl and thought how stupid she was. Didn't she realize he was lying? Suddenly, Seo Eun started apologizing to the man, saying that she felt bad and that it would not happen again. Taejoon told the girl to stop apologizing, that it was okay, and invited her to breakfast. Seo Eun started to refuse, saying she'd rather go home. Taejoon ducked down and said he wanted to talk to her, especially after all he'd done for her. Having breakfast with him was the least she could do in return. The man placed plates of steaming breakfast on the table in front of the girl. Seo Eun saw the CEO's caring and almost cried with happiness. Chapter 29. The young people sat down at the table and began to eat breakfast. Seo Eun thought it was the most awkward breakfast she had ever had. When the man asked her if she had slept well, she thanked him and said it was fine. She had barely brought the spoon to her mouth when the headmaster announced that, unlike her, he hadn't slept at all. The girl froze. The man continued to smile nonchalantly and said that since she was sleeping in his bed, he didn't get a chance to sleep. He looked strangely cheerful. The girl felt a pang of guilt again. Even her appetite was gone. She started rambling again about how sorry she was, but Taejoon interrupted her and said he wanted to discuss the future team's work with her. The man said he wanted to hire 2 more workers specializing in cell phones to join their team. It would be easier for him if the girl offered him suitable candidates, but if she doesn't have anyone in mind, he will just choose someone himself. He also added that they will now only work for an hour after working on a team project. He doesn't want the girl to work nights and overexert herself. The man was worried about her state of health, said it was not normal to work until she lost consciousness, and asked her to undergo a medical examination. Seo Eun knew that her body had not yet fully recovered from the surgery, and she needed more rest. She decided that from now on she would be more attentive to herself and start taking additional vitamins. The girl replied to the CEO that she was fine and promised that she would not do it again. Taejoon told her to eat quickly before the food got cold. The girl started to eat, and the man thought she looked really cute. Suddenly, a strand of hair fell on the girl's face, and the man thought she would get dirty, so he reached forward to fix it. But Seo Eun suddenly picked up her hair with both hands and tied it into a ponytail without even using a rubber band. The man immediately jerked his hand away as if nothing had happened. Taejoon admitted that he rarely eats in the morning at all, and when the girl replied that she does the same, he said that she eats with a pretty good appetite now. Seo Eun replied that it's because the CEO was cooking for her. The man looked at her. The girl looked a little embarrassed, but also so beautiful and cute. He was pleased to watch her eat and how embarrassed she was to give him a compliment. Catching himself admiring the girl, he got up from the table and said he was going to get dressed. The man asked her to take her time and eat well. When he left, he told her to just leave the dishes where they were. The girl didn't understand what had come over him and why he got up from the table so abruptly. Taejoon started rubbing his neck in embarrassment and thought about why he kept acting so strange around this girl. Next to her, he found it hard to hold back. All his senses heightened. After a while, Seo Eun gathered her things and looked around the room to make sure she didn't forget anything at his place. She was already embarrassed at the inconvenience she had caused him, and he offered to drive her home too. The girl walked down the stairs and thought that even though he was swamping her with work, he was trying so hard to take care of her now that she didn't want to abuse it. Taejoon was already waiting for the girl downstairs.
He held out his hand to the girl and told her to let him carry her bag.
Seo Eun tried to object, saying there was no need for it. but the principal just pulled the bag off her shoulder and told her to take care of herself and hurry up. The girl rushed after him, grabbed his arm, and began to assure him that she was fine and could carry her bag on her own. She didn't realize how, but she elbowed a vase behind her and it fell to the floor with a clatter and shattered. Seo Eun froze in horror. She was even scared to think what that vase had turned into and how angry the principal would be at her. Turning round, she saw that the vase had been irreparably damaged. The girl started desperately apologizing and saying she didn't do it on purpose. Taejoon looked at her nonchalantly. The man told her not to worry about it, that he would just call someone and resolve the matter. Seo Eun stared at him when she heard that the man had called the secretary and asked her to find him a replacement for the moon vase his aunt had given him. He was sure she'd be upset to hear that it had broken, so he needed one just like it. And when she heard that such a vase cost as much as 5 million won, the girl froze on the spot and almost fainted. After he finished speaking, Taejoon turned to the girl and said that the matter was settled. And money is just money. Seo Eun felt like such a failure for what happened. She couldn't believe that the CEO didn't take offense to her and was ready to cry. When they finally arrived at the girl's house, she still couldn't believe she had broken his 5 million won vase. Even though he didn't seem to think it was that big of a deal, she felt she had to sincerely apologize to him again. Seo Eun was covered in sweat and gathered her courage. The girl suddenly blurted out an apology, saying she was so clumsy for not wearing her lenses. She was truly sorry for what had happened. The man listened attentively. Seo Eun couldn't even look him in the eye, she felt so guilty. Suddenly, Taejoon said that the girl pushed the vase because she was trying to take her bag from him, so he was also to blame for the incident. The girl didn't expect him to start apologizing either. The man asked if she could go home on her own or if he should walk her home. He smiled broadly and said he remembered that she couldn't see well without lenses, so he offered to help her out. The girl blushed and was embarrassed. She couldn't understand why he was being so nice and caring towards her. She grabbed the doorknob and said that since she walks in this place every day, she could get to home on her own. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Taejoon got out of the car and headed for the passenger door. He opened the door, held out his hand to the girl, and said,
Let's go. I'll go with you.
Seo Eun carefully walked up the stairs with the man walking behind her. She bit her lower lip in thought and pondered why the CEO was behaving this way with her. She couldn't understand why he was so nice and attentive to her. Chapter 30. After walking Seo Eun back to her apartment, the man wished her a good day and said goodbye to her until Monday. The embarrassed girl looked his way and thanked him again for everything. Entering the apartment, the girl slid down the door and wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Had she forgotten what Hui Wook had done to her so quickly? Could she really fall in love with someone so quickly after a breakup? Taejoon is her boss and she can't cross the line. Suddenly, her phone alerted to the receipt of a text message. It was a message from Taejoon, giving her his phone number and telling her to contact him if she had any trouble. After reading the text message, the girl blushed even more and dropped her head in her lap. She remembered how he'd taken care of her and how he'd offered to walk her to the door and thought she was glad she'd forgotten to put her lenses on. Back home, Taejoon collapsed onto his bed and exhaled heavily. He wondered why he had lied to the girl about having a job to ride her to home. Why didn't he want to show her that he was upset about the broken vase so she wouldn't worry? Putting his hand to his forehead, the man thought he had done a childish thing. He didn't feel well and couldn't understand why. Was it because he hadn't slept at all night, or because he had revealed too much of his personal life to Seo Eun? Did he feel anxious? He didn't know how to describe what he felt, but in a strange way it was a familiar feeling. Suddenly, the man's nose was filled with Han Seo Eun's scent. Taejoon stood up and sniffed, trying to see if it was just the pillow, but it turned out that his entire bed was soaked in the girl's scent. Damn it, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Early Monday morning, Hui Wook had already come to visit his mother in the hospital. The woman was so happy she couldn't get enough of her attentive son. A man confessed to his mother that he broke up with Han Seo Eun. The woman was startled and grudgingly asked if she had understood correctly. Then she asked if it was because the girl had learned the truth about the blood type in their family. Heavy Wook lowered his head and replied that it was one of the reasons they broke up. His mother was surprised and asked if he had initiated the breakup. When she heard that Seo Eun had abandoned her son, she got angry and started shouting if the girl had demanded money from him or threatened him for the operation. The man smirked and said she wouldn't dare do that because he was a lawyer and she knew she wouldn't win the case from him. Then he added even more smugly that the Choi Hyun-jin he told her about had confessed her feelings for him. The woman was beyond happy. A successful girl lawyer from a rich family confessed her feelings to her son. Hui Wook was pleased with himself. He told his mother that they started dating right after he broke up with Seo Eun, and he is thinking of proposing to her soon. The woman praised her son for hooking up with a girl like Hyun-jin. But then she grumbled that Seo Eun had acted strangely. The woman couldn't understand how she could leave a guy like her son. Hui Wook thought about what he saw when he left the hotel. Seo Eun was in the arms of CEO Kim Taejoon. There's no way there was something between them. He's just making things up. Seo Eun walked with Bobae holding an iced coffee. Both girls were complaining about the unbearable heat. Bobae suggested that Seo Eun is having a harder time than the others because she has to work overtime on the Team Future team. And then she remembered her recent conversation with the CEO. She asked if the girl was interested in the new project, to which she replied affirmatively with a gasp and asked why she was asking her about it. Seo Eun revealed that the CEO instructed her to find 2 more people to join their team, and she thought of bringing her and Mr. Jang on board. No sooner had she finished saying that it was only for an hour from 6 to 7 p.m., and that it wouldn't be too tedious than she heard a colleague's exclamation of joy. Bobae almost threw herself at the girl with a hug. She was so glad that she had offered the job to her. She could use the extra income, especially since she would have to work in such a nice company of people. The girl said she would also ask Mr. Jang, but she was sure he wouldn't refuse. Seo Eun was happy and satisfied. She was relieved that she wouldn't have to do all the work alone, so the process should go faster. Also, by working in the group, she hoped that she would no longer feel special treatment and would be able to suppress the feelings of sympathy that had arisen. Seo Eun felt guilty that she was going to use her colleagues in some way, but at least it would be a good career opportunity for them. Her musings were interrupted by a voice informing all the staff that CEO Kim Taejoon was treating everyone to an ice cream. Bowie got excited and said she'd go get herself and Seo Eun an ice cream. Seo Eun turned around and heard the department head discussing that there was too much ice cream and they could share with another department. And then she saw that it was her favorite ice cream and was surprised at the coincidence. Taejoon received a photo report that the ice cream he ordered had been delivered and distributed to department employees. He zoomed in on the photo and saw Seo Eun in the background with an ice cream in her hands. The man was looking at the photo, but the quality of the picture was blurred. He wanted to see the look on the girl's face because he wanted so much to make her feel good about herself. Suddenly, he was distracted by a balding elderly man who offered to escort him to the meeting room. He thanked Taejoon for coming to them on such a hot day. The CEO loosened his tie and exhaled heavily. It had been a very hot day indeed. Secretary Song Moon Kyung was on the phone when she saw the director heading to his office. She stopped him and told him that all the employees were very grateful to him for the ice cream surprise on such a hot day. The man smiled and said he was happy to help. The woman then added that he needed to check the list of team candidates from Han Seo Eun. Kim Taejoon smiled as he took the list and thought to himself that the girl had found the right employees so quickly. When he was in his office, he covered his face with his hands and lowered his head. The man could not sleep well all weekend. Besides, he had to attend a large number of business meetings. He felt ready to die of fatigue. He couldn't sleep well at home, even in the other bed. After Seo Eun left, he became uncomfortable in his own home. Finally, his attention was drawn to the names of the people the girl had listed as candidates for their future team. Kim Taejoon recalled walking by and hearing a female employee discussing that Seo Eun was not to blame for the phone bombing incident, and that if she were to quit, it would be difficult for the company to find an equally capable employee. He was under the impression that she was deliberately speaking so loudly that he could hear everything. Meanwhile, Bobae continued to say that their department is having a hard time without Seo Eun. Then suddenly, she said that the girl started wearing contact lenses instead of glasses and started to look even more attractive. Said that everyone thinks she is cute. Taejoon just threw a glance over his shoulder when he saw manager Jang embarrassed and confirmed that he thought Seo Eun was a very nice girl. The sight of the embarrassed young man made the man jealous and nervous. He recognized their names now. They were the very same employees. The man couldn't believe that Seo Eun had recommended her friends and colleagues to be his teammates. Taejoon didn't want this young man to be around her all the time, but he needed a good reason to disqualify him too. Meanwhile, Seo Eun came to work and tried to get her frayed nerves in order. She finally got her act together and decided that she would go into the office and act as usual. Seeing Secretary Song, the girl smiled welcomingly and said hello. The woman smiled and asked if Seo Eun was feeling well, to which she replied that there was no need to worry. Song's secretary said that it was the CEO who was the most worried. No matter what, Seo Eun was embarrassed that this beautiful woman had to take care of her. Song Moon Kyung's secretary noticed that the girl stood at the CEO's door and trembled. She called out to her and decided to walk her into the office. When the woman entered, she told the director that Seo Eun had come to him. Taejoon was busy looking at the work papers and then looked up and asked how the girl was feeling. Seo Eun was embarrassed and replied hesitantly that she was fine. She was embarrassed to look him in the eye after the incident. When she heard the man's voice saying he was glad to hear it, she blushed even more, not knowing what to say next or how to behave. Finally, she tried to talk about work. The girl told him that she had left letters of recommendation for him about the employees she had selected for the team. Taejoon continued to work nonchalantly and replied that he would make a decision as soon as he reviewed the documents. The girl thought that was all and was about to leave the office when suddenly the man stood up and said he had something to say to her. She thought he was going to reprimand her for fainting, but suddenly she heard Taejoon apologize sincerely. Suddenly, the man held out her old broken glasses to her. He apologized for not noticing them and accidentally stepping on them. Seo Eun looked at the glasses in amazement and didn't know what to say. At this time, the man went on to say that he was ashamed and did not know how to confess it to her. For then she said that these glasses meant a lot to her. There was embarrassment and remorse in his voice. Seo Eun smirked nostalgically and replied that they no longer meant anything to her, so he had nothing to apologize for. When she offered to throw them away, Taejoon headed for the door and said he would buy her new glasses. The stunned girl froze and the man turned around and said he still felt guilty and wanted to make amends. As he left the office, he told her to gather her things and follow him. After a while, they found themselves in a large shopping center. Although one part of Seo Eun wanted to give up shopping with him, the other part was drawn to him. She could feel her heart beating faster around him. The girl knew she shouldn't fall in love with him, but she wondered where her heart would take her. Taejoon glanced at the girl and noticed that she was embarrassed and tried to avert her gaze with her cheeks flaming hot. Coming to the window with glasses, the girl tried to say that she could buy her own glasses after receiving her salary, but the man insisted that he would buy them himself. So she decided to choose the cheapest ones. But then suddenly, a girl consultant came up to them and with a radiant smile offered her to measure a very expensive glasses, saying that they will look on the girl just marvelous. Seo Eun tried them on and they did fit, but she still wanted to choose something cheaper. Suddenly, the girl consultant turned her to Taejoon and chirped for him to see how cute his girlfriend was in those glasses. Seo Eun froze in shock. The man bent his head to her face and she blushed and opened her mouth in surprise. Taejoon gave a sly grin and said that she was cute in any kind of glasses. Hearing these words, Seo Eun held her breath and realized that she was in big trouble because her heart had definitely been captured by this man. Hui Wook went to the store to pick up the engagement ring Hyunjin ordered. The girl consultant opened a box with a shining ring with a huge diamond in it. Hui Wook pressed his lips together and felt uncomfortable. He hadn't expected that he would have to buy such an expensive engagement ring. A few days ago, he was returning from a meeting and noticed Hyunjin intently looking at a photo on her phone. As he got closer, he noticed that the girl was looking at the engagement rings and asked what she was doing. Suddenly, she asked if he was getting ready to propose to her. The girl was worried that he had thought it through carefully. Not expecting such a turn of events, Hui Wook hesitated, but hurriedly assured her that he would prepare everything and not to worry about it. He thought about Hyunjin demanding too much from him. He immediately thought of Seo Eun, who would be very happy even with a toy ring. The man wasn't willing to spend a lot of money on an engagement party. Suddenly, the girl stunned him by showing him her phone and saying that she wants this ring for the engagement, so she will order it in his name in this store. Just by looking at the photo, he could tell it was expensive. Hui Wook asked if maybe she meant a wedding ring instead of an engagement ring. The girl laughed and said that she would find another ring as a wedding ring and send him a link to order it. When he saw the price of 50 million won, he almost choked with indignation. While Hui Wook stood there wondering what kind of ring could be worth that kind of money, A satisfied Hyunjin talked about how she had always dreamed of getting a marriage proposal with a ring like that. She turned to the man all glowing and asked if he would really fulfill her dream. Hui-wook didn't have a chance to refuse, even though the girl worked with him and knew what his salary was and that it was a very expensive purchase for him. But he must do everything he can to make her his wife. So now he was sitting in an expensive store looking at the ring his fiancé had picked out and thinking about how much more expensive the wedding band would be. Suddenly he saw that the price of the ring was 5 million higher. The salesgirl told him that the price had gone up today. Hui-wook stared at the receipt in horror and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Then he tried to pull himself together and reassure himself that after the wedding he would be rewarded with more than he was spending now. He didn't know much about Hyunjin's past, but he had heard that her father was a very rich businessman and worked abroad all the time. In any case, the fact that she studied abroad and her parents pay for her expensive apartment means that she is from a chaebol family. As he looked at the check, he repeated to himself that it was his investment in a secure future. He even thought about eventually persuading his future father-in-law to give him money to open his own law office. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Hui-wook saw Seo Eun accompanied by a young man while she was shopping. Then he recognized the man as CEO Kim Taejoon, and he had an urgent urge to follow them. Hui-wook looked to see if the ring had been packed for him yet. He wanted to find out what was going on and why his ex-girlfriend was shopping with his former client. He decided to hurry the girl up. When she finally handed him the package with ring, Hui-wook snatched it away and angrily went in search of Seo Eun. He looked around trying to see which way they had gone but couldn't find them. Seo Eun walked beside the CEO and awkwardly clutched the package. She thanked him for the glasses and told him that he didn't need to buy new contact lenses as well. Taejoon at this time could not get Mr. Jang, who was admiring the girl, out of his mind. Suddenly, the girl stopped and said he should let her know if there was anything she could do to repay him for his kindness. Hearing these words, the man stopped abruptly and turned to look at her. He glanced at the girl, nervously biting her lower lip, and thought that he actually had a huge number of desires for her, many of them quite obscene. Taejoon knew he had to ask for something insignificant, but if he let his greed get the better of him, he would have asked for a kiss. He wondered how she would blush if he asked for it. He was interested in hearing her moan. He wished there was no one else in her life but him. Taejoon stood there wondering if he should ask her to do such a thing. Watching her embarrassed face, he realized he shouldn't and wouldn't do that. He knew he was rude and selfish, but he didn't want her to run away from him. So he decided to do what he knew was right. Taejoon turned around and ducked toward the girl, then calmly said that there was nothing she could do for him. It was his choice, the path to her, full of compromises. The man smiled at her, trying to be nice. He turned around and suggested she go and have dinner together. Seeing that the girl is standing still, he decided to hurry her up, saying that he will eat it all himself if she does not hurry up. But Seo Eun coughed a little and continued to stand still and said she had something to tell him. She blushed and lowered her gaze and then admitted that she liked him. She blushed and lowered her gaze and then admitted that she liked him. Seo Eun clenched her fists and continued to say that she would cause more trouble than good, but she was very grateful for the chance she had been given. Continuing to blush and stammer, she promised that from now on she would focus completely on work. She just couldn't keep quiet about her feelings. She wished him a good evening and turned around to leave before the man could see the tears accumulating in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a warm, firm palm squeeze her hand. And then the man abruptly turned her around to face him and asked her what she thought she was doing. He pressed her hands to his chest and, blushing, asked, did she really think she could say that to him and then just turn around and walk away? Here was a constant internal struggle within Taejoon. As a man who was used to always winning, he tried to play the game so that no one would lose. He wanted to enjoy the emotions and feelings that Han Seo Eun didn't know about, because he knew what would happen in the end. His inner voice told him that he must not fail his grandfather and aunt's expectations. But he himself, afraid of losing what he had regained, could not lose. He planned to play with her for a while, but today he decided not to listen to the inner voice. And what he heard from the girl completely ruined his plans. He lost the fight with himself. When he rushed after her, grabbing her arm, all his defense and determination fell like dominoes. Taejoon saw her red face and eyes full of tears. His inner voice that warned him of such a thing cried out, for he knew it would happen. Now he was going to have a problem, but Taejoon relented. All his doubts were over. He knew that now he would always take care of Seo Eun. He didn't care how it ended or what the consequences might be. The man suddenly pulled Seo Eun into his arms and asked why she was always giving him a hard time. He wished she was a little more cunning and twisted like him. In the end, Seo Eun won. Seo Eun stood still while the man pressed her against his chest. The realization of what was happening made her blush and embarrassed again. She then hesitantly hugged Taejoon in response. Feeling a woman's gentle arms around his waist, the man looked at the girl and saw that she was trying to hide her embarrassed face on his chest. Taejoon was surprised by this reaction because he knew that the girl had been in a relationship before, and he wondered why she was so embarrassed to be around him. He exhaled and said it was time for them to go. Before Seo Eun knew it, she was in his car with her seatbelt on. While the girl was trying to figure out what was going on, the man was driving contentedly. Seo Eun watched the man humming a song to himself and tried to collect her thoughts. Suddenly, she looked at the road and realized they were definitely not going to her house. When she imagined that Taejoon would take her to dinner as he had suggested before, she was horrified. She wasn't ready to discuss what had happened, much less eat. Seo Eun wanted to talk to him, but looked at his satisfied face and realized she was too embarrassed to do so. Then finally, plucking up the courage, she asked where they were going. Taejoon replied as if nothing had happened that he was taking her to his house. He grinned and exhaled, and then asked did she really think he would let her go so easily now? He laughed merrily and said it was impossible and continued driving while humming to himself. Seo Eun stared at him in horror and incomprehension. When they got to Taejoon's house, he got out to open the door and smilingly said that at least this time it would be easier for him since she could walk on her own. Suddenly, his phone rang and he saw it was his aunt calling. He asked Seo Eun to wait until he answered the call. While the man was on the phone, the girl kept her eyes on their interlocked hands. Taejoon wanted to end the conversation as quickly as possible, so he asked what his aunt wanted him to do. Seo Eun waited patiently for him to finish speaking and tried to even out her breathing. When the man heard his aunt almost pull up to his house, he froze in horror. He didn't want his aunt to see him with Seo Eun because she might recognize her. Therefore, he said that he would approach her car himself and that she should not drive too close to the house. Hanging up the phone, Taejoon dragged Seo Eun to his car as quickly as possible. He put her inside and asked her to sit for a while and wait for him. The girl felt uncomfortable and asked why she had to hide. The excited man asked her to just wait for him for a while, saying he would see his aunt quickly and come get her. No sooner had he closed the car door than he heard his aunt's voice. A man ran up to her car. When the woman got out, she said she heard him smash the jar she gave him. She pulled out a wooden box and announced that she had bought him a new jar made of sturdier material. After accepting the box from her and apologizing for the inconvenience, Taejoon thought about Auntie leaving as soon as possible. But the woman suddenly said that her nephew seemed to get along well with the secretary Song Moon Kyung. The man immediately got worried if the secretary had told his aunt about Han Seo Eun and asked if she was in contact with Song Moon Kyung. Auntie's look became conspiratorial for a moment, and then she smiled broadly and said that she would like to be friends with her very much. But unfortunately, the secretary calls her very rarely and only for work. And recently, she called to find out where to buy a new jar. So Auntie decided to give it to him herself. As the woman began to get into the car, Taejoon exhaled a sigh of relief. The woman apologized for arriving unannounced. Taejoon replied that everything was fine and waved to the departing car. As soon as she disappeared around the corner, the man rushed to his car and opened the door apologizing for what had happened. But the interior of the car was empty. His phone vibrated and he read a text from Seo Eun apologizing that she had to go home. Seo Eun finally made it to the bus stop at her house. All the way there, she thought about how the man was right to try to hide her from her aunt. After all, they were completely mismatched. She realized that he wasn't sure whether to have a relationship with her or not. On the way home, she was thinking about how to behave at work tomorrow when she stopped and saw him. Taejoon was standing outside her house. The first thing he asked was why she wasn't answering his calls. When Seo Eun tried to apologize, the man interrupted her and said he didn't need her apology. He stated that he didn't want his aunt interfering in his personal life. Embarrassed, he looked away and said it was too early to meet relatives and they hadn't even had a chance to talk to each other yet. He looked at the girl and not boldly asked if she was hungry, because he really wanted to have dinner with her. Without waiting for an answer, he asked again if she wanted to have dinner with him somewhere nearby since they were at her house. The man asked to be taken to her favorite establishment. When Seo Eun started walking, he wondered if everything was okay between them. Soon they were in a small restaurant and the girl offered to treat him to whatever dish he wanted to eat. Taejoon decided to make a joke and asked in that case if he could order the entire menu. Seo Eun froze in horror. She tried to tell him that they wouldn't be in the place that long, so they wouldn't have time to eat everything if he ordered so much. The man said he was just joking and asked what she would recommend. He'd try. A short while later, they had 2 plates of double kimbap in front of them. Seo Eun looked at her plate and couldn't understand why the cook had suddenly made it larger than usual. She was embarrassed to open her mouth too wide in front of the CEO or chew with her mouth full. Suddenly, Taejoon and headed for the water cooler. The girl realized that this was her chance to start eating soon. Taejoon poured water into a cup and made sure the girl ate. He realized she was embarrassed to eat such a large portion in front of him. The owner of the restaurant watched the strange couple with interest. When they were returning, Taejoon thanked Seo Eun for giving him a treat. The girl was happy that she could finally feel free around him. She noticed that all through dinner, the man tried not to look in her direction so as not to embarrass her while she ate. Seo Eun saw that he had become very pensive and couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Unlike her, he must have had a lot of experience in dating, and she was worried that he didn't like it with her. She was bothered by his past, but what bothered her the most was that he didn't respond to her confession of feelings. Looking at him, the girl thought about how he felt now walking beside her. Suddenly, Seo Eun asked if he had a girlfriend. Taejoon exhaled and asked if she really thought that if he had a girlfriend, he would be spending all this time with Seo Eun. The girl felt awkward and asked why then, before he asked her about being nice to a woman. That's why she thought he had a woman in his life he wanted to be nice to. Taejoon replied that he just wanted to strike up a conversation with her. And in fact, he'd been interested in her since the first time they'd met, when he'd given her his grill deal. Seo Eun looked at him and asked if he always so bothered those he liked. The man got embarrassed and tried to get out of it. Then he replied that, come to think of it, he did bother her a little. Seo Eun was walking beside him and couldn't understand if he wasn't afraid that she might hate him for such an attitude. Or maybe he wasn't hoping for reciprocity and just the slightest bit of attention was enough for him. Her musings were interrupted by his sudden apology. The girl said that now that they've worked things out between them, it's okay, and there's no need to apologize. But the man took her face in his hands and moved closer to her. A sly grin played on his face, and he said that he would now apologize for many things. He pulled her tighter against him, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her. Seo Eun immediately felt her heart racing and her cheeks turning red. She didn't expect him to be so assertive at all. Taejoon interrupted the kiss briefly and put his mint candy in her mouth. Then before the girl knew it, he was back in her mouth again with his lips. The candy had such a strong flavor that Seo Eun had tears in her eyes and tried to move away from the man. Breaking the kiss and breathing heavily, the man asked, "Didn't she like the flavor?" Seo Eun tried to catch her breath and replied that it wasn't that. The man kept stroking her face affectionately and said that he had followed her all the way to her house and thought he deserved a little kiss as a reward. Taejoon was amused at her embarrassment and kissed her lightly on the forehead and said he didn't like to pretend. He leaned down to her ear and playfully whispered that he would devote all of himself to her. Seo Eun felt very uncomfortable. She wasn't used to this kind of pressure from a man. Taejoon took her by the chin and said that if she didn't like it, she could always push him away. The girl stared at him, unable to manage her own breathing. She wasn't sure that even if she pushed him away, he could just leave her and walk away. While she pondered, Taejoon brought her face closer and said he heard no objection from her side and kissed her again. He was more confident in his actions, but Seo Eun liked it. She grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket and started kissing him back. The next day at work, Bobai was complaining about the terribly hot night and how she couldn't sleep. Seo Eun sat immersed in her thoughts. She didn't know what to do now that she had kissed not one of the company's employees, but the CEO himself. In the back of her mind, the girl began to wish that everything that had happened had been a dream. Suddenly, she heard Bobai exclaiming about CEO going to the office. Seo Eun's face lit up with embarrassment. Taejoon walked into the office and looked beautiful. The suit fit him perfectly, and he had a smile on his face. Looking at him, Bobai asked Seo Eun if she had ever heard any rumors about CEO. She wondered if his girlfriend could be a model, or just a girl from a rich family. Then she gave her a sly look and said that these two are always together, so Seo Eun must definitely know something. The girl blushed and tried to say that she really didn't know anything. Seeing Mr. Jang, the girl hurriedly said hello to him and struck up a conversation in the hope of putting Bobai's guard down. Suddenly, Taejoon's voice was heard as he approached the young people, said hello, and asked if they were the candidates that Seo Eun had advised him to select. The girl froze in horrified embarrassment while the man smiled radiantly at everyone present. He said they could begin their new duties as early as next week. While Bobae and Mr. Jang were excited about the opportunity to work on a new project, Seo Eun was embarrassed but silently proud that the CEO had listened to her. After wishing everyone a good day, the man left. Inspired, Bobae tried to find out from the girl what their new team would have to work on. But Seo Eun herself did not yet understand the purpose of creating the future team. The girl didn't stop and started asking Mr. Jang what he would like to work on. When So Eun heard that the conversation was about technology, her heart beat faster. The girl was very fond of such things. So thoughts of work immediately crowded out. Thoughts of Kim Taejoon. She turned to the man and passionately began discussing new air conditioning technology with him. As it turned out, Mr. Jang was also a passionate lover of new technologies, so engrossed in the conversation did not notice how blossomed in front of the eyes of girls. Not expecting such activity from the usually silent man, Bobae's eyes lit up with interest. Seo Eun forgot about all her worries all morning as she passionately discussed her interests with her colleagues and looked very happy. Then the colleagues calmed down a bit and decided to speak more quietly as they didn't notice their discussion turning into a storm of admiration. Taejoon was standing not far from Seo Eun's workplace and could watch and hear the fervor with which she was discussing her interests with her colleagues. Her eyes sparkled with joy. He thought he'd never seen this side of her before. It even seemed to him that she confessed her feelings to him less confidently when talking about her passion for technology. Did the air conditioning system cost her more than he did? At this time, Taejoon's aunt was sitting in her office, unable to get the picture from yesterday out of her mind. She saw her nephew hiding a girl from her in the car park. Looks like he started seeing someone. The woman wondered if Secretary Song Moon Kyung knew anything about it. She remembered how suspicious he had looked yesterday, looking round all the time and trying to get her away as quickly as possible. The woman decided that if her nephew has a serious relationship, she will stay out of his personal life and accept any girl he deems worthy. And if her father, Taejoon's grandfather, objected, she would protect the couple. She smiled dreamily and began to think about what kind of person this girl was that her nephew was so seriously interested in. The workday came to an end and Han Seo Eun decided to text CEO, asking if she could come over to see him. The answer came so quickly that the girl even jumped on the spot from surprise. As she approached the door to Taejoon's office, the girl stopped to collect her thoughts. She was a little embarrassed to be alone with him after what had happened. Suddenly, the door in front of her opened. A man stood opposite her and smiled sweetly at her. He motioned for Seo Eun to enter and continued to smile as the girl cautiously made her way inside. The girl started talking about how she wanted to talk to him about a new project they were going to start next week. But suddenly, Taejoon wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her against him, and rested his chin on her shoulder. He breathed in her scent and murmured that he'd heard she was interested in air conditioning systems, and he was a little jealous. Seo Eun was speechless with surprise. The girl was embarrassed that he was hugging her so openly, but she didn't pull away. While she blushed and tried to hide her embarrassment, the man was amused by what was happening and offered her a drink together. She finally tried to get out of his embrace because she was afraid they might get caught. But Taejoon sighed theatrically and said he missed her. Seo Eun reached for the doorknob in an attempt to escape from his office, but Taejoon stretched out and beat her to it. He deftly snapped the lock shut and the door was locked. Seo Eun was worried that it wouldn't seem strange that they locked themselves in his office. Taejoon playfully bowed his head and replied that it was fine, and that he didn't care who or what anyone thought, especially since at the end of the day, no one should be bothering him. Realizing that they were alone in a locked office and he was hugging her tightly, the girl blazed with embarrassment. She bounced sharply away from him and started mumbling that she had come to see him about work matters. Seo Eun tried to catch her breath. She didn't realize how dangerous it was to have an affair at work. The man said if it makes her feel better, during the week they will focus on work. But he wants to spend the weekend with her. So he asked her to pack for 3 days and 2 nights to spend that time with him. Seo Eun froze when she heard that. Taejoon looked very happy and enthusiastic, asking her about where she would like to go with him. And then the girl realized he was taking her on a real couple's trip. She'd never done anything like this before. Blushing, she inquired if he really wanted to take her traveling for a couple's trip. Taejoon feigned innocence and asked if she didn't want to spend time with him. Seo Eun blushed to the roots of her hair. This kind of relationship development was too fast for her. But she didn't want to refuse him, so she stammered her agreement. At Hui-wook's house, preparations for the engagement were in full swing. While the man was inflating balloons, his father was angry because his mother was discharged from hospital yesterday, and today his son is organizing a party at home. Hui-wook, on the other hand, was holding back tears and anger thinking about Hyunjin's constant refusal to meet him at the hotel. He didn't want to have a party at home himself. Hui Wook's mum, on the other hand, scolded his father for pestering her son with questions, saying that he himself had not bothered to make a proper marriage proposal in his time of need. While helping with the organization, the woman suddenly noticed a box with a ring on the table. She was immediately curious about the ring her son bought her future daughter-in-law and decided to take a look. Seeing a shining ring with a huge stone, the woman was horrified. Envy and greed flooded her. She turned to her son and muttered through her teeth that he had bought a ring that was too expensive. When the man heard this, he said she shouldn't touch it. To put her mother's guard down, the man took out another box and said he had bought her a present too, a brooch from her favorite shop. He thought to himself how good he was for returning the unreasonably expensive 55 million won ring and ordering a fake for only 5 million won. He also took the ring box from his mother's old jewelry and forged the certificate of authenticity himself. He was proud of how clever he was. While Mum was looking at her son's present, Hui Wook ran to meet Hyunjin. So finally, he got down on one knee and proposed to the girl, promising to make her happy. The man's parents were happy that their son had finally caught a rich daughter-in-law. Hyunjin admired the ring and said how happy she was that he had fulfilled her dream. But suddenly, the girl said that the ring was a bit big and that she would go to the shop and change the size. Hui Wook was horrified when he heard this, so he immediately replied that he would take care of the matter himself. Hyunjin said that since it cost 55 million, she should go to the shop right away and it would be better if she measured the ring. When they heard the price, the man's parents opened their mouths in shock. Hui Wook felt the oppressive looks of his parents. The man's mother said she would bring the corkscrew and turned round, her face twisted with anger. She was going to scold her son later for such wastefulness. Hyunjin, at this time glowing with happiness, asked the woman if she would feel well enough to meet the girl's parents next week. Since her parents work abroad, they will fly in briefly to see her future in-laws. The woman immediately asked what kind of business her parents had. The girl said they have their own company in Dubai in the high-tech business. She then showed a photo of their company building, and Hui Wook's mother froze briefly in shock. She smiled and asked when her parents were arriving and said they should definitely meet. The woman tried to be nice and said that her health was not at all a handicap. Hyunjin suddenly announced that since she is the only daughter of her parents, they are in no hurry to marry her off. So they will insist that her future husband's family buy a decent house for the young family. A smile froze on Hui Wook's mother's face. Not only did that girl force her son to buy her such an expensive ring, she also wants them to buy a house. Then the girl added that if her mother likes the option they choose, she will definitely persuade her father to buy them a house twice as expensive and better. Therefore, Hui Wook should choose a decent option for their future home. And his parents should think carefully about how much money they are willing to spend on a house for them. The woman froze in shock, and then she began to understand why her son bought such an expensive ring for this girl. She realized that her son was trying to do everything profitably, because when they get married, he will receive much more. Hyunjin said that she didn't want Hui Wook to know about their conversation so as not to embarrass him, so she decided to talk to his parents right away. The woman couldn't believe her luck. She was proud that her son managed to hook a big fish. The next day, Hui Wook went to the shop to buy a new real ring. As he left, he thought he should have bought an expensive ring in the first place. Now it turns out he overpaid. In addition, he had to waste time going to the shop because he couldn't afford Hyunjin to come. The engagement ring ended up costing him 60 million won. The man was ready to cry. Suddenly, he saw CEO Kim Taejoon walking by and wondered what the hell he was doing here since he had recently walked around the shop with Seo Eun. Hui Wook immediately felt envious and angry that this man was so relaxed shopping while he was suffering. If he hadn't broken the contract with them, he wouldn't be worrying about money now either. He wondered why Seo Eun was with this man last time and decided to find out. He ran up to him and said hello. Hui Wook began to fawn and say that he was sorry that the man had so suddenly canceled the contract with their firm. He had hoped for a fruitful cooperation. Taejoon nonchalantly reported that unfortunately their first business trip was not fruitful, so he decided not to pursue it further. Then he just turned around and went on his way without even saying goodbye to Hui Wook. Then the man, to keep his attention, shouted in his wake if he knew a girl named Han Seo Eun, and Taejoon immediately froze in place. Hui Wook smirked and said that it was his girlfriend and she was working at one of the branches of K Group. Taejoon turned around and said he knew her. The man thought to himself that now he had to find out what kind of relationship they were having. Hui Wook went on to say that in truth he had recently dumped her and then saw a man hugging her, so he wondered how she was doing. CEO replied that he just helped her since the girl was not feeling well, but he doesn't have time to delve into the problems of every one of his employees. Hui-wook continued to boast that the girl must be having a hard time with their breakup because she loved him so much. He said he hoped that Seo Eun wouldn't cause any trouble for their company because of it. Taejoon became uncomfortable listening to this bastard. He couldn't understand how Seo Eun could even date a low man like him. The man turned silently again and walked away with a quick step. Hui-wook didn't have time to say anything. Only he couldn't understand why that man had left so rudely. Seo Eun stood at the mirror in her room, thinking about what things she would need for her weekend trip. Her gaze fell on a box of new lace lingerie sets. The girl specifically bought them the other day and decided to see how they would look on her again. Pulling up her t-shirt, she finally remembered that the scars from the surgery had not yet healed and were clearly visible. She felt so stupid. How could she forget about them? Suddenly, her phone rang. Taking the phone, a smile spread across the girl's face. It was the CEO. He came to her house and asked her to come out for a while. Taejoon was standing outside, and when he heard heavy breathing, he turned around. It was Seo Eun. The girl was in such a hurry to see him that she didn't even have time to get dressed properly, but just threw her jacket over her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed from running towards him. Before she could say anything, the man handed her a bag containing her new glasses. She thanked him and said she could have taken them herself. Taejoon tucked a loose strand behind her ear and said it wasn't too hard, and asked if she had anything else to say to him. His voice was soft and low. He continued stroking her face and looked at her expectantly. The girl's heart raced, and she thanked him for giving her the new glasses. The man sighed theatrically and pulled her against him, saying that it had been very hard for him to be away from her all this time. He asked if she wanted to grab a few things and go with him to his house. Seo Eun didn't expect this at all and was again embarrassed by how much he was forcing the matter. The man smiled and said that the girl could consider his house their shared home. Hearing this, Seo Eun was a little confused. She asked what they would do in their house. The man laughed heartily and stroked the girl's cheek, telling her that they would fall asleep together. He asked if she would like that. Then he added in a slightly quieter voice that he himself would like it very much. Suddenly, the girl bounced away from him. Burning with embarrassment, she said that they had agreed to spend the weekend together, and tomorrow they had to work. Taejoon, as usual, put his arm around the girl and said that they could go to work together tomorrow, and looked at her with a look that would make Seo Eun agree to anything. The girl thought to herself that he was a sneaky liar. He promised not to distract her from work during the week, but today he wants to take her home with him. In the end, Seo Eun made the decision that they shouldn't be shy with each other. She didn't care about his past, as he didn't care about hers, so she decided that they could move on together. As they rode up the lift, the girl thought about how she finally wanted to enjoy their relationship, and she wanted to be as honest with him as possible. Biting her lip, she tried to muster up the courage to confess something very important to him. When they arrived and the man headed for the lift exit, she grabbed his sleeve and said she had something to ask him. He turned round and saw that the girl was very excited and trembling. Blushing, she asked him to switch off all the lights tonight. Taejoon has made an elaborate plan for this evening, including a delicious dinner and a hand-holding walk. Inwardly, he fought the urge to do something more savory, but he was afraid to rush things and frighten her. Remembering the way she constantly reacted to his closeness, he realized that the girl was not ready for closer contact, so he tried his best to restrain his impulses. But her sudden request made his resolve waver. What she said made him throw all his plans to the rubbish, and the virtuous part of his nature capitulated. The man froze. He didn't expect her to take the initiative, especially so unexpectedly. He took her hand and agreed. When he suggested leaving at least a table lamp, the girl protested and said there should be no light. Taejoon was surprised by this. He turned round and met the girl's look of pleading eyes. Then he smiled and suggested that if she liked doing it in total darkness, then perhaps he should blindfold her. Seo Eun blushed and mumbled that she just didn't want any light. The man looked at her carefully and saw that she really was very worried about it. The girl was so sweet to him it was sheer torture to give up the chance to see her. But he respected her decision and said it was fine and asked if she had any other preferences. Seo Eun breathed out a sigh of relief. She was a little embarrassed and said it was the first time for her. So she asked him to take care of her, as he must have experience in this. Taejoon froze for a moment in surprise. He looked at the girl and couldn't believe it was true. He figured that for some reason she had decided to lie to him, but he didn't understand why. He couldn't believe someone like her ex didn't get his paws on a cutie like her. His jealous side of his personality kicked in, but he decided he didn't want to ruin the evening. Taejoon invited her through and said he would take care of her. He decided that since her ex is in the past, it doesn't matter to him what was between them. The man told her he'd try to switch off all possible light sources. Then he hugged her from behind and took her by the chin and said he would love to see every feature of her body in the process. He wouldn't want to take his eyes off her. Seo Eun felt her heart racing and her stomach twisting in a knot. The room was dark. The man painfully slowly covered the girl's neck with kisses. He bit her earlobe and heard the girl sigh. Seo Eun felt it was getting hard to breathe. Suddenly, she felt too hot and even tried to mutter for the man to stop for a while. But Taejoon turned her round to face him and kissed her gently and began to stroke her soothingly. Then he pulled away and smiling asked if she was ready. In fact, Seo Eun was burning with shame and embarrassment. She could only shake her head in agreement, holding back tears. Seeing her condition, the man decided to give her time to exhale a little and said he would help her take off her shoes first. He knelt down and gently began to remove her shoes from her feet. Taejoon felt the girl shiver as he touched her ankles, then looked up at her. Her shoulders were shaking, her face was red, and it was obvious from everything that the girl was very worried. He got up and said he wanted to wait a little longer. Taejoon stroked the girl's cheek and thought he could hug her all he wanted, but it was important to him that she look directly at him. He wanted her to look at him with honest eyes and remember everything crystal clear, to then rekindle those memories in your heart. The man reached out and kissed her tenderly. The room was completely dark. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Taejoon intertwined his fingers with Seo Eun's fingers. The girl breathed out his name and he heard the tears in her voice. The man was worried about whether she was in pain or maybe she didn't like it. Or maybe she suddenly remembered her bastard ex-boyfriend. He really wanted to disobey her and turn on the light to see why she was crying. Finally, the girl's breathing quickened, and he sensed that what he had been trying so hard to achieve was about to happen. His dreams became a reality. So many times he had imagined hearing her scream with pleasure. Breathing heavily, he leveled himself, and a satisfied smile blossomed on his face. The man thought he must be going crazy with pleasure. The sun brightly illuminated the room with light, and Seo Eun squinted her eyes open. She turned round and saw that the bed was empty. Apparently, the CEO had woken up before her. When she tried to get out of bed, her back ached. She immediately remembered that Kim Taejoon had kept her awake most of the night. Even when she had showered and put on her pajamas, he had trapped her again. It was the first time in her life that the girl had experienced such a storm of emotion. It was a mix of sadness and mad happiness. She remembered how the man had trembled with excitement. And then he mumbled about someone who had left him. Seo Eun lay there thinking that on one hand she would like to know, but on the other hand she didn't. She had secrets from him too. It just so happened that they had dived into the relationship with little knowledge of each other, and the main thing was that they wanted to move on together. Coming downstairs, the girl was greeted by Taejoon's radiant smile. He looked very happy, said hello, and asked her how she had slept. Seo Eun was shy and afraid to look him in the eye after spending the night together. She asked if he had managed to rest. The man reached out and lifted her face. He said he felt fine and asked her if her body was in pain. He looked at her fondly and said that he had enjoyed last night very much and asked if she was satisfied with it. The girl blushed. Despite what had happened between them, she was still embarrassed. She couldn't get used to the way he said her name. She sucked in a breath and said that she was very happy and satisfied too. Taejoon asked why she was crying, asked if he had hurt her. Seo Eun said it was okay. She was just overwhelmed with emotion. The girl suddenly turned around and noticed that the jar she had broken was glued back together and standing on the counter. The man laughed and said he tried to glue it together, and it came out kind of good. Seo Eun looked at him and felt a prick of guilt. The jar must have been very precious to him to leave it like that. She lowered her head and said she was sorry for ruining jar. Taejoon smiled and started joking on her, saying that now for every time she apologized, he would flick her on the forehead. The man had already folded his fingers, teasing the girl, and suddenly froze when he saw a familiar picture. Seo Eun stood with her eyes closed and her forehead covered with her palms in anticipation of the flap. The man immediately remembered her as a child standing like that and covering her forehead. He rubbed his neck with his hand in embarrassment and said he was just kidding and asked her not to apologize to him again. Then the girl said thank you to him, and the man looked at her carefully and asked what for. She thanked him that despite the fact that she had broken such an expensive jar, he had acted as if it was something insignificant and had not scolded her. Taejoon stared at the girl and couldn't stop marveling at her. Suddenly, he grabbed her and wrapped his arms around her, telling her not to say anything stupid anymore. Their idyll was interrupted by a phone call. It was Taejoon's aunt calling him. The man answered the phone and started talking to his aunt. Seo Eun, who was standing nearby, didn't know if she should leave because she could hear the whole conversation. Suddenly, she heard that a woman had asked her nephew to go on a business trip this Friday for the entire weekend. It turned out that one of the factories overseas had killed workers during a work trip, so it was necessary to go and settle all the issues. The man tensed up and listened intently to his aunt. The woman informed him that he would need to meet with lawyers to settle matters with the families of the victims. When Seo Eun heard this, she realized that this was a very serious matter, so their trip would have to be postponed. She knew that such things were more important than a vacation, but she couldn't help but feel upset anyway. The man glanced at the girl and saw that she was upset. He asked his aunt if he really had to go because he was running a completely different department. The girl could hear how the woman insisted on his presence because it was a great opportunity for him to prove himself. After all, he was the heir to the chairman. Taejoon continued to argue with his aunt and said that he had important things to do this weekend that he would not cancel. The man said that even if the president himself asked him to go, he would still refuse to go. The irritated man dropped the call and sighed heavily. Suddenly, he heard the girl's voice. She stood looking at him sweetly and said that he had to go on a business trip. Then she went to him with her head down and told him she was grateful for everything and said it would be better if no one knew that anything had happened between them. She said that since they worked together, no one would think anything of it. The girl was grateful to him for giving her happiness even for a short while and said that she had no illusions. She didn't want him to take risks for her and ruin his world. Exhaling, Seo Eun said that she was happy with the way things were. For a moment, an oppressive silence hung between them. The man stood motionless. Suddenly, the girl felt herself losing her balance. Taejoon picked her up in his arms and went into the room. He asked her if she liked being with him, and the girl, blushing, replied that of course she did, and asked him to let her go, but the man went on unperturbed. So Yoon looked at his stern expression and started to panic, asking what he was up to and asking him to stop. Entering the room, the man laid the girl on the bed and headed for the window, scuffing the curtains. He didn't say anything to the girl's questions, just said he would turn off all the lights. Taejoon turned to her and asked if she was comfortable with that light. Seo Eun realized what he was up to and almost cried out in embarrassment, mumbling something about work and the business trip. But the man didn't listen to her anymore. The young Palepe were standing in traffic on their way to work, and Taejoon was humming a song contentedly to himself. Seo Eun sat in a stupor and didn't know how to act. She was almost late for work because of him. He pounced on her like an insatiable beast, and then quickly changed and was ready to go to work. The man said thoughtfully that they were unfortunately caught in a big traffic jam. Seo Eun said she could have traveled further on her own by bus. She didn't want anyone to see that the CEO had brought her to work. Taejoon, with all his insight, asked if she wanted to get out of the car because she wasn't comfortable with what had happened between them. The girl got embarrassed and said she just thought she didn't want the other employees to suspect anything and rumors would spread. The man replied that in that case, he could drive her home so she could leave her things and get to work from there. He apologized for his persistence and said he'd try not to annoy her until the weekend. The girl could see that he was a little upset by her words. She smiled and asked him not to take offense or think bad thoughts. She just didn't want to give him any trouble. Seo Eun said that he doesn't have to change his plans for her because she has nothing to give him in return but her time and love. She was used to being asked to make sacrifices, but now she was happy to just give her love because he didn't demand more from her. Taejoon walked the girl to the door and asked her to call him when she got to work. Seo Eun wished him a good trip and they said goodbye. Once home, the girl had her back against the door and thought that at last she was glad. She was glad that their relationship didn't require giving or taking anything in return. All that mattered to them was the present. A few hours later, Taejoon was already in their office in the Philippines. He was met by the local manager, and the man looked around and realized how much had changed since the last time he had been here. When he first arrived here with his father, this place was a wasteland. His father was just negotiating with future partners. When the man noticed his son, he asked him in a friendly manner if he had come to help him. He realized that the little boy was bored on a business trip. He squatted down and offered him a swim in the sea together later. Little Taejoon was intrigued, and his father said that it would be their secret that they would not tell his grandfather and his aunt. The man whispered conspiratorially to the boy that if anyone found out about it, he would have to be lectured about it. So he asked his son to make a promise, and the boy gladly held out the little finger to his father. Now Taejoon remembered that it was the last time he had gone anywhere with his father before his parents died in a car accident. Suddenly, the chaperone turned around and asked if everything was okay. He must have gotten nervous because of the look on Taejoon's face. The man hurriedly apologized that it was because of the heat. It was much hotter here than in Korea. Suddenly, Taejoon heard someone calling his name. It turned out to be his great-uncle. The man approached him with a smirk and asked him if it was hard for him to be in this place. Taejoon bowed politely, and his uncle went on to say that even though they were family, it was hard for them to meet because of their constant work. The man looked at his uncle carefully and thought it was strange that he flew to this place because his uncle was not the right person to take care of their business in the Philippines. Anyway, he was the kind of man who watched every detail. Not for nothing was he next in line to become president of the company. Taejoon was sure he was planning to take his grandfather's place someday. The man gave a friendly grin and said that if he had known his nephew was coming, he would have stayed in Korea himself. Hearing this, Taejoon couldn't believe his ears. He would have been glad not to come if he had known that his uncle would be here too. Patting his nephew on the shoulder, the man suggested that his aunt had sent him here, so that reporters could see the new face of the company and write interesting articles, to which Taejoon replied that he had flown here to work, not to give interviews. The uncle ducked down and said that the young man needed to use his pretty face to get people to favor him. Taejoon looked tensely at his uncle and then said he had to go now. Hyunjin with Hui-wook arrived at the airport to meet his parents. When the girl and her parents saw each other, they threw their arms around each other. While they were talking about how much they missed each other, Hui-wook stood aside and politely coughed, trying to get attention. Finally, he bowed and introduced himself to his bride's parents. The man and woman began to praise Hui-wook and say that their daughter had told them many good things. The young man was very flattered. Soon, the young people were sitting with their parents in a restaurant. Hyunjin's father talked about how happy he was to see that his daughter would have such a good father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hui-wook's parents were excited about the meeting and said they were lucky that such a girl chose their son. Suddenly, Hyunjin's father put down his shot glass on the table and said that it was time to talk about the future housing for the newlyweds. Hui-wook's parents visibly tensed up. The man said they only have one daughter and he wants her to have the best of everything. While the girl smiled sweetly, Hui-wook stared at his future father-in-law in panic and misunderstanding. Hyunjin's father propped his chin with his hand and asked directly what amount their future in-laws were willing to allocate for the newlyweds' home. Hui-wook's father was waiting for this conversation, just as his wife had warned him. They counted all their savings and insurance, mortgaged the house, and Hui-wook even managed to get a few of his payments settled early. When he said 500 million won, his wife said 2 billion won at the same time. The woman calmly said they could afford to contribute that exact amount. The man stared at his wife in horror. There was an awkward silence at the table for a while. Hui-wook and his father looked at the woman as if she had lost her mind. While the woman smilingly talked about how she wanted their children to live in a better home, Hui-wook thought about how they were bankrupt because of the hospital bills and didn't understand where they would get that kind of money from. Hyunjin's father smiled and said he would add another 2 billion on top and use the money to buy a decent home for the kids. Hui-wook tensed up and couldn't believe that someone could give away 2 billion won so easily. Her parents must be even richer than he had imagined. He thought that starting to live in a fancy house was a good start to life. He looked at his bride carefully and hoped that everything would work out exactly as he had planned. Monday arrived and Seo Eun, as usual, was cheerfully assisting customers at the service center. Suddenly, her work phone rang. The girl was surprised since such calls usually meant that something had happened. When she picked up, she heard Kim Taejoon's voice. Apparently, he had come to work straight after returning from a business trip. She was pleased that he had called her, though she felt a bit awkward. Hearing her reserved tone, the man asked if she hadn't missed him at all. Seo Eun blushed immediately. She couldn't have private conversations right at her workplace, especially with Bobai sitting nearby and clearly eavesdropping. To her relief, Taejoon said that starting today, the strategy team would begin its work and asked her and her colleagues to come see him after work. Then he hung up. Bobai, full of admiration, asked why the director had called personally, and Seo Eun explained that he wanted to see them after work since their team was starting a new project. Seo Eun was excited and thrilled that they'd be working on a project personally overseen by the director and clapped her hands in joy. Finally, at the end of the workday, the young pulp gathered in the conference room, and Taejoon greeted everyone upon entering. He got straight to the point, saying that last week he had asked Seo Eun to recheck the spare parts lists. Thanks to her meticulous work, he discovered that there were many errors in the records, particularly involving the replacement of motherboards. Meanwhile, Seo Eun studied the documents he handed out and was surprised at how neatly he had organized the data she had worked so hard on. Apparently, her work hadn't been in vain. The director then placed two motherboard samples on the table and asked if they could spot the difference between them. After examining them closely, Seo Eun concluded that there were distinctions suggesting the samples were produced by different manufacturers. Holding the boards in her hands, she continued to study them, and the man confirmed her theory. The boards were indeed made by different companies: IAX, a K Electronics partner, and Nocom. According to internal data, K Electronics' official partner is IAX, whose chipsets are known for durability, although they increase the product's final price. However, it was also discovered that K Electronics supplied Nocom chipsets to every service center. These were used for phones undergoing after-sales service within 3 months of purchase. Bobae quietly asked if she understood correctly, that the company uses high-quality chipsets for production but cheaper ones from another company for after-sales service. Apparently, the document supported that conclusion. Kim Taejoon said that all information about Nocom was relatively simple and that K Electronics had deliberately overlooked it. Then everyone realized that internal conflict was brewing within the company and that the director had initiated this investigation to uncover a corporate secret. He announced that they must thoroughly analyze the data, determine which chipsets are actually better, and identify the differences. The girls froze. All they could think about was how they might end up in the news if a scandal broke out. At that moment, Manager Jang raised his hand and asked if he had understood correctly, that their strategic team's work would be confidential. The director smiled and confirmed that it would be, and that each of them would need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Manager Jang then asked why Kim Taejoon had decided to take on something like this. Bobae was glad he had the courage to ask. Taejoon replied that as the director of K Electronics, it was his duty to monitor the company's operations and, if it went off course, to assess the situation and correct it. Above all, he was responsible for the company's and employees' well-being. A while later, Seo Eun entered the director's office and brought him the non-disclosure agreement in a folder. To her surprise, the man silently took the folder and stood up from his desk. He walked toward her, and she grew nervous, fearing he was displeased and might scold her. She started thinking frantically about what mistake she could have made. But in the next moment, he simply hugged her tightly, letting out a relieved sigh. He held her in silence, just wanting to feel her presence because he missed her. Seo Eun relaxed a little, wondering what he'd do next. She sensed how tired he was, so she decided to silently support him by hugging him back. Finally, he pulled back a little, looked into her eyes, and asked, "Did you really not miss me at all?" She quickly objected, saying of course she missed him very much. Taejoon, like a sulking child, replied that she hadn't called him even once. She explained that she didn't want to distract him from work, but he rested his head on her shoulder and with a sigh said he had felt very lonely without her. In that moment, he looked so vulnerable. Seo Eun hugged him again to comfort him, thinking how charismatic he had seemed not long ago. Yet now, alone with her, he was so gentle. Suddenly, he claimed her lips, kissing her softly at first, then more passionately, showing how much he had missed her. She could barely breathe, so after a moment, she pulled away slightly and asked him to wait a little. Taejoon smiled and asked if she would come home with him today. Understanding what he was hinting at, the girl blushed. She knew how persistent he could be and decided not to stay silent today. Eventually, she whispered that they couldn't. They had to be careful. But the man just smiled and asked, "What if I really need this?" The girl blushed and replied that maybe it would be better to meet on the weekend. He looked surprised and asked if she was afraid that if they spent time together today, he'd suddenly get busy over the weekend. But Seo Eun answered that she had a lot of tasks to handle on workdays. She smiled and said she took her job seriously. It was the way she could be useful to him. Taejoon was surprised. He hadn't realized she worried so much about work. Suddenly, he offered to help her move to Seoul so her commute would be easier and said he'd cover the expenses. Seo Eun quickly declined, but a moment later struggled to keep from laughing. The man didn't understand what amused her and asked what was so funny. She then burst out laughing and said his offer sounded a bit arrogant and a little strange. Then she realized what she had just said and quickly apologized, not meaning to be rude. But Taejoon looked at her seriously and reminded her that he had warned her. If she apologized again, she'd get a flick on the forehead. The girl shut her eyes and covered her forehead with her hand, expecting him to flick her. But instead, Taejoon gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and, saying he had lied, caught her lips again in a kiss, taking her by surprise. He pulled away from her. Her face was burning and her heart was pounding like crazy. The man smiled slyly and said he had no choice but to spend the night at her place. Seo Eun was surprised to hear what he said. Was he really planning to stay the night at her house? She immediately imagined how they would fit on her small single bed. She considered sleeping on the floor, but she only had one blanket. The only way to fit was to lie down tightly hugging each other. That was risky. They might not make it to work because she knew Taejoon wouldn't let her sleep. She tried again to convince him to meet on the weekend since her place was too small for both of them, but he assured her everything would be fine. Finally, seeing how embarrassed she was, he said he was just joking and told her not to worry. He didn't want to make her do anything she was uncomfortable with, so he smiled and said he would happily visit her when she invited him herself. Hearing that, Seo unfroze for a few moments. He had been so insistent about visiting but suddenly stopped pressuring her. She felt awkward because this man, who usually gave commands, had just asked her for a favor in the softest voice in the world. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed him. It felt like a dream she didn't want to wake up from. She couldn't believe her luck. The kiss was soft and tender, her way of telling him how much she had missed him. Meanwhile, Hui-wook's mother met with a realtor to find out how much their apartment could be sold for. But the woman disappointed her by saying that even with renovations, the maximum price would be 1 billion won. She assured her that it was a good price given the condition and location of the home, and that it would take quite some time to sell, as it wasn't in a high-demand area. Later, the woman calculated how much money their family could gather. Taking into account the house sale, insurance cancellation, deposits, and other bills, it would total only 1.1 billion won. It wasn't enough. Hyunjin's parents demanded 2 billion won to buy a house. They must have been incredibly wealthy if such a sum wasn't a problem for them. The woman considered taking out a private loan. Her thoughts were interrupted by a doorbell. She knew Hui-wook and Hyunjin were supposed to visit. When she opened the door, she saw her smiling future daughter-in-law, who cheerfully greeted her. The girl brought food and offered to help set the table. The woman was pleased by how much food she had brought and said she would gladly have lunch with her. The food was delicious and diverse. Hui-wook's mother praised the girl's cooking skills. Hyunjin thanked her and said her mother had taught her. The girl got up from the table and offered to clean up, but the woman said it wasn't necessary and that Hui-wook would do it himself. The man was surprised since his mother had never asked him to do that before, but he knew he couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, the women sat down to rest in front of the TV. Hui-wook's mother kept casting disapproving glances at her future daughter-in-law. Hyunjin was glued to her phone and giggling. The woman was unhappy that the girl hadn't even tried to help clean up, despite being offered a rest. She compared her to Seo Eun, who would have done everything herself by now. The woman worried that, at this rate, her son would end up under his wife's thumb, serving her like a queen. Suddenly, Hyunjin turned to the woman and asked if something had happened. Why she kept sighing so heavily. Then she glanced at the table where the woman had left her financial notebook open. The woman froze in horror. How could she have forgotten it and left it open? She hurried to close it and take it away, forcing a smile and saying she had been looking for it everywhere. She hoped the girl hadn't read what was written there. But to her dismay, Hyunjin was already murmuring about what she had managed to read, listing amounts. She turned to her future mother-in-law and asked what had happened, saying that as she was almost family, she couldn't watch the woman suffer in silence. Hui-wook's mother hesitated, unsure whether to tell her future daughter-in-law about their financial problems. It was a serious blow to her pride. In the end, she told her everything, and the girl clapped her hands anxiously. Her face showed clear concern. She took the woman's hands in hers and quickly assured her that everything would be okay, and that she would talk to her father about the money. The woman couldn't believe her future daughter-in-law was so kind and understanding. Then suddenly, the girl handed her a phone and showed her a crypto wallet. She explained that she had opened an account in her name and deposited 1 million won. Hui-wook's mother took the phone, confused about what Hyunjin was talking about. The girl explained that it was like stocks, but the returns were much higher. The woman could double her money in just a week, and if lucky, multiply it by 8 in a month. Hyunjin said the woman could invest small amounts in quality cryptocurrency and earn from its growth. Hui-wook's mother stared at the phone screen, trying to make sense of it. All she could focus on was the possibility of doubling the money in just a week. She asked how Hyunjin knew about this. The girl smiled and said her father, who runs a business in Dubai, could easily access such information. Her father had asked her not to tell anyone, but since this was her future mother-in-law, she shared it as a secret. Suddenly, Hui-wook appeared and asked what they were up to. The women quickly stopped their conversation, saying they were just chatting. The man said he had made them some tea. He handed a cup to his mother and then leaned over to give one to Hyunjin. But this was a carefully planned move to make his fiancée take off her engagement ring. When she reached for the cup, he jerked the tray so that the tea spilled and burned her hand. The girl screamed in pain. She started crying that it hurt. Wee-wook apologized and said the ring looked like it had gotten dirty. He told her to go wash her hands while he cleaned the ring. Unaware of anything, Hyunjin went to the bathroom, blowing on her burned fingers. Meanwhile, Wee-wook took the real ring out of his pocket and replaced the fake one with it. His mother asked if he needed some cleaning solution, but he replied that the ring was fine. Noticing her cheerful mood, he asked why his mother was so happy. The woman got scared she might give herself away. She replied that she was just happy to see Hyunjin. Deep down, she thought he just needed to wait a little longer, and soon he'd be very grateful to his mother. Meanwhile, Wee-wook smiled just as fakely as she did, thinking how clever he was that even his mother hadn't noticed he'd switched the ring. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Hyunjin, with a light smile on her face, washed her hands and wondered what the two of them were so happy about. The next day came. Seo Eun entered the director's office and said she had brought the documents with the task distribution and the schedule of the strategy team. To her surprise, Kim Taejoon was already standing in front of her. Taking the documents from her hands, he praised her. Her face turned red immediately. She thought he would be sitting in his chair as usual. Noticing her embarrassment, the man smiled slyly and asked why she was so flustered. Was she expecting something else? The girl replied that it was nothing like that. Then he casually put his arm around her shoulder and sighed theatrically. He said that in that case, he would take a look at the documents. While he carefully read through the tasks and responsibilities of each team member, Seo Eun felt her heart flutter from his closeness and soft voice. Suddenly, she addressed him quietly. The man looked at her attentively. It was clear that the girl wanted to say something but was extremely embarrassed. It was even hard for her to breathe. The director smiled and asked why she suddenly went quiet. Finally, she gathered her thoughts and, blushing, confessed that he was always so perfect in everything, and that made him very seductive. Taejoon was pleased to hear such words from her. He laughed and replied that she was the seductive one. She tried to object. But the man admitted that he goes crazy every night because he can't stop thinking about her. He leaned toward her ear, his breath pleasantly tickling her. He confessed that he even had to sleep with the lights on because thoughts of her wouldn't let him rest. He sighed theatrically and said he was curious where she had learned such things. The girl got flustered and said it wasn't like that at all. She couldn't admit that it was all because of her scars. Seo Eun thought that things couldn't go on like this. She had to tell him the truth. But at that moment, Taejoon laughed so sincerely and cheerfully. His smile lit up the room. The girl couldn't bring herself to do it now. Sometime later, he held a meeting with the strategy team and at the end suggested having a small company dinner. Excited, Bobai asked if there would be alcohol. But all Seo Eun could think about was how the director was an even better person than she imagined. That's why she was afraid that when he found out the truth, he wouldn't be able to smile like he did today. So she didn't react when Bobai said that Seo Eun also liked alcohol. This surprised Taejoon, and he asked if that was true. The girl hesitated. It might have looked like she was being greedy, but she wanted to enjoy this happiness just a little longer. She only replied that she had recently stopped drinking. The man said that everyone could drink what they liked and asked them to decide on the location by the end of next week. The team immediately started cheerfully discussing where they should go. Taejoon left the conference room and thought about what the girl had said. Could it be that she stopped drinking after that time he found her drinking alone? Suddenly, he stopped when he heard Seo Eun's voice as she asked Mr. Jang which day was convenient for him to meet. The man replied rather friendly that any time worked for him. Taejoon stopped, feeling a pang of jealousy. A moment later, Seo Eun's phone notified her of a new message. She reached for it while her colleagues were still discussing the meeting place. Seo Eun was surprised to read a message from Taejoon asking her not to sit too close to Manager Jang. This surprised her very much. She was sitting across from him. Then he added that he would start teasing him even more if she didn't listen. When her colleagues asked if everything was all right, the girl smiled and said everything was fine, then asked if they had decided on a location. She was distracted, wondering why the director had written something like that. Had Jang Eunpyo somehow upset him? Later, Taejoon went to the shopping mall. He was determined to buy Seo Eun a gift to make even someone like Jang Eunpyo understand that she had a boyfriend and give up his intentions. His jealousy was growing day by day. Suddenly, a jewelry store sign caught his attention. The man entered and a pleasant sales assistant greeted him. He asked to see the rings. When the girl showed him their latest designs, he looked at them tensely, unsure of which one to choose. Under normal circumstances, he would have just bought the most expensive one. but now he was agonizing over the choice. He thought about Seo Eun. She preferred a classic, simple style, so something understated would suit her. But on the other hand, he wanted the ring to stand out so that people would immediately notice it was a gift. While the man was pondering which ring to choose, he heard a female voice calling out to him. Yeonjin approached him with a sweet smile and greeted him. She was happy to see him again. Taejoon noticed that Wee-wook was next to her. The lawyer greeted him uncertainly. The man asked what they were doing here together. Yeonjin cheerfully hugged her fiancé and announced that they were preparing for their wedding. Taejoon found it amusing, since just a few days ago he had met the lawyer, and by his behavior and questions, it was clear he was still interested in how Seo Eun was doing. But Taejoon said nothing about it. He simply gave them a dry congratulations on their engagement. Wee-wook didn't look particularly happy to accept it. Yeonjin asked if the director also had a girlfriend for whom he was shopping for a ring. The man reluctantly answered that he did. Wee-wook rolled his eyes and thought, of course someone like him would have a girlfriend. To his surprise, Hyunjin suddenly admired the ring the director had chosen and said she had dreamed of having one like that. This upset Wee-wook, as the ring he gave her was much more expensive. And when she said she envied the director's girlfriend, he nearly choked in outrage. He couldn't understand why she was acting so vulgar. Then she asked to try it on so Taejoon could see how it would look on a hand. Hyunjin said enthusiastically that it was beautiful and would definitely please his girlfriend. The man stood there with an unreadable expression, not understanding why she was saying all this to him. That couple irritated him, but he had to stay silent. Meanwhile, Wee-wook looked like he was about to explode from anger. Suddenly, the director turned around and said he had to go, saying goodbye to everyone. Wee-wook clenched his jaw in anger as he watched him leave. Hyunjin noticed and asked what was wrong with him. The man couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at his fiancée, asking if she acted that openly with all men. Taejoon had fired them. How could she be so sweet to him? The girl got upset and replied that they had met by chance and she wanted to be polite so that he would remember them and maybe turn to them for legal help someday. And that Wee-wook was being childish. But the man wouldn't calm down and said she was just sucking up to him by trying on the ring he had chosen. Then Hyunjin answered that he already had a girlfriend. The man froze. He wanted to remind her that his relationship with Seo Eun hadn't stopped her before. The girl added that he should learn to separate his personal and professional life. Wee-wook angrily muttered why she always had to have the last word. Hearing this, the girl gave him a stern look and told him never to speak to her that way again. That made his anger cool down. On Friday evening, Seo Eun was packing her things, planning to spend the entire weekend with Kim Taejoon. He had been patient all week and hadn't insisted on meeting, so she decided to reward him for his patience. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Kim Taejoon, and she quickly answered. The man asked if she was home, and she said yes. He asked if he could come pick her up now since his business meeting had ended. Seo Eun got flustered. She thought they'd meet the next day and hadn't packed yet. Hearing the confusion in her voice, the man said they could just go to the movies or see each other for a few minutes. He just really wanted to see her. The girl quickly agreed to the movie. Then she asked how he was doing and if he was too tired. Taejoon said he was fine and told her to pack calmly. He would wait. She found it strange that he said he would wait. She looked out the window. She couldn't believe her eyes. The man was standing outside her house, smiling slightly and looking right at her. Her legs carried her so fast she barely felt the floor beneath her feet. Running outside, she bent over to catch her breath. She had rushed down to him too quickly. Taejoon smiled and said he told her not to rush. Or had she missed him so much that she couldn't wait? To his surprise, Seo Eun suddenly blurted out loudly that he was right. She missed him very much. At that moment, the angel and demon inside him were battling. One part wanted to take her home immediately and never let go, while the other knew he had to be patient. So, fighting with himself, he just reached out and gently patted her on the head. In the end, they did go to the movies. While they were waiting in line, Seo Eun kept glancing around. The last time she had been to the cinema was a year ago. It was her first date with Wee-wook, and she had been extremely nervous since it was her first time. The man barely watched the movie back then. He kept getting business calls and leaving the theater. They didn't even get to talk about the film. In the end, she practically watched the whole movie alone, and they never went to the cinema again. Taejoon pulled her out of her memories by asking what she wanted to eat. Seo Eun began examining the menu, thinking of getting popcorn. But then she thought that if their hands accidentally touched, Taejoon wouldn't let go, and she'd be embarrassed the whole movie. So she smiled and said she'd just have water. Taejoon looked disappointed and said a bit awkwardly that she really did plan to watch the movie attentively. The girl didn't understand why he was upset at first, but then it dawned on her what couples usually do in dark movie theaters. They held hands and went to the movie theater. Seo Eun mentally prepared herself for what would obviously make her blush. Hui-wook was downing glass after glass. Several empty bottles were already lined up in front of him. He was beside himself with rage because after the ring fitting, Hyunjin had remained silent the entire way back. And now she wasn't calling or replying. He was angry that, being a girl from a wealthy family, she acted so arrogantly toward him, even though he had already spent 60 million won on the proposal. He suddenly remembered their meeting today with director Kim Taejoon, how Hyunjin behaved around him, even though he said he was there to choose a gift for his girlfriend. The man thought that his girlfriend was probably quite pretty and had a good figure, like Seo Eun. He imagined his ex standing next to him. Then he poured himself another glass and thought how disgusting it felt to imagine Seo Eun with some other guy. At that moment, his sleepy mother got up and noticed her son drinking in the dark, alone, not even eating anything. She asked what had happened. To her surprise, Hui-wook turned around with tears in his eyes and sniffing, confessed that he still had feelings for Seo Eun and couldn't forget her. Meanwhile, Seo Eun and Taejoon were calmly watching a movie at the theater. Suddenly, the girl choked on her water and dropped the bottle on the floor. She bent down to feel around and pick it up, mentally scolding herself for being so clumsy. But the man got to it first, picked it up and asked if she was okay. The girl thanked him and smiled gently, replying that she was fine. She appreciated his attention and care, and the fact that, despite clearly wanting to do something more exciting, he sat quietly and respected her personal space. Then she recalled his recent words about not being able to handle darkness anymore because it constantly reminded him of her. Seo Eun studied his profile, also remembering the upset expression on his face when he realized she truly just wanted to watch the movie. He had indeed sat quietly the whole time. Maybe he was joking back then? She was just about to refocus on the movie when the man gently placed his arm over her shoulder, lightly pulling her close. And though he pretended to be watching the film and looked casual, Seo Eun could feel there was more to the gesture. She didn't know what to think. Was it just a comfortable position for watching the movie? Or did he want to be closer to her? But the next moment, his fingers began softly stroking her cheek, sending tingles through her body. Then they slowly moved to her ear, tracing the outline and gently squeezing her earlobe, making her hold her breath and blush in embarrassment. His light touches and gentle caresses made it impossible for the girl to focus. Her heart was racing. Finally, she turned to Taejoon and asked if he even intended to watch the movie. The man looked perfectly content and, without taking his eyes off the screen, replied that he was watching very attentively. The girl said that if he kept this up, she wouldn't be able to finish the movie, and he suggested they could just leave. But Seo Eun blushed again and said she wanted to watch until the end. To that, Taejoon replied that in that case, she should try to restrain herself and not be so cute. Seeing her stunned expression, he smiled and said he was also doing his best to be patient and hold back. Seo Eun could barely hold in her indignation. The way he said such things with such an innocent face made her blush. How could he be so bold? The movie ended and the girl went to the restroom to freshen up. And even though she missed most of the movie because Taejoon distracted her, she really enjoyed the date. She was drying her hands when she started thinking about what they would do next, and remembered they were going to Taejoon's home. The thought made her blush instantly because she knew how much he had missed her, and she missed him too. She knew how the evening would likely end. And even though she knew she'd probably ask him to turn off the lights again, she still wanted to look attractive for him tonight. So she pulled out some powder and lipstick for a light touch-up. She looked at herself carefully in the mirror to make sure she looked good. She wanted to be pretty for him. Meanwhile, Taejoon was standing near the women's restroom, starting to worry, since she had been gone for quite a while. He hoped she wasn't feeling unwell or hadn't come on the date despite feeling sick. At some point, he wondered if she might have fainted and whether he should go check on her. Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice addressed him. A young woman approached, smiled, and asked if he was an actor by any chance. The man was surprised and replied that he wasn't. Then the girl handed him her business card and said she worked for a casting agency. He had a very attractive appearance, and if he was ever interested, he could contact her. Taejoon had heard of this sort of thing before and was about to politely decline when he suddenly noticed Seo Eun peeking shyly from around the corner. Then an idea struck him. What if he could make her jealous? He wanted to see what it would feel like if Seo Eun claimed him as hers. So he decided to take advantage of the situation and see how she would react. The man gave the stranger a charming smile and started chatting with her, waiting for his girlfriend to approach and make it clear that he was taken. But it drove him mad when, contrary to his expectations, Seo Eun got flustered and immediately hid around the corner, not even trying to come over. He realized that it wasn't like her and that maybe she lacked the confidence. So apologizing to the stranger, he went to Seo Eun. Approaching the girl, he asked why she was hiding around the corner. Why didn't she come up to him? The girl tensed and said she had just come out of the restroom. Taejoon blushed and asked why she had hidden. Didn't she feel even a little jealous of that girl? Seo Eun was surprised. She honestly didn't understand why she should be jealous. She asked, "Why would I?" In that moment, when she looked at him with her bright, sincere eyes, he realized that he had completely and utterly lost to her. She was so pure and innocent that his heart couldn't take it. Then he confessed that he was very jealous of her. That surprised the girl, since she had never given him a reason, but the man simply replied that he would be happy if she also showed a little jealousy. Later, as they were driving, the man asked if she was going to ask him to turn off the lights again tonight. Hearing that, Seo Eun grew thoughtful. She didn't know what to say, because this time she didn't want to act like a shy and awkward girl. She wanted to be different. The girl clenched her skirt in her hand, trying to gather her thoughts, summon the courage, and tell him that tonight he didn't have to turn off the lights. They took the elevator to his apartment in awkward silence. The girl wondered if Taejoon might think she was being too stubborn, since she still hadn't explained why she always asked him to turn off the lights. She worried it might seem strange to him. The whole way there, all she could think about was how much she liked him, and how much she overthought everything. She just needed to admit that she had been a donor for Hui-wook's mother and was embarrassed about her scar. But what if he gets disappointed in her after hearing the truth? What if his feelings for her disappear completely? She no longer wanted to hide the truth from him, so she took a deep breath and said, "Mr. CEO, the truth is that..." But then she froze when she felt his chest press against hers. And then she felt the touch of a delicate chain around her neck. It was a beautiful teardrop-shaped gold pendant framed with tiny gems. Taejoon gently fastened the chain, tucking her hair aside. "Seo." Yeon froze for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, the man asked what she wanted to tell him. She replied that she got flustered because of his gift and completely forgot what she was going to say. Taejoon leaned closer and said he just wanted to do something nice for her. She felt awkward and said that his previous gift was already very beautiful, and this pendant must be very expensive. The man crossed his arms and calmly replied that he had plenty of money, so it wasn't a problem. When he said he could afford to give her such things every time they met, Seo Eun got scared and exclaimed that he shouldn't do that. The man was genuinely surprised. He didn't understand why he couldn't make her happy just because he wanted to. The girl didn't want him to think material things were important to her, because the most important things can't be bought with money. Finally, she grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him close, and kissed him deeply. But the next moment, she felt him take control, gently but firmly, guiding her toward the bedroom. When they fell onto the bed, her heart was pounding wildly, and she hurried to ask him to turn off the lights. Taejoon cupped her face in his hands, looked into her large, shining eyes, wanting to remember this moment forever. The girl softly whispered her request again, to turn off the light. He didn't want to, but the way she looked at him, the way she asked, he had no choice but to agree. When he turned off the light and they were left in darkness, he approached her again and said he liked it. It felt special. But if it kept happening, next time he might try tying her up. "Seo." Eun blushed, her voice trembling as she said she still felt insecure, which is why she was uncomfortable with the lights on. Taejoon loosened his tie and laughed, accepting her answer. Even though it was dark and he couldn't see her, he could touch her. And every time he touched her, it never felt like enough. The more he touched her, the more he craved. He liked her so much, and he wanted to receive all her love. He hoped he wasn't the only one trapped in this darkness. He knew she felt the same way he did. Sunlight gently filtered into the room. "Seo." Eun picked up her phone, and upon checking the time, was surprised. It was just past 5 a.m. Given that the CEO hadn't let her sleep almost all night, she still felt very well rested. She was glad her stamina had improved. But then she realized it was 5 p.m., not a.m., and froze in shock. Had she really slept the entire day? She felt like crying over a wasted day off. At that moment, Taejoon entered the room, cheerful and glowing, and asked if she had gotten enough sleep. He teased her, saying it must be so, since she'd slept for nearly 13 hours. Seo Eun was annoyed at him for letting her sleep that long and now even making fun of her. She apologized for falling asleep since they had planned to go see the ocean. The man suddenly asked why she kept avoiding eye contact, and the girl replied that she wasn't doing it on purpose. Taejoon smiled genuinely, amused by her embarrassment. He looked so handsome. Seo Eun felt even more awkward, especially since she hadn't even washed her face yet. She was worried she might not look very attractive at the moment. But in the next instant, the man leaned in and kissed her right on the lips. It completely caught her off guard. Finally breaking the kiss, the man smiled brightly and said that if she still felt awkward around him, then they definitely needed to become even closer. When she found herself in the kitchen, the girl was impressed by the elegantly set table. The food was so delicious that she ate with pleasure, while Taejoon watched her devour it with satisfaction. Then, suddenly, he mentioned that there was a swimming pool on the first floor of the complex and asked if she wanted to go for a swim. The girl froze for a moment. She remembered that the last time she had gone to a pool was back in early childhood with her father. Later, living with her aunt and uncle, she couldn't even dream of such a thing. And after entering university, she had been too busy with part-time jobs and earning a scholarship. She didn't want to talk about it, so she just smiled shyly and said she hadn't brought a swimsuit with her. To her disappointment, Taejoon only got more excited upon hearing that, and beaming, said they could simply buy one. After dinner, they went for a walk, and Seo Eun couldn't take her admiring eyes off him. She was amazed at how the man acted without hesitation, doing things she herself wouldn't have the courage to do. She wondered if he had any worries or fears. She admired him and envied how brave and determined he was. At the store, the girl found a swimsuit she liked and one that could hide the scars on her body. Taejoon, however, had his own taste in swimsuits. He preferred a yellow bikini, which left the girl shocked. She grabbed the swimsuit she had chosen and decided to buy it quickly before he could do it for her. At the register, she was greeted by a polite cashier. The girl was about to pay for the purchase. But the next moment, Taejoon was standing beside her and calmly reached out to the cashier, asking them to put the purchase on his card. Seo Eun felt embarrassed. Upset, she said she wanted to pay for it herself and didn't want to burden him. The man smiled and jokingly replied that, in that case, she could buy him the most revealing swimming trunks she could find. When the girl looked at him defiantly, he was surprised. He had expected a completely different reaction. She confidently turned around and headed toward the swimsuit racks. Taejoon had only been joking, but it seemed like she took his challenge seriously as she began to carefully examine the men's swimwear. After a while, she handed him a pair of classic blue swim trunks and, blushing, asked if he liked them. The man looked at her and asked if she liked the color blue, and the girl replied that apparently she did. She wasn't sure if her boyfriend would like them, as they looked rather plain. But Taejoon smiled and said he liked them, and that now their swimsuits could be considered matching. But when they arrived at the pool, they ran into a problem. Due to the crowd, access was temporarily restricted. Seo Eun's face clearly showed how disappointed she was. The man looked at her closely and felt that he had to do everything he could to get them inside. Looking at her in her swimsuit, seeing how adorably shy and upset she was, his cheeks turned red. He couldn't understand how she was always so cute. Finally, he decided he would make it happen and told her to follow him. Seo Eun asked in horror what he was planning. Taejoon turned around and, smirking smugly, replied that all he had to do was pay the person in charge to let them in. The girl didn't want such trouble, so she desperately tried to stop him, saying they'd spend the whole day together tomorrow and would still have time for the pool. Back in the room, the girl was changing clothes and felt very tired, even though they hadn't done anything particularly exhausting. It hadn't been obvious before, but the CEO acted like a child, pouting at the pool and then jealously making sure no one looked at Seo Eun. Then she remembered how attractive he looked in his swim trunks. He had a rather athletic body. These thoughts made her blush immediately. She was heading to the room, thinking about how she wouldn't be able to hide her scars from him much longer, as they were getting closer and her request to turn off the lights would soon start to seem strange. While she was internally panicking about how he might react once he found out about the surgery, Taejoon suddenly appeared behind her and hugged her. Then he smiled and said that she had been gone for so long he got scared she had run away from him. He kissed her on the cheek and asked why she never called him by name, always using a formal address. Seo Eun was embarrassed because he was still her boss, so she replied that she preferred to call him Mr. CEO. Taejoon understood they needed to maintain boundaries, but said that when they were alone, she could call him by name or even Appa. But to his disappointment, she called him director again, even though she agreed. They were sitting in the dim light. The girl sat on his lap, hugging him around the neck, feeling shy. She said it seemed like Taejoon enjoyed teasing her. The man smirked mischievously, not taking his eyes off her, and replied that she should admit she liked it. Looking at her, he was almost begging her not to look away. He wanted her to always look at him the way she was now. Seo Eun realized that he had always looked at her that way. Unlike her, who was always afraid to meet his eyes, his gaze had always been focused only on her. She was so afraid of losing him, afraid of being hurt again, that she unknowingly kept drawing lines between them even in their happiest moments. But she wanted to give him everything, because she really liked him. Sometime later, Taejoon came out of the shower, towel drying his wet hair. To his surprise, Seo Eun was already fast asleep, tightly wrapped in a blanket. He had really wanted to put her to bed earlier tonight, but that hadn't worked out, and now he felt a little guilty. He gently brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, thinking that he had learned a lot since they'd been together. Much of what he had learned about Seo Eun was expected, but some things had surprised him. For example, the fact that she hadn't lied to him and that he really was her first man. He still couldn't understand how that bastard Wee-wook could stay so calm around her. Maybe he was an even bigger fool than Taejoon had thought. Suddenly, Taejoon heard the girl moan in her sleep. Then he noticed sweat appearing on her forehead. Maybe she was too hot under the thick blanket. He touched her shoulders. Her pajamas were soaked with sweat. The man panicked, as this wasn't normal. Was it possible he had overexhausted her? He was torn, unsure what to do. To change her clothes, he would need to wake her up, but he didn't want to. Yet if he left her in wet pajamas, she could catch a cold. Finally, he decided he should at least wipe the sweat off her body. The man reached for the buttons on her pajamas. His hands were shaking. He felt uncomfortable, but his intentions were pure, to make sure she didn't get sick. One button after another came undone. Taejoon thought he wasn't trying to pressure her into revealing what she was hiding when asking him to turn off the light. He was convinced it was just a funny birthmark or a failed tattoo. Besides, she wouldn't even know he saw anything. But when the pajama shirt opened, his expression turned cold, and he froze in place. His trembling fingers lightly traced the thin lines of scars on the girl's abdomen. Fear gripped the man's entire body. He froze, bent over her, thoughts racing in his head. What could all this mean? He covered his mouth in horror. Could those be appendectomy scars? No, he counted 5 thin lines. It didn't look like the result of an accident either. Clean, even surgical cuts. This was a serious operation, and it looked like it had been done recently. Looking at the girl, he studied her sleeping face and wondered what had happened to her. The next morning, Seo Eun woke up, stretching sweetly in bed. She always slept well next to Taejoon, though her body ached from the previous day's exertion. The girl started wondering what kind of delicious breakfast he had prepared for her this time, and was already drooling at the thought. She decided that this time she would change clothes and wash up before showing herself to him. Knowing him, he would pounce on her with hugs and kisses the moment he saw her. After getting herself in order, the girl went down to the first floor and looked around in search of the director. Finally, she saw that the door to his office was open and cautiously peeked inside. Just as she expected, the man was working even on the weekend from early in the morning. Upon seeing her, Taejoon immediately looked at her closely. He looked a bit tense. The man quickly came over to her. The girl apologized for interrupting his work and said she could give him some time. But when he asked how she was feeling, she felt awkward. She couldn't tell him that it was a bit hard to keep up with his pace and that, due to her physical condition, she would prefer him to be a little more gentle. Taejoon looked at her expectantly. A light blush was playing on his cheeks, his eyes were shining with joy, and his hair was slightly tousled. He looked so adorable that Seo Eun wasn't sure her heart could take it. She replied that she was fine. That same night, in the quiet darkness, Wee-wook's mother, Kim Mal-hee, obsessively watched cryptocurrency prices. She couldn't believe her luck. The price had risen just as Hyunjin had predicted earlier. Her husband, Yang Ju-chi, was one of those people who were always unlucky with investments. If he bought land, it immediately dropped in value. If he started a business, it went bankrupt within the first few months. But Kim Mal-hee had always been faithful to God, and her hope never died. She prayed diligently that one day luck would smile upon their family. And one day, while her husband was wasting the last of their money, was it an answer to her prayers or divine reward? The woman prayed that her son would get a good bride, someone better than the rootless Seo Eun. And then, like a blessing from heaven, like an angel, Hyunjin appeared in their lives. Though at first she didn't know how to feel about what her future daughter-in-law had said, now she was convinced. The invested money had doubled, and it looked like she could increase the income even more. And she had already mentally calculated that it would be enough to buy a house for Weewook, and there would still be money left. But to do so, she needed to invest more in her crypto wallet, so she called her daughter. When young Heejin asked sleepily what had happened, the woman, sounding possessed, asked if her daughter knew anyone who could lend her some money. The next day, Seo Eun and Taejoon finally made it to the pool. The girl was deeply impressed by the sight of the pool. The water wasn't too hot or cold, and the air was humid. Taejoon put an arm around her waist and asked why she was just standing there, suggesting they get into the water together. Seo Eun had previously admitted that she couldn't swim, so the man reassured her that he would teach her himself, even though he only knew the basics. After some time, the girl held her breath and, holding onto the man's arms, tried to swim. When she finally surfaced and tried to catch her breath, he told her to turn around. Seo Eun was surprised to see that she had swum the entire length of the lane from one end to the other. The man praised her, saying she had done a great job and had real talent for swimming. She wanted to swim a bit more and try different strokes. Taejoon thought about how long they had been at it and how cute she looked in the pool. Then he noticed that her lips had turned blue from being in the water for so long. So he took her hand and said it was time for them to get out. The girl was surprised, thinking they hadn't spent much time in the pool. The man turned around and told her to grab her things. They would shower back in the room. Seo Eun couldn't understand the rush. Maybe something urgent had come up? But then she thought, knowing him, it was probably because he couldn't control his desires anymore after seeing her in a swimsuit. She blushed at the thought that he might want to lure her into the bedroom again. Looking at him now, she didn't want to ruin the moment, so she decided to keep her secret for one more day. When they got home, Taejoon led her to the bathroom and quickly left, telling her she could take a shower in peace. This struck the girl as strange. She was used to the director teasing her and trying to fluster her, but now he had just left her alone. In a way, she even felt hurt, as if her expectations had been crushed. His tone seemed too cold. She felt awkward as she had promised not to have illusions or expect too much, and yet now she was upset over such a small thing. When she stepped out of the bathroom, she froze at the sight of Taejoon. Honestly, she had almost been sure he was upset with her for some reason. But in the next moment, he gently took her hand. His grip was gentle yet firm. The man confidently led the girl after him. Seo Eun wondered, was he really going to do it right now? But in the next moment, her hopes were shattered again, as she found herself sitting on a chair while Taejoon picked up a hairdryer and gently began drying her wet hair. He carefully dried the damp strands, silent and gentle. The girl couldn't figure out what to expect from him anymore. At some point, she felt ashamed of her explicit thoughts. Usually, she was shy, but today all her thoughts were about that. Taejoon's fingers gently massaged her scalp, combing through her hair, checking for any wet spots he might have missed. In the end, she was endlessly happy, because what he was doing now was wonderful too. She loved his care. When Taejoon finished, he placed a hand on her shoulder and asked if she was hungry. Thinking that it was already dinner time, Seo Eun felt a bit sad. This meant the day was coming to an end, and their weekend together was almost over. It saddened her that tomorrow they both had to go back to work and keep their distance again. Taejoon noticed the change in her mood but didn't know what else to say or do. While he was at the hospital, gloomy thoughts wouldn't leave his mind. Finally, after waiting, he was greeted by Shin Dae-han, his mother's old friend and a general surgeon. Taejoon said hello and asked how he had been all this time. The doctor replied that he was doing well, was glad to see Taejoon, and congratulated him on getting a leadership position. As they entered the office, he said that if he had more time, he'd gladly have a drink with him. But he was swamped with work and asked what brought him there. Taejoon didn't want to waste the doctor's precious time, so he handed him a sheet of paper where he had drawn, from memory, the number and location of scars on Seo Eun's body, and asked what kind of surgery it looked like. Shin Dae-han took the paper, examined it carefully, and after a few moments replied that he couldn't be 100% sure, but it looked a lot like a hepatectomy. Upon hearing that, Taejoon froze in horror. His ears started ringing. Meanwhile, the surgeon continued explaining that such incisions are now made on donors for liver transplantation. He kept talking about modern transplant techniques, but Taejoon was no longer listening. In a trembling voice, he asked, had he understood correctly that the girl with those scars had been a liver donor? His fists clenched tightly. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this story and what manhwa you'd like to see next. See you in the next installment.